After my father was sentenced to 25 years in prison, my stepmother mistreated me. Should I send her and her despicable boyfriend to jail? Life, as I knew it, crumbled the day my father was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. My name is Alex, and I'm a 16-year-old trying to navigate a world that suddenly feels alien. The day the gavel came down, sealing my father's fate, marked the end of normalcy for me. It's strange how quickly life can pivot on a single moment, thrusting you into a narrative you never asked to be part of. Before that pivotal moment, we were a typical family, or as typical as any family can claim to be. My father, a man of strong principles but perhaps too rigid in his ways, was the anchor of our household. He ran a small local garage, a place where I spent countless afternoons after school, handing him tools or sweeping floors, basking in the mundane but comforting routine of our life. My mother, or rather my stepmom, Julia, entered our lives when I was 10. She brought a semblance of softness to our otherwise stoic home. Back then, she was the bridge between my father and me, translating his often harsh expectations into lessons of resilience and ambition. However, the tranquility of our existence was deceptive, hiding the brewing storm beneath its calm surface. My father, unbeknownst to me, had been entangled in activities far removed from the honest labor of his garage. It was a side of him that he kept well hidden, a shadowy figure that I would only come to know in the wake of his arrest. The details trickled in slowly, painting a picture of a man driven to desperate measures under the crushing weight of debt and a faltering business. He had become involved in a series of illegal dealings, a last-ditch effort to salvage his faltering garage and secure our financial future. But the law, with its indifferent gaze, sees not the desperation but the deed. And so, my father was found guilty, leaving behind a family thrust into the throes of uncertainty and public scrutiny. The immediate aftermath of his imprisonment was a blur of hushed conversations, tear-streaked faces, and the ominous silence that settled over our home. Julia, once a beacon of warmth and stability, transformed overnight. It was as if the sentencing had flipped a switch, revealing a side of her I had never known. Her affection, once freely given, became a scarce commodity, replaced by a cold detachment that left me reeling. I became the unintended recipient of her frustrations, a living reminder of the life that had crumbled around us. The household chores, once shared tasks, fell solely on my shoulders, a constant grueling reminder of how drastically our lives had changed. It was in these moments of isolation and relentless labor that I began to question the familial bonds that were supposed to sustain us through such trials. The transformation of my stepmom, once a figure of warmth and security in my life, into someone I barely recognized, was as swift as it was shocking. In the wake of my dad's imprisonment, our household, once filled with laughter and occasional arguments about trivial things like what to watch on TV or who would do the dishes, had morphed into a battleground of silence and tension. My stepmom's demeanor underwent a drastic change. Where she used to greet me with a smile in the mornings, now there was barely a nod or a grunt of acknowledgement as we crossed paths in the dimly lit hallways of our home. Before the new man came into our lives, my stepmom tried to sweeten the impending change with words dipped in honey, promising me that things would get better and that this man would bring a sense of normalcy back into our lives. She painted a picture of a future where we could all move past the shadow cast by my father's sentence, attempting to mask the bitterness of betrayal with false hope and promises. Yet, her visits to my father in prison were sporadic at best, and when she did go, it seemed more a performance for the benefit of onlookers than a genuine act of concern for the man she had married. On one such visit, when I attempted to breach the subject of her new companion, she cut me off sharply, her eyes darting around as if afraid someone might overhear the truth behind the facade she presented. Life as I knew it began to unravel the moment my father's sentence was handed down. The absence of his presence in our home was like a void that grew with each passing day, a constant reminder of the stability we once had but lost. However, nothing prepared me for the shift that occurred when my stepmom decided it was time to introduce someone new into our already fragile existence. Mark extended his hand, not in a gesture of greeting but rather as if he was bestowing an honor upon me by acknowledging my existence. "So, this is the little F word you were talking about," were the first words he chose to speak, his voice dripping with disdain. The smile on my stepmom's face faltered for a moment, but she quickly recovered, laughing it off as though it was the most natural thing in the world to insult her stepson upon first meeting. I stood there, taken aback, not by the insult, but by the realization that this was the man my stepmom had brought into our lives, into our home, with the expectation that I would accept him. My height, which towered over his by a few inches, seemed to be the only shield I had against the diminutive nature of his character. As he walked past me to survey the house, his eyes scanned each room with a covetousness that made my skin crawl. I followed him, curious yet cautious, until he stopped abruptly, turning to face me. "You got a problem?" he asked, his eyes narrowing. "No," I replied, My voice steady despite the rapid beating of my heart. Do you need help finding something? That's when it happened. Faster than I could react, Mark reached out, grabbing my arm and twisting it behind my back in a painful grip. The shock of the sudden assault rendered me momentarily helpless, but survival instincts kicked in. With all the strength I could muster, I kicked backward, hitting him on the leg. His grip loosened just enough for me to break free, and with one more push, he stumbled backward, falling to the ground. The sound of the fall seemed to echo through the house, and within seconds, my stepmom was by our side. But instead of concern, her eyes blazed with fury directed not at Mark, but at me. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she screamed, grabbing me by the arm and pulling me towards the door. I tried to explain, to tell her that Mark had attacked me first, but my words fell on deaf ears. With a strength fueled by anger, she threw me out of the house, her slaps and words following me out into the cold night. "After your dad got arrested, you became nothing more than a low-level bullshit that no one cares about," she yelled, the door slamming shut behind me, leaving me alone in the darkness. The slap from my stepmom echoed in my ears, a sound that marked the severing of whatever fragile bond we had left. My cheek stung, a physical manifestation of her betrayal and anger towards me. In a daze, I stood outside the door, my mind racing with confusion and hurt. I couldn't understand how things had escalated to this point, how the woman who had been a part of my life for so long could turn on me so quickly. I remember apologizing, my words a desperate attempt to mend the rapidly widening rift between us. "I didn't mean to," I began, but my apology was cut short by another slap, her hand striking my other cheek with a force that left me speechless. The door slammed shut, leaving me in a silence that was louder than any words could ever be. Standing there, in the cold dark night, I called out, hoping for a semblance of reason to pierce through the madness. The door opened, but it wasn't my stepmom who answered. It was him, Mark. The man who had ignited this firestorm with his mere presence. In his hands, he clutched some of my clothes, which he threw at my feet with a disdain that made my stomach churn. His words cut through the night, each one a knife twisting deeper into my already wounded heart. He cursed me, mocked me about becoming homeless, and called me the child of a criminal, saying no one would protect me now. His laughter, gloating and cruel, filled the air, urging me to hurry up and move on. "This house is mine," he declared, as if staking his claim on a territory that was never his to begin with. The humiliation of that moment was something I had never experienced before. It was one thing to be cast out by my stepmom, but to be ridiculed and belittled by a man who knew nothing of my life, my family, or the struggles we had faced, was a different kind of pain altogether. The words "no one will protect you" echoed in my head, a chilling reminder of the isolation I now faced. As I gathered my clothes from the ground, his laughter still ringing in my ears, a sense of resolve began to form within me. Yes, I was the child of a man who was now in prison, but that did not define me. My current circumstances, as dire as they seemed, would not be the end of my story. The cruelty of Mark's words and actions only served to strengthen my determination to prove him wrong, to show the world that I was more than the sum of my family's mistakes. I wrapped the clothes around me, a meager shield against the cold, and took a step away from the house that was no longer a home. With each step, I felt a mixture of fear and defiance. Fear of the unknown, of the challenges that lay ahead, but also defiance against those who would see me fail, who took pleasure in my suffering. The road ahead was uncertain, filled with obstacles and trials, but I knew I had to face them head on. I couldn't allow the words and actions of others to dictate my worth or my future. I was alone, yes, but I was also free. Free from the toxic environment that had sought to break me. Free to make my own choices and carve out my own path. As I walked, the laughter and curses faded into the background, replaced by a quiet determination. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stay here, in the shadow of a home that had turned its back on me. The journey would be difficult, but it was mine to make, and I would face it with all the strength I had. The cold bit into my skin, but it was the words, the betrayal, that chilled me to the bone. As I walked away from the house, the home that no longer felt like mine, I couldn't help but wonder how things had come to this. My stepmom, the woman who had been a part of my life for years, had chosen a stranger over me, had thrown me out into the night without a second thought. The walk to the police station was a blur, my mind racing with thoughts and emotions I couldn't fully comprehend. When I finally arrived, shivering and with the beginnings of frostbite nipping at my fingers, I was met with a kindness I hadn't expected. The officer at the desk listened as I recounted the events of the evening, his expression one of concern rather than judgment. He didn't question my actions, didn't blame me for defending myself. Instead, he took immediate steps to ensure my safety, offering me a place to stay until we could figure out what to do next. As I sat in the warmth of the police station, the events of the night replaying over and over in my mind, I couldn't help but feel a sense of isolation. My stepmom's actions had drawn a line, making it clear where her loyalties lay. The betrayal stung, leaving me with a myriad of emotions that I couldn't quite sort through. Anger, sadness, confusion, all swirled within me, creating a tumultuous storm that I had no idea how to navigate. The only thing I was certain of was that my life had taken a dark turn, one that I would have to face head on, regardless of the uncertainty that lay ahead. In the aftermath of that night, the reality of my situation began to settle in. My relationship with my stepmom, already strained by the loss of my father to the prison system, had fractured beyond repair. The home I had known, the life I had lived, had been irrevocably changed by the actions of a man I had just met and the woman who had chosen him over her own family. Determined to seek justice, I decided to take the matter to court. In the courtroom, the tension was palpable as the trial began. I sat in the back row, feeling a mix of anxiety and nervousness rising within me. Next to me was my lawyer, who had been my steadfast companion throughout the preparation for this trial. They had helped me gather evidence, plan our strategy, and understand my rights. The trial began as the judge entered, and everyone stood. After the judge sat down and the room settled, the prosecutor started presenting the case. They laid out the evidence of my stepmother and her boyfriend's abuse, including police reports, photos, and testimonies from me and witnesses. The prosecutor called me to the stand. Before stepping up, I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I recounted in detail what had happened, from being attacked by Mark to my stepmother throwing me out of the house and their hurtful words. Every story I told, every detail I remembered, brought both pain and determination to seek justice. My stepmother and her boyfriend's lawyer repeatedly questioned me, trying to undermine my testimony, but I was prepared and answered confidently. My lawyer had also prepared questions to clarify the events, helping me convey my story clearly and coherently. Next, the prosecutor called other witnesses, including neighbors who had seen the abuse and the police officer who took me in that night. Their testimonies further supported my story, painting a clearer picture of the abuse for the judge and jury. Finally, it was the defense's turn. They tried to justify their actions and provide explanations to lessen their responsibility. However, the evidence was too clear and convincing, making their defense weak and unpersuasive. After all the presentations, the judge called for a recess to review the evidence and hear the jury's opinion. I waited, my anxiety and nervousness increasing. In my mind, images of my stepmother and Mark, their hurtful words and violent actions, kept replaying. Finally, the judge and jury returned to the courtroom. The judge announced that based on the evidence and testimonies, they had reached a decision. My stepmother and Mark were found guilty of child abuse and neglect. Their sentence was several years in prison, and I would be placed with a new family where I could find safety and stability. Hearing the verdict, I felt an indescribable sense of relief. Justice had finally been served. I knew that the road ahead would still be challenging, but I believed that I had taken the first step in reclaiming my rights and protecting myself. Leaving the courtroom, I saw my lawyer waiting. They smiled at me, a smile of encouragement and support. I knew that no matter how difficult life might be, I could overcome it and find hope in those willing to help and support me. I refused to wax a trans woman client because I didn't want to touch male genitalia out of respect for my husband. My name is Sarah, and I am a 34-year-old licensed esthetician. From a young age, I was fascinated by the beauty industry and the way it could transform not only a person's appearance, but also their confidence. My journey into this field began in my late teens when I started working at a local spa. It was there that I discovered my passion for skincare and waxing, which eventually led me to pursue formal training and certification as an esthetician. Over the years, I honed my skills and built a reputation for being meticulous, compassionate, and dedicated to my clients' well-being. After gaining significant experience and saving up enough money, I decided to take the plunge and open my own small waxing salon. It was a dream come true, and I poured my heart and soul into creating a space that felt welcoming and safe for everyone who walked through the door. I named it Glow and Smooth, and it quickly became known for its serene atmosphere and exceptional service. My goal was always to ensure that my clients felt comfortable and cared for, no matter their background or needs. Glow and Smooth is more than just a business to me. It's a reflection of my commitment to providing a sanctuary where people can come to feel rejuvenated and confident in their skin. I meticulously designed the salon to have a calming ambiance, with soft lighting, soothing music, and a clean, inviting decor. Every detail, from the choice of high-quality products to the personalized service, was thoughtfully curated to enhance the client experience. I take pride in the fact that many of my clients have been with me since the beginning, and they often tell me how much they appreciate the tranquil and respectful environment I have created. Running my own small waxing salon, Glow and Smooth, involves more than just performing services. It also requires meticulous organization and preparation for each client. My booking process is straightforward yet thorough, designed to ensure that every client receives the highest level of care and attention. Clients book their appointments through an online system that asks for essential information, including the type of service they require and any specific needs or concerns they might have. This system helps me prepare for each session, allowing me to tailor my approach to meet individual preferences and ensure a comfortable experience. I review the appointment schedule daily, making notes on each client's preferences and any special instructions they may have provided. One day, I received a booking from a new client named Alex for a full Brazilian wax. The appointment was set for the following week, giving me ample time to prepare. As with all new clients, I reviewed Alex's information in detail. The form was filled out correctly, and there were no specific notes or concerns mentioned. I made sure to have all the necessary supplies ready and to set up the room in a way that would be welcoming and comfortable. When the day of the appointment arrived, I went through my usual routine of sanitizing the room, arranging my tools, and ensuring that the atmosphere was calming and inviting. I have always believed that the environment plays a significant role in the client's overall experience, and I strive to make every visit to Glow and Smooth as pleasant and relaxing as possible. As the appointment time approached, I heard the soft chime of the doorbell, signaling Alex's arrival. I greeted her with a warm smile, inviting her into the reception area. My initial impression of Alex was positive. She seemed friendly and somewhat nervous, a common reaction for clients coming in for an intimate waxing service. I introduced myself and guided her to the treatment room, making small talk to help her feel more at ease. Once we were in the room, I began our usual pre-service consultation. This is a crucial part of the process, as it allows me to understand the client's needs and address any concerns they might have. I explained the procedure in detail, including the steps I would take to ensure her comfort and safety. As we talked, it became clear to me that Alex was a trans woman. This realization brought a wave of internal conflict, as I was reminded of the personal boundaries I had set for myself and the agreement I had with my husband. Mark and I had established certain boundaries early in our relationship to ensure mutual respect and comfort. One of these boundaries was that I would only perform intimate waxing services on biological women with female genitalia. This decision was based on our personal values and the need to maintain trust and respect in our marriage. While I have always been a strong supporter of the LGBTQ+ community, I felt that this boundary was necessary to respect both my own comfort levels and my husband's feelings. I found myself in a difficult position. On one hand, I wanted to provide Alex with the same care and respect that I offered all my clients. On the other hand, I felt a deep sense of obligation to adhere to the boundaries and agreements that had been a cornerstone of my marriage. The internal struggle was intense, and I knew I had to handle the situation with sensitivity and honesty. Taking a deep breath, I gently explained to Alex that while I fully supported her and the LGBTQ+ community, I had personal boundaries that I needed to respect. I told her about the agreement I had with my husband and how it related to my practice. I assured her that my refusal was not out of discrimination or transphobia, but rather a matter of personal comfort and maintaining the integrity of my relationship. Alex listened quietly, her expression shifting from confusion to disappointment. I could see the hurt in her eyes, and it pained me to know that I was the cause. I continued to explain that I specialized in waxing biological women and did not have the necessary experience to ensure her safety and comfort. I offered to help her find another professional who was experienced in providing waxing services for trans clients, hoping to alleviate some of her frustration. Despite my efforts to explain and offer assistance, Alex was understandably upset. She accused me of discrimination and stormed out of the salon, leaving me standing there, feeling a mix of guilt and sadness. I had always prided myself on providing a safe and inclusive environment for all my clients, and this incident left me questioning whether I had done the right thing. The moment Alex stormed out of my salon, I felt an immediate pang of guilt and doubt. Her accusations of discrimination echoed in my mind, and I couldn't shake the image of her disappointed and hurt expression. I had always prided myself on providing a safe, inclusive and welcoming environment at Glow and Smooth. And now it felt like all of that had been called into question. As I stood alone in the treatment room, my mind raced with thoughts of whether I had made the right decision and what the repercussions would be. In the hours that followed, I found it hard to concentrate on my work. The incident with Alex weighed heavily on my conscience, making it difficult to focus on my other clients. Each time the doorbell chimed, signaling a new appointment, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, wondering if the next person coming in had already heard about what happened. By the end of the day, word had indeed started to spread. In the age of social media and instant communication, it didn't take long for news of the incident to reach the wider community. I began receiving messages and comments online, some supportive and understanding, others harsh and critical. It was overwhelming, and I felt a mix of emotions, defensiveness, regret, and a desire to explain my side of the story. The feedback was mixed to say the least. Some people reached out to express their support, emphasizing the importance of personal boundaries and understanding the context of my decision. They appreciated my honesty and the fact that I had tried to handle the situation with as much sensitivity as possible. These messages provided some comfort and reassurance during a very turbulent time. On the other hand, there were many who were not so forgiving. I received several harsh messages accusing me of being transphobic and discriminatory. Some people vowed never to visit my salon again, while others went as far as leaving negative reviews online. It was disheartening to see my business, which I had worked so hard to build, being attacked in such a public way. I felt a deep sense of failure, as if I had let down not only Alex but the entire community I had always aimed to support. A few clients canceled their upcoming appointments, citing the incident as their reason. It was painful to see loyal customers turn away, and it made me question my actions even more. I started to worry about the long-term impact this would have on my business, and whether I would be able to recover from this blow. Despite the support, the negative feedback continued to weigh heavily on me. I found myself replaying the incident in my mind, questioning every decision and wondering if there was a better way I could have handled it. The guilt was compounded by the realization that I had inadvertently hurt someone who was simply seeking a service and a sense of acceptance. 2 weeks had passed since the incident with Alex and the fallout that followed. The once vibrant and bustling atmosphere at Glow and Smooth had noticeably dimmed. The salon, which had been a sanctuary of calm and comfort for so many clients, now felt like a shadow of its former self. The backlash from the community had been swift and severe, and I was left grappling with the consequences of my actions. Every morning, I opened the doors of Glow and Smooth, hoping for a return to normalcy, but the reality was stark. The usual steady stream of clients had dwindled to a trickle. Regulars who had once been loyal to my business were now hesitant, their trust shaken by the incident. New appointments were rare, and cancellations had become all too common. The salon, which had once been filled with the soothing hum of conversation and laughter, now echoed with an unsettling silence. The financial impact was immediate and harsh. With fewer clients coming in, my revenue had taken a significant hit. The bills and expenses of running a business didn't pause, and I found myself dipping into my savings to keep things afloat. The stress of the situation weighed heavily on me, affecting not only my professional life but also my personal well-being. Sleepless nights became the norm as I lay awake, replaying the incident over and over in my mind, questioning every decision I had made. I couldn't help but wonder if I had indeed lacked professionalism in handling the situation with Alex. My intentions were never to discriminate or make anyone feel unwelcome. I had tried to explain my personal boundaries and the agreement I had with my husband, but in the heat of the moment, it seemed my words had only caused more harm. Was it unprofessional to let my personal values influence my business decisions so heavily? This question haunted me constantly. The mixed feedback I received from the community only added to my confusion. Some clients and friends had reached out with words of support, emphasizing the importance of respecting personal boundaries and understanding the context of my actions. They appreciated my honesty and the attempt to handle the situation with sensitivity. However, others were not so forgiving. Accusations of transphobia and discrimination were leveled against me, tarnishing the reputation I had worked so hard to build. I sought solace in conversations with my husband, Mark, who remained steadfastly supportive. He understood the complex emotions I was grappling with and tried to reassure me that standing by our values was the right thing to do. But even his unwavering support couldn't entirely ease the burden of guilt and doubt I carried. In an attempt to navigate the fallout, I reached out to other professionals in the beauty industry, seeking their advice and experiences. Some shared similar challenges they had faced and offered guidance on how to move forward. They emphasized the importance of empathy, communication, and the need to continually evolve to better serve a diverse clientele. Their insights were valuable, but I still struggled to reconcile my personal values with the professional demands of inclusivity. I also contacted LGBTQ+ advocacy groups, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of how to create a truly inclusive environment at Glow and Smooth. These conversations were enlightening and humbling. I realized that while my intentions were never to discriminate, the impact of my actions had been profoundly felt by Alex and potentially others in the community. I learned about the specific needs and concerns of trans clients and how I could better accommodate them in the future. Despite these efforts, the path forward remained unclear. The immediate crisis had subsided, but the long-term implications were daunting. My confidence in my ability to manage the salon and provide a welcoming space for all clients was shaken. The once clear vision I had for Glow and Smooth was now clouded by uncertainty and self-doubt. As I stood in the empty salon, I felt a deep sense of loss. The dream I had worked so hard to achieve seemed to be slipping away, and I was unsure how to reclaim it. I knew that I needed to find a way to balance my personal boundaries with the professional responsibility of inclusivity, but the journey to get there seemed fraught with challenges. The incident with Alex had been a wake-up call, forcing me to confront my own beliefs and the impact they had on others. It had also revealed the fragile nature of trust and reputation in the business world. Moving forward, I was determined to rebuild and learn from this experience, but the road ahead was undeniably steep and uncertain. The lessons from this painful chapter would shape not only my business practices but also my understanding of empathy and inclusivity in a diverse and ever-evolving community. My wife is pregnant with our first child, and her sister has hinted that she wants to sleep with me. How should I tell my wife? My name is Jason, and at 24, I consider myself incredibly fortunate. I met the love of my life, Emily, 3 years ago, and every day since then has been a testament to the power of love and commitment. Emily, also 24, is my rock, my confidant, and my best friend. Our journey together has been nothing short of extraordinary, filled with moments of joy, challenges, and unwavering support for each other. We first crossed paths at a mutual friend's birthday party. I still remember seeing her for the first time, her radiant smile lighting up the room. We spent the evening talking, laughing, and discovering a mutual passion for travel and adventure. It felt as though we had known each other for years. By the end of the night, I knew I wanted to see her again, and thankfully, she felt the same way. Our relationship blossomed quickly. We spent our weekends exploring new places, trying out new cuisines, and sharing our dreams and aspirations. Emily's warmth and kindness made everyone around her feel at ease, and I was no exception. She was studying to become a nurse, driven by a desire to help others, while I was working in software development, enjoying the challenges and creativity the field offered. After 2 years of dating, I proposed to Emily during a sunset hike, one of our favorite activities. The moment was perfect, and she said yes, tears of joy in her eyes. We married 6 months ago in a beautiful ceremony surrounded by family and friends. Emily's younger sister, Sarah, who is 21, was her maid of honor. The bond between Emily and Sarah is incredibly strong. They have always been there for each other, sharing secrets, dreams, and an unbreakable sisterly love. Sarah, like Emily, is a wonderful person. She is currently in college, pursuing a degree in psychology. With her bubbly personality and compassionate nature, she has always been the life of any family gathering. Growing up, the two sisters were inseparable. Their parents often joked that they share a secret language, a testament to their close-knit relationship. It was no surprise that Sarah played a significant role in our wedding, helping to ensure everything was perfect for her sister's big day. The wedding day was magical. Emily looked stunning in her white dress, her smile more radiant than ever. As we exchanged vows, promising to support and love each other through all of life's challenges, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The reception was filled with laughter, dancing, and heartfelt toasts. Sarah's speech brought everyone to tears as she reminisced about their childhood and expressed her happiness for us. Life after the wedding has been a blissful continuation of our journey together. We moved into a cozy apartment, decorated with mementos from our travels and our shared experiences. Emily's presence makes every day brighter. Her laughter is infectious, and her ability to find joy in the smallest things constantly amazes me. It was a sunny Saturday morning, and Emily had been feeling unusually tired and queasy for a few weeks. She had been brushing it off as stress from work, but there was a lingering suspicion that there might be something more. We decided to take a pregnancy test to put our minds at ease. I remember pacing around the living room, my heart racing with anticipation and nervousness. Emily came out of the bathroom, holding the test with trembling hands. She looked at me with wide, hopeful eyes, and then, with a tearful smile, she whispered, "Jason, it's positive. We're going to have a baby." The world seemed to stand still for a moment as the words sank in. I rushed to her side, wrapping her in a tight embrace. Tears of joy streamed down our faces as we held each other, overwhelmed with happiness. The realization that we were about to embark on this incredible journey together filled my heart with an indescribable sense of love and excitement. The next few days were a whirlwind of emotions and planning. We decided to share the news with our families during a Sunday dinner at Emily's parents' house. As we gathered around the dining table, I could barely contain my excitement. Emily and I exchanged a knowing glance, and she stood up, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. "We have some exciting news to share with everyone," she began. The room fell silent, all eyes on her. "Jason and I are going to be parents. We're expecting a baby." For a moment there was stunned silence, and then the room erupted in cheers and applause. Emily's mother burst into tears, hugging both of us tightly. Her father clapped me on the back, his eyes shining with pride. Sarah, Emily's younger sister, jumped up from her seat, squealing with delight. She rushed over to Emily, wrapping her arms around her sister and exclaiming, "I'm going to be an aunt. I can't believe it." The rest of the evening was filled with joyous celebration. We toasted to the future, shared stories and laughter, and basked in the collective happiness of our family. Emily and I couldn't stop smiling, our hands intertwined under the table. The love and support from our families meant the world to us, and it reinforced just how blessed we were to have such a strong network as we embarked on this new chapter of our lives. Over the following weeks, our excitement only grew. We started making plans for the nursery, picking out baby names and reading every parenting book we could get our hands on. Each night as we lay in bed, we would talk about our hopes and dreams for our child, imagining the life we would build together. Emily's eyes would light up as she talked about all the things she wanted to teach our baby, from baking cookies to exploring nature. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and it made me fall in love with her all over again. My love for Emily deepened with each passing day. Seeing her face light up as she felt the first fluttering movements of our baby made my heart swell with pride. I marveled at her strength and grace as she navigated the changes in her body, always with a smile and a kind word. I was in awe of her, and I was determined to support her every step of the way. We spent countless hours preparing for the arrival of our little one. Our weekends were filled with trips to baby stores, comparing cribs and car seats, and picking out tiny outfits. We painted the nursery together, choosing a soft, calming palette of blues and greens. Each stroke of the brush was a promise of the love and care we would pour into our child's life. We hung pictures of animals and nature on the walls, imagining the day our baby would gaze up at them with wonder. Our families were equally enthusiastic. Emily's parents offered to help with anything we needed, from babysitting to setting up the nursery. Sarah was particularly excited, often stopping by with baby books and tiny clothes she couldn't resist buying. Her excitement was contagious, and it warmed my heart to see how much she already loved our unborn child. As Emily's pregnancy progressed, I found myself more in awe of her than ever. Her strength, resilience, and unwavering positivity were inspiring. I made it my mission to be the best partner I could be, attending every doctor's appointment, cooking her favorite meals, and making sure she felt loved and supported. I knew this journey was as much about taking care of her as it was about preparing for our baby. One of my favorite moments was when we went for the first ultrasound. Seeing the tiny heartbeat flickering on the screen brought tears to my eyes. It was a tangible reminder of the life we had created together, a symbol of our love and commitment. I held Emily's hand tightly, both of us mesmerized by the sight of our baby. It was a moment of pure joy and connection, one that I would carry with me forever. It was a typical Monday morning, and I was sitting in my home office catching up on some work emails. The house was quiet except for the gentle hum of the air conditioner and the occasional sound of birds chirping outside. Emily had just left for her prenatal checkup, and I was planning to join her at the clinic later. My phone buzzed on the desk, breaking my concentration. I glanced at the screen and saw a message notification from Sarah, Emily's younger sister. I picked up my phone, smiling as I unlocked it. Sarah often texted me about random things, funny memes, family updates, or questions about Emily's preferences. But nothing could have prepared me for the text I was about to read. Hey Jason, I know this might sound weird, but I just wanted to let you know that if you ever need someone to talk to, or anything else during Emily's pregnancy, I'm here for you. I know it can be tough, and sometimes women get emotionally and physically distant. So, I'm here to help you out, sexually or emotionally, anytime. Just think about it. I stared at the screen, my brain struggling to process the words. At first, I thought it must be some kind of joke, a terrible prank. I read the message again, hoping I had misunderstood. But there it was, plain as day, Sarah offering herself to me in a way that was both shocking and utterly inappropriate. A wave of confusion and disbelief washed over me. How could Sarah, someone I considered almost like a sister, send such a message? My heart pounded in my chest, and my hands felt clammy as I set the phone down. I rubbed my temples, trying to make sense of the situation. Was this some twisted way of helping, or did she actually have feelings for me? I felt a mix of emotions swirling inside me, anger, betrayal, confusion, and a deep sense of unease. My mind raced through 1,000 scenarios, each one more troubling than the last. I couldn't fathom what had led Sarah to think this was acceptable or how she could be so willing to betray her sister, especially now when Emily needed support the most. The first thing that came to mind was Emily. She had always been incredibly close to Sarah. They shared everything, from childhood secrets to their dreams for the future. The bond they had was something I admired and respected. How could I tell Emily about this without shattering that bond? The thought of her pain and betrayal made my chest tighten with dread. I picked up my phone again, rereading the message, hoping I could find some hidden context that would make it all make sense. But it was as clear as it was disturbing. My immediate reaction was to delete it, pretend it never happened, but I knew that wasn't an option. This was something that needed to be addressed, no matter how uncomfortable or painful it might be. I decided to take a walk to clear my head. As I stepped outside, the warm sun and fresh air did little to calm my racing thoughts. I walked aimlessly, my mind consumed by the dilemma. If I told Emily, it would devastate her. She was already dealing with the physical and emotional challenges of pregnancy. Adding this betrayal to the mix felt cruel and unfair. But keeping it from her wasn't an option either. I couldn't let her remain close to someone who would so easily undermine her trust. As I walked, I considered my options. I could confront Sarah directly, demanding an explanation and warning her to never approach me like that again. But what if she denied it or twisted the story? I needed to be careful, to ensure that whatever happened next was handled with the utmost care and consideration for Emily's well-being. I sat down on a park bench, taking deep breaths to steady myself. I thought about calling a friend for advice but dismissed the idea. This was too personal, too sensitive to involve anyone else. I needed to figure this out on my own. My priority was clear: protecting Emily and our unborn child. But how to do that without causing more harm was the real challenge. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I had to talk to Sarah first. I needed to understand her motives, to make her see the gravity of her actions. Maybe she didn't fully grasp the impact of what she was suggesting. Perhaps there was a way to address this without destroying the relationship between the sisters. With a plan forming in my mind, I headed back home. The walk had helped clear my thoughts, but the knot of anxiety in my stomach remained. As I reached our front door, I took a deep breath and steeled myself for the confrontation. I typed out a message to Sarah, keeping it as neutral as possible. "Hey Sarah, can we talk? I got your message, and I think we need to clear some things up. Let's meet for coffee later today." I hit send and waited, my heart pounding. Within minutes, Sarah replied, agreeing to meet at a nearby cafe in an hour. I spent the next 60 minutes pacing the living room, rehearsing what I would say, and trying to anticipate her reactions. My mind was a whirlwind of emotions, but I knew I had to stay calm and collected. At the cafe, I arrived early and chose a quiet corner table, away from prying eyes and ears. When Sarah walked in, she looked cheerful, almost oblivious to the storm her message had caused. She sat down across from me, her smile faltering slightly when she saw the seriousness in my expression. "Sarah, we need to talk about the message you sent me this morning," I began, my voice steady but firm. "I need to understand why you would say something like that." Her eyes widened, and she seemed to shrink into her seat. "Jason, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I thought you might need someone to talk to, and I didn't want you to feel alone." I shook my head, trying to keep my frustration in check. Offering to be there for emotional support is one thing, but what you suggested goes way beyond that. It's completely inappropriate, and it feels like a betrayal to Emily. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked down at her hands. "I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I thought I could help." "Help? By suggesting we sleep together?" I asked incredulously. "Sarah, this isn't just about me. It's about Emily, too. How do you think she would feel if she knew?" Sarah's face crumpled, and she started to cry. "I don't know. I wasn't thinking. I care about you both so much, and I thought maybe I could be there for you in ways she can't right now." I sighed, feeling a mix of anger and pity. "Look, Sarah, I get that you care about us, but this isn't the way to show it. You need to understand that what you did was wrong. Emily is your sister, and she trusts you. We all need to support each other, especially now." Sarah nodded, wiping her tears. "You're right. I'm so sorry, Jason. I promise I won't ever say anything like that again. Please don't tell Emily. It would break her heart." I looked at her, struggling with my own emotions. "I'll think about it, but I can't promise anything. My first priority is Emily and our baby. You need to understand that." As I walked back home, my mind was still in turmoil. I had confronted Sarah, but the dilemma remained. Should I tell Emily and risk shattering her relationship with her sister, or should I keep it to myself and hope Sarah never crossed that line again? The weight of the decision pressed heavily on me, and I knew there was no easy answer. My love and dedication to Emily and our unborn child would guide me, but the path forward was fraught with uncertainty and pain. Disappointed by my boyfriend's empty promises, I decided to have an abortion behind his back to free myself. My name is Emily, and I am a 27-year-old woman. My boyfriend, Mark, is 32. We met at a mutual friend's housewarming party about 8 months ago. The attraction was immediate. He was charming, with a captivating smile and a warm personality that drew me in from the moment we started talking. We spent the entire evening engrossed in conversation, sharing stories about our lives, our passions, and our dreams for the future. By the end of the night, Mark had asked for my number, and I felt a flutter of excitement that I hadn't experienced in a long time. Our first few dates were magical. Mark was attentive, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. We enjoyed romantic dinners, spontaneous weekend getaways, and long walks in the park. Everything felt like it was straight out of a fairy tale. We quickly grew close, and it wasn't long before I found myself falling for him. 3 months into our relationship, we experienced an unexpected turn of events. Despite using contraception diligently, I found out I was pregnant. I was in shock when I saw the 2 lines on the pregnancy test. I remember staring at the test in my bathroom, my heart pounding in my chest. My thoughts raced as I tried to process the reality of the situation. Pregnant. Despite using contraception, I was pregnant. I called Mark immediately. He picked up on the second ring, his voice cheerful as always. When I told him the news, there was a moment of silence. I held my breath, unsure of how he would react. Then to my surprise, he let out a joyous laugh. "Emily, this is incredible news," he exclaimed. He promised to come over right away. When he arrived, he enveloped me in a tight hug, whispering reassurances and talking excitedly about our future. His enthusiasm was infectious, and for a brief moment, I allowed myself to believe that everything would be all right. The first few weeks were a roller coaster. Physically, I felt exhausted all the time. Morning sickness hit me hard, and I found myself running to the bathroom at all hours. My sense of smell became incredibly sensitive, and certain foods that I used to love now made me nauseous. My breasts were tender, and I felt bloated and uncomfortable in my own skin. These physical changes were a constant reminder of the new life growing inside me. Emotionally, I was a mess. One minute I felt excited about the possibility of becoming a mother, and the next, I was overwhelmed with fear and doubt. I worried about how this would affect my career, my social life, and my relationship with Mark. I had always been independent, and the thought of being responsible for another human being was daunting. Mark, on the other hand, seemed thrilled about the pregnancy. He talked endlessly about our future together, painting a rosy picture of us living in a cozy apartment, raising our child with love and care. He promised that we would move in together soon and that he would propose before the baby was born. His words were like a balm to my anxious mind, and I clung to them desperately, hoping that they would come true. However, as the weeks went by, I began to notice a troubling pattern. Mark's promises remained just that, promises. He continued to talk about our future, but there was no concrete action to back up his words. We were still living separately, and every time I brought up the topic of moving in together, he would brush it off with vague reassurances. "Don't worry, Emily. We'll figure it out soon," he would say with a charming smile. The more I thought about it, the more my concerns grew. I started to doubt Mark's commitment and reliability. It was easy for him to talk about a perfect future, but when it came to making real plans, he seemed hesitant and non-committal. I felt increasingly isolated and alone in this journey. The physical symptoms of pregnancy were challenging enough, but the emotional toll was even harder to bear. I tried to express my worries to Mark, but our conversations always ended the same way, with him reassuring me that everything would be fine. "I love you, Emily. We're going to be a great family," he would say, pulling me into his arms. I wanted to believe him, but his lack of action spoke louder than his words. As the first trimester progressed, my anxiety intensified. I began to feel a growing sense of dread about the future. What if Mark never followed through on his promises? What if I ended up raising this child on my own? The thought of being a single mother terrified me. I had seen how challenging it was for my friends who were single parents, and I knew that I wasn't strong enough to handle it alone. The turning point came one evening when Mark showed up at my apartment unannounced. He had somehow found my address on my driver's license and decided to pay me a surprise visit. I was taken aback by his sudden appearance, and my initial happiness quickly turned to unease. He had come over to talk about the pregnancy again, but this time, his demeanor was different. He seemed more intense, almost desperate. "Emily, I've been thinking," he began, his eyes fixed on mine. "I know you're worried about the future, but I want you to trust me. We can do this together." I sighed, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach. "Mark, I want to believe you, but you haven't taken any steps to make this work. We're still living apart, and there are no concrete plans for us to move in together." He took my hands in his grip firm. "I promise you, Emily. I'll make it happen. Just give me a little more time." But time was something I didn't have. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that I couldn't base my future and the future of my child on empty promises. I needed stability, certainty, and a partner who would be there for me every step of the way. That night, after Mark left, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The weight of my decision pressed down on me, and I knew that I had to do what was best for me and my future. I couldn't rely on Mark to change. His words were comforting, but his actions told a different story. I had to face the reality that I might be alone in this journey. The decision to have an abortion was not one I made lightly. It was the culmination of countless sleepless nights, tears, and an overwhelming sense of fear and uncertainty. As the weeks of my first trimester passed, I found myself grappling with an inner turmoil that grew more intense with each passing day. I began by weighing the pros and cons of my situation. On one hand, there was the undeniable joy and excitement that Mark felt about the pregnancy. His enthusiasm was contagious, and for brief moments, I allowed myself to imagine a future where we were a happy family. But those moments were fleeting, overshadowed by a growing list of concerns that haunted my thoughts. One of my biggest fears was the prospect of single motherhood. Despite Mark's promises, his actions showed a lack of commitment. He spoke passionately about our future, yet he failed to take any concrete steps toward making those promises a reality. We were still living separately, and every attempt to discuss moving in together was met with vague reassurances. I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that if I went through with the pregnancy, I might end up raising this child on my own. Financial stability was another major concern. While I had a steady job, the cost of raising a child was daunting. Without a clear plan from Mark and no guarantee of his financial or emotional support, I felt the weight of potential financial strain pressing down on me. I knew that bringing a child into the world under such uncertain circumstances was not a decision to be taken lightly. As I contemplated my options, I also considered my own mental and emotional well-being. The physical changes of pregnancy were already taking a toll on me, and I was struggling to cope with the added stress. The thought of navigating the challenges of pregnancy and motherhood alone filled me with dread. I had always prided myself on being strong and independent, but this situation was pushing me to my limits. Despite these fears, Mark's excitement about the baby added immense pressure. He frequently talked about how wonderful it would be to have a child together, and he seemed oblivious to my growing anxiety. Whenever I tried to express my concerns, he would dismiss them with optimistic reassurances. "We'll figure it out, Emily. Everything will be fine," he would say, his eyes shining with hope. But his optimism felt more like a burden than a comfort. I began to feel suffocated by the weight of his expectations and my own fears. I knew that if I told him about my doubts, he would try to convince me to keep the baby. The thought of facing his disappointment and potential anger was unbearable. I had already seen a glimpse of his reaction when he showed up unannounced at my apartment to talk about the pregnancy. His desperation to keep the baby was clear, and I feared that any discussion about abortion would only intensify his efforts to persuade me otherwise. As my second trimester approached, I knew I had to make a decision. The clock was ticking, and I couldn't afford to delay any longer. After many sleepless nights and tearful conversations with myself, I decided that an abortion was the best choice for me. It was a heart-wrenching decision, but I knew that I needed to prioritize my own well-being and future. With my decision made, I began the secret preparations for the abortion. I researched clinics and found one that was reputable and had a supportive staff. I scheduled an appointment, feeling a mix of relief and dread. The days leading up to the procedure were filled with a whirlwind of emotions. I felt guilty for not telling Mark, but I knew that I couldn't handle the added pressure of his reaction. This was something I needed to do on my own terms. On the day of the abortion, I woke up feeling a sense of heavy finality. I knew that this decision would change my life forever, but I also felt a strange sense of empowerment. I was taking control of my future, making a choice that I believed was best for me. I arrived at the clinic early, my heart pounding in my chest. The waiting room was quiet, filled with other women who were likely experiencing similar emotions. The staff at the clinic were kind and understanding, which helped ease some of my anxiety. They explained the procedure to me, answered my questions, and offered words of support. Despite their reassurances, I couldn't shake the feeling of fear and sadness that lingered in the back of my mind. As I was prepped for the procedure, I closed my eyes and tried to calm my racing thoughts. The physical aspects of the abortion were uncomfortable, but it was the emotional toll that was the hardest to bear. I felt a mix of relief and sorrow as the procedure was completed. I knew I had made the right choice for myself, but it didn't make the experience any less painful. After the procedure, I was taken to a recovery room where I sat quietly, letting the reality of what had just happened sink in. I felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness, but also a glimmer of hope. I had taken control of my life and made a decision that I believed was best for my future. The staff checked on me periodically, offering words of comfort and support. When I was finally able to leave the clinic, I stepped outside into the fresh air, feeling a mix of exhaustion and relief. The sun was shining, and for the first time in weeks, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. I knew that the road ahead would be challenging, but I also felt stronger, more resilient. Telling Mark about the abortion was one of the hardest things I had to do. I knew that his reaction would likely be negative, But I also knew that I couldn't keep it from him forever. The evening after the procedure, I sat on my couch, phone in hand, trying to muster the courage to call him. My mind was a whirlwind of emotions: relief, fear, guilt, and sorrow. Finally I dialed his number. He answered on the third ring, his voice cheerful as he greeted me. The sound of his happiness felt like a knife to my heart. Taking a deep breath, I said, "Mark, we need to talk. I made a decision today. I had an abortion." There was a long silence on the other end of the line. When he finally spoke, his voice was strained and shaky. "Emily, why didn't you tell me? We could have figured something out together." I tried to explain my reasons, my fears of single motherhood, and the lack of concrete support from him. I told him how I had been feeling overwhelmed and unsupported, how I needed to make a decision that was right for me. But my words seemed to fall on deaf ears. His initial reaction was a mix of shock and disappointment, and he struggled to comprehend why I hadn't included him in the decision-making process. In the days that followed, Mark's reaction evolved. Initially, he seemed to try to understand, though he was clearly hurt. He promised to be there for me and to support me through the emotional aftermath. He said that he still loved me and that we could work through this together. For a brief moment, I believed him. I wanted to believe that we could find a way to move forward. However, his promises of support quickly faded. My birthday was a few weeks after the abortion, and Mark had promised to get me a special gift. He asked me to choose something I liked and assured me he would pay me back if I bought it first. I found a beautiful necklace that I had been eyeing for months and decided it would be a perfect birthday gift. I bought it and sent him the receipt, trusting that he would keep his word. Weeks passed, and Mark still hadn't reimbursed me for the necklace. Whenever I brought it up, he would deflect or come up with excuses. "I'm really busy at work right now, Emily. I'll get to it soon," he would say. But soon never came. Instead, his attitude towards me began to shift dramatically. Mark started to express feelings of trauma and anger over the abortion. He accused me of making a selfish decision and not trusting him enough to be part of the process. His initial understanding was replaced by a growing resentment. He began to lash out at me verbally, using the abortion as a weapon in our arguments. "You killed our baby without even giving me a say," he would say, his voice filled with bitterness. The emotional abuse escalated, and I found myself walking on eggshells around him. Every conversation seemed to circle back to the abortion, and he used it as a justification for his hurtful behavior. He began to insult me, calling me heartless and selfish. His words cut deep, and I struggled to reconcile the man who had once been so loving and supportive with the person he had become. One night, during yet another heated argument about the abortion, I brought up the necklace again, hoping he would at least keep that small promise. His response shocked me. "I'm not giving you a dime, Emily. You don't deserve it after what you did," he spat, his eyes cold and unyielding. I was stunned. The necklace had become a symbol of his broken promises and the growing chasm between us. His refusal to return the money was not just about the gift. It was a clear message that he no longer cared about our relationship or my feelings. As the days turned into weeks, the emotional toll of Mark's behavior weighed heavily on me. I felt isolated and alone, struggling to cope with the aftermath of the abortion and the disintegration of our relationship. The man who had once promised me the world was now a source of pain and anguish. His transformation from a supportive boyfriend to an emotionally abusive partner was heartbreaking. I realized that I couldn't continue to live like this. Mark's refusal to support me, both emotionally and financially, was a clear indication that our relationship was beyond repair. I had to make a difficult decision once again. This time, to prioritize my own mental health and well-being. Ending the relationship with Mark was painful, but it was necessary. I was in a very bad state, but everyone's support helped me feel better. I almost wanted to commit suicide because of my decision, but today is the first day I feel like life is worth living again. I couldn't allow myself to be dragged down by his bitterness and anger. I needed to heal and move forward, free from the toxic environment that our relationship had become. The decision to have an abortion and the subsequent breakup with Mark were incredibly challenging, but they also taught me the importance of self-care and making difficult choices for my own happiness. Looking back, I know that I made the right decision. It wasn't easy, and the emotional scars will take time to heal, but I am stronger and more resilient because of it. I have learned to trust my instincts and to prioritize my own well-being, even in the face of adversity. If I knew my husband would break our agreement, I wouldn't have agreed to have his child. Should I get a divorce? My name is Emily, and I'm a 36-year-old neurologist who finds immense joy and fulfillment in my work. Every day, I have the privilege of helping patients navigate some of the most challenging moments of their lives. The road to my current position wasn't easy. It was fraught with obstacles and setbacks. As a troubled teenager, I struggled academically and personally, never imagining that I would one day become a doctor. My journey began with remedial classes at a local community college, where I slowly but steadily built up my academic credentials. Through sheer determination and countless hours of hard work, I eventually gained acceptance into medical school at the age of 26. This achievement was a turning point in my life, and I was overjoyed to finally be on the path to fulfilling my dream. During my third year of medical school, I met James, a charming and supportive man who would later become my husband. James, now 37, works in marketing, and despite our different career paths, we bonded over our shared values and mutual respect for each other's ambitions. From the very beginning, I was honest with James about my uncertainty regarding having biological children. My dream had always been to adopt from foster care, driven by a desire to provide a loving home to children in need. James seemed to understand and respect this, and it became a cornerstone of our relationship. Our relationship blossomed quickly, and we got married 4 years ago in a beautiful, intimate ceremony surrounded by close friends and family. Our marriage was built on a foundation of mutual respect, understanding, and a shared vision for our future. In our early discussions about starting a family, I reiterated my preference for adoption. James at the time was supportive of this idea, and we both agreed that when the time was right, we would open our home to a child in need. However, life has a way of throwing curveballs, and our plans began to shift when James's best friend had a baby boy last year. Seeing the joy that a biological child brought into his friend's life, James started to express a stronger desire to have a child of our own. I was initially resistant to the idea, especially since I was just beginning to establish myself in my career as an attending physician. I wanted to wait a few more years before revisiting the topic of children, but fate had other plans for us. Our lives took a surprising turn in August of last year when I discovered I was pregnant. It happened unexpectedly due to a condom breaking during sex, and the realization hit me like a ton of bricks. As someone who had always been cautious and responsible, this news was shocking and overwhelming. My initial reaction was to consider an abortion. I was just beginning to establish myself as an attending physician, and the timing felt all wrong. I loved my job, and I wasn't ready to put my career on hold. James and I had many long, heartfelt conversations in the days following the discovery. He was incredibly supportive and understanding of my feelings, but I could see the excitement and longing in his eyes at the thought of becoming a father. He shared his dreams of what our life could look like with a child and assured me that we could make it work. Despite my reservations, I began to see the potential joy a baby could bring into our lives. After much soul-searching and many late-night talks, we decided to keep the baby. One of the pivotal points in our decision was the agreement on childcare. We knew that balancing a new baby with my demanding career would be challenging, but James was willing to make a significant sacrifice. He offered to quit his job and stay home with our daughter until she was old enough to start preschool. This plan made financial sense, as I earned 3 times his salary, and it would allow me to continue my work without interruption. My career as a neurologist was just taking off, and I couldn't bear the thought of stepping away from it. After 4 years of medical school and another 4 years of residency, I was finally practicing on my own. I was passionate about my work and felt a deep sense of fulfillment in helping my patients. The idea of staying home as a full-time mother didn't appeal to me at all. I respected stay-at-home mothers, but I knew it wasn't the right path for me. I would go crazy being at home all day, away from the stimulating and rewarding environment of my job. Another critical factor in our decision was my deep-seated mistrust of daycare centers. As a victim of molestation when I was young, I had significant trust issues. The thought of leaving my daughter in the hands of strangers when she wouldn't be able to express herself verbally was terrifying. I couldn't shake the fear that something bad might happen to her, and she wouldn't be able to tell us. James understood this fear and shared my concerns. He agreed that it was best for him to stay home with our daughter until she was old enough to communicate effectively. As the months went by and my pregnancy progressed, we both prepared for the arrival of our daughter with a mix of excitement and apprehension. We attended prenatal classes, set up the nursery, and read countless parenting books. James threw himself into his role as the soon-to-be primary caregiver, researching everything from baby care to early childhood development. We both knew that our lives were about to change dramatically, but we felt ready to face the challenges together. In the final weeks leading up to the birth, we grew closer as a couple, united by our shared commitment to our future family. We talked endlessly about our hopes and dreams for our daughter, imagining the life we would build for her. Despite the initial shock and uncertainty, we had found a way to embrace this unexpected journey, trusting in our love and partnership to guide us through the unknowns ahead. Our daughter Lily was born on a cool October morning, and the experience was both overwhelming and profoundly moving. The labor was long and exhausting, but the moment I heard her first cry, a wave of emotions washed over me. Holding her tiny fragile body in my arms for the first time, I felt a deep, unspoken connection that words could never fully capture. James was by my side throughout the entire process, his eyes filled with tears of joy as he held our newborn daughter. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated happiness that we would cherish forever. The initial weeks of parenthood were a whirlwind of sleepless nights, diaper changes, and constant feedings. Despite the exhaustion, we both felt an incredible sense of fulfillment. James quickly embraced his role as the primary caregiver, handling most of the nighttime feedings and diaper changes so that I could get some rest. He was a natural with Lily, soothing her with gentle words and rocking her to sleep in his arms. I was grateful for his unwavering support and dedication, which allowed me to recover and bond with our daughter during those early days. As the weeks passed, we gradually settled into a routine. I cherished the quiet moments when I could nurse Lily and watch her delicate features as she slept. Despite the challenges, the joy of seeing her first smile and hearing her soft coos made it all worthwhile. James and I worked as a team, navigating the ups and downs of new parenthood together. As Lily approached 9 weeks, I began preparing to return to my practice. The thought of resuming my work filled me with excitement and a sense of purpose. I had missed the intellectual stimulation and the satisfaction of helping my patients. Returning to my practice also meant reclaiming a part of my identity that extended beyond being a mother. I spent hours organizing my schedule, ensuring that everything would be in place for a smooth transition back to work. James, on the other hand, was adjusting to his new role with a mix of confidence and trepidation. He had taken to fatherhood remarkably well, but the reality of being the primary caregiver was starting to set in. We discussed the logistics of my return to work, and he assured me that he was ready to take on the full responsibility of caring for Lily during the day. His initial reactions were supportive, but I could sense an underlying anxiety about the significant change in his daily life. To ease the transition, we set up a detailed schedule and list of tasks to help James manage his new responsibilities. We also discussed the importance of communication and supporting each other through this new phase. I made sure to reassure him that we were in this together and that I would always be there to help and support him. As my return to work drew closer, I felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. I was eager to reconnect with my colleagues and patients, but the thought of leaving Lily, even in James's capable hands, tugged at my heart. We were embarking on a new chapter in our lives, one that required balance, understanding, and a deep commitment to our family. Together, we faced the future with hope and determination, ready to embrace whatever challenges and joys lay ahead. As the time came for me to attend a medical conference out of state, I felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. The conference was a prestigious event where I could learn about the latest advancements in neurology, connect with colleagues, and present my own research. It was my first major professional engagement since Lily's birth, and I was eager to immerse myself in the stimulating environment of my field. However, leaving Lily and James for the weekend was a daunting prospect. I trusted James completely, but I knew it would be a challenging experience for him to handle everything on his own. The conference itself was everything I had hoped for and more. The sessions were enlightening, and I felt invigorated by the new knowledge and ideas being shared. I reconnected with old friends and made new contacts, all while proudly sharing stories and pictures of Lily with anyone who would listen. Despite the excitement, a part of me missed my family terribly. I called James frequently, checking in on how he and Lily were managing. Each time, he assured me that everything was fine, though I sensed a hint of strain in his voice. When I returned home late Sunday evening, I found James looking more exhausted than usual. The house was tidy, and Lily was peacefully sleeping in her crib, but something about his demeanor seemed off. I decided to wait until the next day to ask him about it, giving him the space to unwind from what must have been a long weekend. The next morning, after Lily had gone down for her nap, I gently pressed James to tell me what was on his mind. At first, he shrugged it off, but with some coaxing, he finally opened up. Instead of the tears and vulnerability I expected, he erupted into anger. "I can't do this anymore, Emily. I'm not your damn nanny." His outburst took me by surprise. This was a side of James I hadn't seen before. "James, what are you talking about?" I asked, my voice trembling with a mix of confusion and fear. "I'm talking about being stuck here with a baby all day while you get to go off and live your dream. Do you have any idea how trapped I feel? How miserable I've been?" His words were like daggers, each one cutting deeper than the last. Hearing his anger, I felt a mix of guilt and concern. I knew that taking care of a baby was challenging, but I hadn't fully appreciated the extent of his struggles. "James, we agreed on this. You said you'd stay home with Lily. We discussed it thoroughly." "That was before I realized how impossible this is," he snapped. "I want my life back. I want to go back to work. You can take care of her or put her in daycare." The mention of daycare triggered my deep-seated fears, and I immediately felt a wave of panic. "Daycare? You know how I feel about that. I can't leave her with strangers, not when she can't even tell us if something's wrong." James's frustration was palpable. So what then, Emily? Do I just waste away here while you get to be the hero at work? This isn't fair. The conversation became more intense as we struggled to find common ground. I expressed my unwillingness to leave my practice and work from home, a lifestyle I had always rejected. James, in turn, felt cornered and desperate, unsure of how to balance his well-being with our family's needs. The stress and exhaustion of the past weeks had clearly taken a toll on both of us. At one point, overwhelmed by frustration and fear, I lost my composure and screamed, "If I knew you were going to back out of your promise to take care of our daughter, I would have never had your child." The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted them. The hurt and betrayal on James's face were immediate and heartbreaking. The argument that ensued was one of the most intense and emotional moments of our marriage. James looked at me, his face a mask of anger and pain. "How dare you say that? Do you think I wanted this? To be trapped here while you chase your dreams? I'm drowning, Emily." His words, though harsh, felt like a betrayal. I had relied on his promise to take care of Lily, and now he was suggesting alternatives that terrified me. "So what do you want me to do, James?" I shot back, my voice rising. "You want me to leave the job I've worked so hard for? Or put Lily in daycare where something terrible could happen to her?" James shook his head, his frustration evident. "I'm not asking you to give up your career. But maybe we need to reconsider our options. Maybe daycare isn't as bad as we think. Or perhaps you could work from home for a while, just until we find a better solution." The idea of leaving Lily in daycare or working from home was something I had vehemently opposed from the start. The trauma from my past made the thought of daycare unbearable, and working from home felt like a prison sentence to me. I felt my anger bubbling over again. "You don't get it, do you? I can't just compromise my career, James, and I won't put Lily in daycare, I just won't." James's face hardened, and he took a step back. "You're being unreasonable. You can't have everything your way, Emily. This is a partnership, or at least it's supposed to be." The argument continued, with both of us voicing our fears, frustrations, and desires. The more we talked, the more I realized how much pressure we were both under. James was genuinely struggling, feeling trapped and overwhelmed by the demands of being the primary caregiver. And I was clinging desperately to my career, terrified of losing the identity I had worked so hard to build. Eventually, the heat of the argument subsided, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. I sat down, feeling emotionally drained and raw. "I'm sorry, James," I said softly. "I shouldn't have yelled. I'm scared. I'm scared of what might happen to Lily, and I'm scared of losing myself." James nodded, his eyes filled with a mix of anger and sadness. "I know, Emily. I'm scared too. But we need to find a way to make this work for all of us. We're a team, remember?" As I reflected on the argument, I realized how much I had overreacted. My deep love for Lily and my fear for her safety had clouded my judgment. Despite the conflict, I knew I wouldn't trade her for anything in the world. She was the center of our lives, and we both wanted what was best for her. However, James's change of heart had left me feeling betrayed. I had counted on his promise, and now it felt like the ground beneath me was shifting. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling of disappointment and betrayal. I loved James, and I knew he loved me. But we were both struggling to adjust to our new reality. I realized that we needed to have more open and honest conversations about our expectations and fears. It wasn't just about making practical decisions. It was about understanding and supporting each other through this challenging time. We had reached a crossroads in our relationship and in our roles as parents. The path ahead was uncertain, but I knew that if we could find a way to work together and compromise, we could navigate this new chapter in our lives. Our love for each other and for Lily would guide us, but it would require patience, understanding, and a willingness to adapt. Brother made my life hell, then got my wife pregnant. Now he wants my help after our parents disowned him and left me their $2 million inheritance. My younger brother, David, has always harbored a deep-seated resentment towards me. If you think it stemmed from jealousy, you'd be wrong. He was the favored child, not me. There was no reason for him to be envious. To give you some context, our mother always indulged David. He was the golden child of our family. She cooked his meals, did his laundry, and even asked me to help him with his schoolwork. I was expected to assist him simply because we were family, but I never received the same consideration. I accepted this, as I was quite independent. Perhaps it was partly my fault for always meeting his needs without expecting anything in return. He never helped me when I needed it, and only approached me when he wanted something. While I was a quiet, introverted kid who enjoyed studying and keeping to myself, he was loud and rough, just like our dad. I also tend to be straightforward and honest, never sugarcoating things. I believe my mother may have developed a negative perception of me because of my straightforwardness. This favoritism made David the family's darling, and I didn't mind it while we were growing up. However, problems began when he started bullying and mocking me for being different from him. He would tease me about my height and the fact that I wore glasses. He would sneak into my room, read my diary, and then complain to my mom about what I had written. When I yelled at him and complained to our parents about him invading my privacy, they would laugh it off, saying it wasn't a big deal. He did more awful things, like nearly breaking my glasses and putting nasty things in my food. He even once put little stones in my cereal, but luckily, I found them before they could damage my teeth. When I told my mom, she dismissed it, saying this is how brothers bond. Whenever we fought, David would zero in on my insecurities to insult me. We went to the same school, so he knew I was being bullied by a few kids. Instead of supporting me, he sided with the bullies, calling me names like ugly loser or hairy monkey, and encouraging them to physically harm me, saying I was just a big failure. Another time, during a fight over something trivial that I can't even remember, he told me to kill myself. While I could easily brush off most insults, that one really hurt because I was struggling with my mental health at the time. I'm doing better now, but it was devastating to hear that my own brother wanted me dead. Since Dad was often at work and Mom didn't seem to care much, she even scolded me once, claiming it was my fault for irritating him. Things progressively worsened. During high school, there was a shocking incident when David attempted to set my hair on fire, and unbelievably, our mother defended him, claiming he was merely playing. Seriously, who behaves like that? Thankfully, my dad eventually sided with me and pointed out the gravity of the situation. He even threatened to call the police on David. This moment was a real eye-opener for my brother, as he had never faced any consequences for his actions before. He was genuinely stunned, and my dad made it clear that enough was enough and that David needed to start respecting his older brother. Later, Dad came into my room to talk. I never expected his support because he always told David how similar they were, which was true. Dad admitted that he had waited for years, hoping David would mature, but he was slowly realizing that David was becoming a big bully. Hearing this from my dad was incredibly validating, and I almost broke down in tears. I confessed everything David had done to me over the years and even mentioned the bullying at school. My dad was shocked at how much I had endured. The next day, he spoke to the principal to ensure the bullies were warned about severe consequences if they continued. Later that evening, Dad enrolled me in MMA at our local gym, telling me I needed to man up and stand up to bullies in my life. I admit that a nerdy kid like me trying to learn to fight might have seemed laughable, but I was very focused. I managed my time well to balance my studies and daily workouts, and the MMA classes completely changed my life and physique. One day, David was up to his antics again. He stole my pocket money, which we received for helping with chores. I had been saving it for a while. David sneaked into my room and took it. I caught him just as he was about to cycle off with his friends. I demanded he return my money, but David mocked me, saying all I could do was run to Daddy for help. I don't know what came over me, but I punched him in the face. He was stunned, fell backward, and I retrieved my money from his pocket before throwing him back down. David started crying loudly, which was quite comical. However, my mother rushed out to help him and find out what happened. When she learned I had fought him, she was surprised and reprimanded me, saying I should be a better role model for David, who seemed to enjoy seeing me scolded. My mother also complained to my dad about my behavior, saying I needed to be controlled. My dad grimly asked both of us to explain ourselves. I told him how David had stolen the money I had worked hard for and saved, while David tried to justify it by saying he needed the money for a date, and that as his brother, I should help him. However, Dad told David he was lucky I only punched him for stealing because anyone else would have called the police. He continued to tell David that he had no right to take others' things without their consent. David didn't like that and threw a tantrum, likely hoping our mother would side with him, but Dad remained firm. When David realized he wasn't going to be punished for being hit, he screamed how much he hated me and ran back to his room, locking himself in. Following that incident, David began to distance himself from me. He had finally understood that he couldn't bully me anymore, and that even Dad had stopped supporting his antics. For the first time in a long while, I felt like we were equals. Though he could no longer physically harm me, he resorted to verbal insults when our parents weren't around. His behavior worsened with age, becoming angrier and more short-tempered each year. When I approached him with a question, he would ignore me and walk away, muttering insults like nerd or loser under his breath. If he needed to communicate something, he would relay it through our mother instead of speaking to me directly. When I questioned her about why David couldn't just talk to me, she would urge me to be more understanding. I couldn't tell if it was just puberty or genuine hatred. Over time, dealing with his comments became unbearable, and I longed to move out and get away from him. I repeatedly asked my mother to mediate a sit-down conversation for us to resolve our issues, But she always refused, saying she didn't want to get involved. When I asked her opinion on why David treated me this way, she would brush off the question. Eventually, I left for my dream university, having earned a scholarship as a top student. My dad threw a party for me, and even my mom seemed proud. However, David remained aloof and distant, barely acknowledging my achievements. The day I left for university was a mix of excitement for the future and relief to escape the toxic home environment. The first few months at university were liberating. I made new friends, enjoyed my classes, and started to build a life separate from the oppressive atmosphere of my childhood. The constant fear of David's verbal attacks lifted, giving me a newfound sense of peace. During my second year, I met my wife Karen at a frat party through a friend, and we immediately clicked. Coming from a religious background, having kids outside of marriage was frowned upon. However, when we discovered she was pregnant in our final year, we decided to marry right after graduation. Our wedding was a small but joyful ceremony. Our parents were happy for us, and we enjoyed the celebration. At that moment, I believed Karen was the love of my life. I had always envisioned a monogamous relationship, one woman to come home to and share my life with. Despite other women showing interest over the years, I never pursued anything because I was genuinely content in my marriage. Karen was my dream girl, and I never wanted to hurt her. However, I later uncovered 2 incidents of infidelity in our marriage. One was an intermittent affair with her married co-worker that spanned several years, and the other was a brief fling with an ex-boyfriend during a visit to her family. Some might think I was naive, and looking back, I can't completely disagree. Each time we separated for a while, I chose to forgive my wife. I didn't want to raise our child in a broken home and believed we could overcome these obstacles. The affair with her co-worker happened when we were young, and I attributed it to youthful mistakes and poor judgment. For a period, things seemed to get better. Although I could never fully trust her again, I did my best to set aside my doubts, knowing that if I chose to forgive, I had to genuinely work toward a fresh start. It's been 4 years since her second betrayal, and I felt confident in my decision to give her another chance. Karen seemed to have changed, and we were genuinely happy, planning our family's future. However, 3 months ago, my world was shattered once more when she revealed that she had been having a long-term affair and suggested that our son might not be mine. Her words struck me like a ton of bricks. A mix of shock, betrayal, and disbelief overwhelmed me. I struggled to comprehend the enormity of her confession. In a daze, I managed to ask why she had kept such a significant secret and how she could have done something so devastating. Her reaction was cold and indifferent, as if she were detached from the pain she caused. Her vague responses left me with more questions than answers. It was a surreal and painful moment, confronting the shattered trust and uncertainty about my own family. I continued to press Karen for the truth because I felt I deserved to know the father of the child I had been raising since birth. Ultimately, she admitted it was David. My eyes widened in shock as I asked Karen what she meant. She explained that she and David had become friends when I introduced her to my family, and she stayed with us from Thanksgiving until New Year's. David, usually cold to me, was warm and polite towards her, which made me glad because I didn't want Karen to feel unwelcome. Karen wanted to be accepted into my family, so she spent significant time with my mom whenever possible. She noticed the rift between David and me and questioned me about it. I opened up about our strained relationship and explained that we might never repair it due to his unresolved feelings. Karen understood but started including David in our outings, hoping it would help us bond. Whenever we planned to watch a movie, she invited David, and we watched whatever he chose. During this time, David and I exchanged a few words, which was an improvement compared to his usual silent treatment. I remember Karen and David hanging out and playing video games together, but I never thought much of it. Karen told me that one day, David opened up to her about his struggles and a recent breakup. Feeling vulnerable, he struck up a friendship with her. She mentioned that he would harmlessly flirt with her when I wasn't around, and eventually, things escalated beyond her control. The vision of my wife and brother sleeping together made me feel sick. Karen confessed that she felt guilty afterward and left him, which matched her abrupt decision to go home instead of spending New Year's with me. Although I tried to convince her to stay, she was adamant about leaving. When we met back at college after the holidays, she was her usual cheerful self, so I didn't question anything. 2 weeks later, we found out she was pregnant. Karen admitted she didn't know if the child was mine or David's, and with no way to prove it, she chose to stay with me, knowing I was the more dependable brother. This was why we got married. My world felt like it was crashing down. The son I loved might not even be mine. I asked Karen if she had been sleeping with David recently, and she slowly nodded. She revealed that they had always stayed in touch because their chemistry was undeniable. They would sneak off to hotels, lying to me about working overtime. She admitted that half of her business trips were actually romantic getaways with him. I asked why she married me if she wanted my brother, and Karen said she didn't want to be the one to break off the marriage. She saw me as a wonderful father to our son and decided to stay. In her words, she made a mistake and didn't know when to stop. I told Karen I was glad she told me the truth but that I was going to pack up and leave. She started crying, asking for forgiveness, and expected me to yell at her. Instead, I calmly packed my clothes. Karen insisted that if I loved her, I should fight for her and that mistakes happen in every marriage. When she realized I wasn't going to do anything, she changed tactics, saying our son would be affected by a divorce and that children shouldn't be raised in broken homes. I reminded her that I might not even be the father, which made her cry more and accuse me of being cruel. It seemed like she believed nothing could make me want to leave the marriage. Perhaps it was partly my fault for letting things slide in the past. While I did love her, it felt more like it stemmed from thinking we had a son together and had been together since college. Karen kept insisting it wasn't too late to fix things, but I struggled to believe her and had no patience left. Trust was a major issue, and her words felt hollow. Even if I forgave her, I could never forget she slept with my brother. I've always believed in forgiving mistakes because we're all flawed, but this was beyond acceptable limits. I left her crying on the doorstep and checked into a hotel. The next day, I went straight to my parents and revealed everything about my wife's affair with David, explaining how they had been secretly sleeping together for years. The shock on their faces was undeniable. True to her nature, my mother initially tried to defend David, insisting that her boy could never do such a thing to his own brother. Determined to expose the truth, I asked my parents to remain silent and let me call David in front of them. I instructed them to stay quiet so I could catch David off guard, making him believe it was a private conversation. When David answered the phone, I confronted him about the affair. At first he vehemently denied it, refusing to accept any responsibility. However, when I told him that Karen had admitted to everything, he started blaming her, calling her characterless. He claimed it wasn't his fault if women were attracted to him and that he was the better-looking brother. I told him firmly that I would expose him to everyone. When David mocked me, saying no one would believe me because he was the golden child, I scoffed at his arrogance and thanked him for confirming the truth, knowing our parents had heard everything. David went quiet and then spluttered, trying to explain himself and salvage his image. My mother, still in shock, demanded an explanation from David. He stuttered through a feeble attempt to justify his actions, blaming everyone else but himself and desperately trying to shift the blame onto Karen. I could see my mother, who had once been protective of her favored son, now felt a mix of disappointment and anger. In that charged moment, I felt a strange sense of vindication. For years, I had endured David's torment. Now, the truth was out, and the roles were reversed. It was David who stood exposed, his actions laid bare for everyone to see. As David's words faltered, my father, usually reserved in his expressions, couldn't contain his disappointment. He asked me to pass him the phone and began to speak to David. "David," my father began, his voice laden with disappointment. "What you've done isn't just a betrayal of your brother, but a betrayal of this family. You slept with your brother's wife and continued the affair even after they were married. Your actions have severe consequences and have irreversibly shattered the trust we had in you. I raised both of you to value family, loyalty, and decency. What you've shown today defies everything I've tried to teach you." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink into David's conscience. "Your disregard for your brother's feelings and the lack of respect for his marriage are unacceptable. You've not only hurt him but also torn apart the bonds that hold our family together. Your mother and I are partly to blame for what you've become, but we will no longer tolerate this behavior. From today, you're cut off from the college funds I set up for you. You'll have to figure out how to pay your university fees on your own. I will also stop funding your lifestyle. Do you think it makes you more of a man to sleep with married women? Let's see how you manage without my money." Throughout this, I maintained a composed demeanor. Although I initially wanted to scream at David, watching my dad punish him was the ultimate vindication. I had exposed his true nature, and it was clear he had underestimated the consequences. My mother, despite David's persistent protests, continued to justify him, but my father swiftly ended the call, shutting down David's attempts to explain away his actions. Afterward, my mom approached me and hugged me. It had been a long time since we shared such a moment, but in that embrace, there was an unspoken understanding and support amid the family turmoil. She apologized for not believing me all this time. My 14-year-old self could never have imagined this moment, being vindicated and embraced by my mother. Following this, my dad helped me find a good lawyer to divorce Karen. She and her lawyer tried to fight dirty, asking for alimony since I earned more than her. But her affair played heavily in my favor. We also conducted a paternity test, and it was confirmed that David was indeed the father of the child. The news was incredibly painful, even worse than discovering Karen's infidelity. I was furious that the son I had loved and raised wasn't mine. However, I decided to stay strong. Karen begged me to continue visiting my son, arguing he shouldn't be punished for the situation, but I couldn't bear to see him. He reminded me too much of David, and I hated it. After my divorce was finalized, I felt a sense of freedom wash over me as I moved into my own bachelor pad. It felt surreal to live alone since I had married so young and never really had the chance to experience independence. However, my naturally independent nature allowed me to quickly adapt to my new lifestyle, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. 2 weeks ago, my dad called to tell me he was considering changing his will because he didn't want to leave anything to David. My dad is incredibly stubborn, and once he decided to cut David out of his life, he stuck to it. David tried reaching out to our parents and even showed up at their doorstep, begging for forgiveness, but they refused to let him in. Even my mother, who usually gave in to David's tantrums, seemed done with him, though it must have been hardest for her. David never texted me to apologize for what he had done, showing he didn't regret his actions. He was just upset about being cut off from our parents. Dad told me he planned to leave everything to me, ensuring David wouldn't contest it later. He would leave David only $1. My eyes widened in shock as my dad had worked hard his entire life. Including his assets, retirement fund, and life insurance, the total came to nearly $2 million. The only condition in his will was that if my dad passed away before my mom, she would continue living in their house, even though ownership would transfer to me. I didn't mind this, as I wanted to care for my mom in her final days. Somehow, David found out about this, and, unable to reach our parents, called me yesterday, trying to make amends. He explained how he was struggling with college and that after Karen discovered the paternity of the child, she had been pestering him for child support. He said he had no money and was looking for part-time jobs but couldn't find anything. He begged me to talk to our family to start fresh since he really needed my help. I laughed in his face and told him I was done with him. I reminded him that he should have thought about the consequences before sleeping with my wife and getting her pregnant. David argued that I was being unfair and that Karen was also to blame, to which I agreed. I reminded him that I had divorced her, making her his responsibility now. He shouldn't be calling me to complain about her or the child since these were the consequences of his own actions. David started to raise his voice, but I interrupted, reminding him that he was no longer the favored child in the family but the black sheep who had slept with his own brother's wife. At that moment, David began to cry, telling me how everyone, including our grandparents and relatives, had turned against him. While this was true, it was no longer my concern. I told him we were done and that he should never call me again since I no longer considered him my brother. Since then, I've replayed the conversation in my mind. Despite my hatred for my brother, I had never heard him cry, at least not since we were kids. I won't lie. It did hurt me a bit to see him so helpless. So, I guess I'm here to ask if I should talk to our parents about him or if I would be an asshole if I don't. Update 1. Hi everyone, many of you have been asking why I am no longer in contact with my son Henry, and some have even called me cruel. I need to explain that I am not comfortable raising another man's child. This isn't a stepson situation. I was led to believe Henry was my son, only to later discover he is actually my brother David's son. Naturally, this revelation hurt deeply, and I cried over it for days. The main reason I don't want any contact with Henry is that I no longer want Karen in my life. If I remain connected to her child, she will find a way to re-enter my life, and I need my space. You may think I'm cruel or selfish, but I can't see him ever again, at least not for a very long time. Update 2. Most of you correctly guessed that it was my mother who informed David about my dad changing his will, leading David to call me as a last resort to fix things. I confronted her in front of my dad, and she broke down, saying I had punished David enough and that he had learned his lesson. My dad firmly told my mother that if she believed what David did was forgivable, then he could no longer stay married to her because he could never forgive such a betrayal. This threat silenced my mother. My dad made it clear that if she ever talked with David again and we found out, she could pack her bags and leave. As I mentioned, my dad is very stubborn. Hopefully my mother will learn from her mistakes. Update 3. Reddit. It's been 5 months since my last update. My relationship with my parents has improved over the past few months. My dad and I go golfing every weekend, and he treats me more like a buddy than a son. Although my mother misses David, she has stayed away from him. The last I heard about David was from my cousin, who said David had been asking everyone for money, and eventually had to drop out of college because he couldn't afford the fees. He and Karen are living together, and he has a part-time job as a mechanic. Apparently they are raising Henry together, which is a good thing I guess. I never discuss David with my parents, and they don't bring him up either. For everyone asking, I am doing quite well. I was promoted at my job 2 months ago, so my salary has significantly improved. I haven't been dating anyone as I feel I still need time and space to heal. I've been going to therapy, so we'll see how that works out.
I broke up with my girlfriend because she wanted to stay a virgin. Now she wants to get back together but had sex with someone else during our breakup. I, a 23-year-old male, met my ex-girlfriend, a 21-year-old female, 3 years ago. We lived on campus at university in different halls of residence. After a few months, we got together and for the most part had a very happy relationship. There was always one issue though. My ex grew up in a very religious home. Her father is a pastor. She has been open with her family that she does not share their faith. They weren't happy about it but accepted that she has to make her own choices on that. Nevertheless, I think some of that religious upbringing was still in her mind. I grew up in a different religion but was never very serious about it and am no longer religious. Our relationship was pretty normal except that she told me very early that she was a virgin and wanted to stay that way until she was married. It wasn't for religious reasons, as I mentioned she isn't religious. But she was very focused on not disappointing her dad. We did other sexual things, just not intercourse. I never had much luck with girls growing up and going into the relationship I was a virgin. And I still am, at least if you classify being a virgin as never having had intercourse. Anyway, I was becoming more resentful of the fact that everyone I know was having normal sexual relationships and we weren't. I couldn't understand why she didn't want to have a full sexual relationship, though of course I never pressured her about it. I felt that while I was at university, and pretty broke, getting married was something for the future. Last year, I was in my last year of university and she was working in her first professional job. Her degree was shorter than mine, so she finished university first despite being younger than me. She was talking a lot about all these successful guys she met at work, which did make me feel lesser as I was still a broke university student. Coupled with her still not wanting a full sexual relationship, it did make me feel more resentful. We had some arguments about it and after a while I felt that I should end the relationship as we wanted different things and our lives were on different paths. It was awful. She was crying a lot and I felt terrible afterwards. Anyway, it has been nearly 6 months since we broke up. We haven't been in touch at all for most of that time. I have not been involved with anyone else in that time, as I was 100% focused on finishing my degree. I have finally finished university and am about to start my first professional job. She recently got in touch again and asked to meet up. I was hesitant but decided we had so much good history that I should hear her out. She told me she's been missing me terribly these past 6 months. That she thinks she wants to get back together and is open to having a sexual relationship now. I asked her why now. What changed? And she looked uncomfortable. After a little prying, she said she had a short-term fling with one of the older guys at work while we were broken up. Which of course was fine as she wasn't my girlfriend anymore. Anyway, she said he persisted with her until she started having sex with him. She ended it with him recently. She was clear that it was consensual, but that the guy was very persistent with pursuing sex with her. I was gutted. I couldn't understand why she'd make me wait all those years, but was fine doing it with some new guy she'd only been seeing a short time. I asked if the reason she was open to having a sexual relationship now is because she wasn't a virgin anymore. She said yes. I asked her to give me some space to process all this. I'm conflicted and would love some advice on this. I have missed her a lot and still have strong feelings for her. But at the same time it feels like I was strung along for years. It's hard to put my finger on why I don't want to take her back. Everything logically makes sense for us to get back together. I'd even get to finally have a sexual relationship with her. But I feel awful about this whole thing and don't want to ignore those feelings. Some of the comments are being very harsh on my ex. And I guess that's not surprising. You don't know her. She's not some evil manipulative villain. At all. I would never have been with anyone like that. She's still the funny, smart, charming, beautiful girl I always knew. Any guy would be lucky to have her. I would be too if I could handle the baggage here, but I'm thinking I probably can't and a clean break is the way to go. Though she may regret the relationship with the other man, it's not my business as she was a single woman and we broke up. I wasn't ever expecting to hear from her again really. This whole situation is very surprising to me. I'm feeling hurt because I guess this is a solid blow to my ego. That I feel like the lesser man here. I can own that, and that's something for me to work on. Ultimately I have some hang-ups about sex from this relationship that I need to deal with. A few people have suggested I could benefit from therapy. I'm going to look into that. I think I need help to process all these emotions from this situation. Relevant comments. I would ask her why she was willing to sleep with this guy after such a short relationship but after 3 years she was not willing to sleep with you. OP's reply, I think this is the right question. Because I don't know why, she didn't say. All she said was that the guy was persistent. I'm torn about whether to simply text her that I don't want to rekindle things and leave it all in the past. Or whether I should ask more questions about what happened. Because this hurts. I don't know if I'm ready to get details of her relationship with the other guy. Sometimes I just feel like I'm stunted in some way. A few comments have said I'm immature, and they're probably right. I know I'm the one who ended the relationship and that she's entitled to do what she wants with anyone else. Still doesn't make it hurt any less. And maybe it's just best to say goodbye and leave all this in the past. Update 1. Hello again. I appreciate people taking the time to comment on my last post. The response was a lot more than I expected, with over 2,000 comments. I'm amazed so many people wanted to comment about my situation. Thank you. Warning, this post is long. I have kept a daily journal since I was 16. A lot of what follows is dumped from my journal. Yes, I know I'm not concise. I'm going to refer to my ex as Ellie, not her real name. I'd like to write a bit about the comments because so many people took the time to provide their thoughts, and I appreciate that. The majority of comments were some variation of move on. A clean break. A strong recommendation with a lot to recommend it. A minority said give her a chance and see how it goes. Plenty calling me an arsehole for ending it because I wanted sex in our relationship, or for being obsessed with her virginity. That I dumped her because she wouldn't put out. And quite a few saying my breaking up with her made her feel like sex is necessary to keep a guy, and that it drove her heartbroken into the next guy's bed. There were a few she's pregnant comments. Not that I know of, it's not impossible, but if that happens it won't be anything to do with me. The dude's saying I should fuck her and leave her, or worse, seriously, some of you guys need a hug or a psychologist. No, I would never use her like that, no matter our past. Ellie and I were a loving couple for years. That counts for something even after we broke up. Feeling hurt doesn't justify using her, or anyone else for that matter. As for comments that I have some hang up about taking her virginity. My issue when together was that we weren't having sex in our relationship, not whether she was a virgin or not. Her being a virgin was her reason for being abstinent, but wasn't directly an issue either way to me. If she hadn't been a virgin and wanted to be abstinent, I would have been in the same situation. Bear in mind, for 3 years Ellie had everything she wanted from our relationship. Boyfriend, love, affection, loyalty, support, and a guy who respected her wishes to be abstinent. While she got 100% of what she wanted, for me there was a big element missing. And there was no way to reconcile that. Either we were having sex or not having it. Sex requires both to say yes, and that wasn't going to happen. With hindsight, I should have ended the relationship early on, when Ellie first told me she wanted to not have sex until marriage. When we got together, I was a naive 19-year-old who had never had a girlfriend before, so I kind of went along with things because I really liked her and got along with her so well. I fell in love with her and then kind of felt stuck in a relationship that wasn't what I wanted. I've learned from this and won't make that mistake in the future. I want to make active, not passive choices in future relationships. To not just go along with things because that's what the other person wants. Our views about sex in our relationship were not compatible, so I ended the relationship rather than waiting any longer hoping she'd change her mind. It was scary to take that step, and I put it off for way too long, because I didn't want to hurt her. But I couldn't stay in the relationship just for her. I had to also consider myself too. My mistake was waiting so long to get to that point. I regret that, as it caused her more hurt than if I'd ended it early on. Many of you say that sex just isn't that important. But for me it is, at least as part of a relationship. You can disagree. That's fine. Some people are fine being in no-sex relationships. No judgment from me, but that's not what I want. Some people took issue with me saying I felt she strung me along. On reflection, that's fair. Ellie was clear to me about wanting to not have sex until marriage. I foolishly stayed way too long hoping she'd change her mind one day. She didn't. That was my mistake. I strung myself along, really. She never led me on in any way. It hurt to learn that she had sex with the next guy relatively quickly after I waited so long. But she is my ex, so that is not my business anymore. She is allowed to change her mind. She can have sex, or not, with whoever she chooses. I don't get a say in that. My hurt is an emotional response, not a logical one. Logically, I see she did nothing wrong by me. I'll get over it. It's just my bruised ego if I'm honest with myself. Feeling I'm somehow a lesser man because she took that step with the next guy. I know objectively that isn't true, but I sure feel it. I was not a perfect boyfriend and I have made mistakes. I have learned from them. I don't regret breaking up with Ellie and still think it was the right decision for me. Enough background. A few things have happened. Last weekend was the Australia Day long weekend. I was on a camping trip, in the Grampians for any Aussies reading. It was so nice to be in nature, to do some bushwalks with friends and decompress. It felt good to talk about the Ellie situation with my mates around the campfire. Most of them knew Ellie pretty well from our years together and they had a range of views, just like the commenters on my post. And I got the usual good-natured shit about still being a virgin. I learned there's an expensive bottle of scotch they bought a while ago that's going to have its seal cracked when mine is. Bastards lol. One great question a friend asked was whether I would have ever decided to reach out and take Ellie back if she never reached out to me first. The answer is no. It was so obvious to me. That cut through a lot of the confusion for me. I was being too passive in this situation, and needed to do what I wanted. Not just react to what Ellie wanted. By the time I was on the way home, I had decided to not get back together with her. But that was moot. When I was driving home and got a mobile signal again, no mobile network where we had camped, the network delivered a bunch of messages from Ellie all at once. She said she was wrong to ask me to get back together and that she's back with Tim now. She also texted that the thing with Tim is more serious than she told me when she last met with me. She apologized for misleading me about her and Tim's relationship. If you remember, she called it a fling before. She asked if we could meet to talk about it. I was not happy so I just texted back no. Not very mature of me but I wasn't in the mood to hear more about all this. And I was surprised and pissed off that she lied to me. That seemed very out of character for her. She tried calling me but I didn't want to answer. She sent another text saying, Tim and I had a fight. I shouldn't have come to you. And finally, I'm sorry. When I got home I was an idiot and let my curiosity get the better of me. I looked up Tim online. His real given name is uncommon so it wasn't hard to find. Found him on LinkedIn which gave me his full name. Ellie is one of his connections and he works at the same firm so I was confident it's him. He's a director at their firm, one level below partner. He also has pics on Insta. Lots of posts about his adventures around the world at various events and exotic places, as well as shots with an expensive-looking car. A few photos of him with Ellie with their arms around each other in Singapore in November. I guess that confirms it was serious. He wouldn't have public pics with her for a casual fling. All that just made me feel bad. No good comes from comparing myself to my ex-successful boyfriend. Ellie is not my girlfriend and I'm not in competition with Tim. So I won't do that again. My ego's bruised enough already. I have been living a very frugal life my whole time at university, aka poor as fuck, so I know I can feel inferior when I see people with wealth. That's another problem for me, problem to sort out. Anyway, all that was on Sunday evening. On Tuesday evening, Ellie knocked at my door. She said that she knew I didn't want to talk to her, but she felt bad about everything and hoped I would let her explain herself, clear the air, then I'd never see her again if that's what I wanted. I let her in. I was not happy with recent events but figured I might at least get a clearer idea of what's going on. It was a long, heavy conversation over 4 hours but here's the gist as I remember it. When we broke up she was devastated. She said it took a couple of months before she started to feel a bit better. She missed me constantly and wanted to see me the whole time, but when I ended it we agreed to keep apart and heal. In September, she met Tim at work. He manages a different team, she doesn't work for him. She said he was very charming and attractive and showed almost immediate interest in her. They got to know each other and he asked her out. She was worried it was a rebound but felt so much better getting his attention that she went along with it. After dating for a while she developed feelings for him and that later led to a sexual relationship. It wasn't a fling and she dated him for a while beforehand. I asked about whether he had pressured her into sex, last time said he was very persistent. She said she was trying to not upset me. She thought if she gave the impression she was reluctant to have sex with Tim that I wouldn't think as badly of her. So it was a story to try and spare my feelings. I told her it just made me worried she had been assaulted. She looked shocked at that and said no way, she was actually the one who initiated their sexual relationship. I said although I don't like that she lied to me, I can understand why. I don't think she did anything wrong changing her mind about abstinence. Yes, I was hurt when she told me she was having sex but I have no right to judge her for anything. She's a single adult and it's her life. I don't think badly of her. She burst into tears and said something like, I thought you must hate me now. I assured her that I didn't. She said she was sad it didn't work for us, but that she never would have dropped her virginity commitment if we had not broken up. After we broke up, she decided that it was a commitment she made to her dad when she was still a kid and it was messing with the life she wants now. So by the time she and Tim got into their relationship, she had already decided she was ready for sex with the right person. I asked about her dad and she just said he doesn't need to know. I asked about why she asked to get back together. Tim is older, she told me he's 32, and has been at the firm 10 years. One day at work, One of the women made a snarky comment to Ellie about being another one of Tim's girls. She did some digging and it turns out Tim has a history. He has dated a long list of women from work, several of them were young graduate employees just like Ellie. The rumor around the office is that Ellie is just the next girl to get used by him. She was horrified. She accused him of using her. They argued and she told him it was over. Soon after that she came to me. She felt as if we might be able to rekindle things now that she was open to a sexual relationship. But my hesitation and time to calm down made her realize that was a mistake. Over the weekend, Tim asked her to work things out. She decided to give it a chance. She tried to call me but they went to voicemail. I was camping, so she sent those messages instead. So I guess that's settled. I don't want her back and she's in a relationship so she doesn't want me back either. We chatted a bit about how our families are going. She congratulated me on finally finishing university. She asked if I'd been seeing anyone and when I told her I'd been studying hard and working a lot since exams, retail job, with no time for girls, she laughed and said I'm still a big nerd. She hoped we could be friendly if we ever see each other. But she wants to keep out of contact out of respect for her relationship with Tim. She wants to give it a real chance of working. Which is fair enough. She gave me a hug, said thank you for understanding and left. So there you have it. Ellie involved me in her relationship drama. I would have preferred she hadn't but at least it's sorted now. I'm glad I paid attention to my feelings and took time out to consider things, as it could have been very messy if I had taken her back. Trusting my gut has been the biggest lesson for me in all this. I still care for her despite recent events. It seems like she is dealing with a lot of complicated things between her new relationship and work gossip. I wish her well and hope she will be happy, whether it's with Tim or not. She was my first love and I expect I'll always have warm memories of her. But I am clear now that I don't want her back. She is my past and I want to look forward. Well, this has become an essay. Tutors at university always told me I was too waffly in my writing. Well, fuck those guys, I'm not a student anymore. I can now focus on launching my new career with no distractions. I've worked so hard for so long to get here. My new job starts on Monday. It's going to be so great building actual real experience in my new profession, not just endless theory. I'll be earning much better money, no more student poverty. And I've got graduation in May to look forward to as well. I'm open to finding someone new but that is way down my priority list. I'm not going to actively pursue that anytime soon. OP on Ellie changing. I came to terms with our relationship months ago. When she came back to me, it stirred up some old feelings, because we'd been a couple so long. But thinking about it now, that was more of an echo of those memories than real feelings. All of this drama was Ellie's doing. I would have preferred she never involved me so I could have been blissfully ignorant of her romantic life. I'd prefer to not know about her worldly, rich boyfriend. Or their sex life. She's definitely changed. The Ellie I remember was scrupulous and honest to a fault. The Ellie I have dealt with recently wasn't like that so much. I think that's why her lying to me pissed me off so much. It wasn't just lying. It was how out of character it seemed. But people change. She's in the business world now, and people there live by different standards to the religious family she grew up in. Anyway, I have cut myself out of her life. So anything that happens with her is hers to deal with. If she comes back to me, I'll remind her we agreed to stay apart and leave it there. I am not looking for another relationship right now. So no Tinder for me. And no, I am not looking for casual sex either. I'm a virgin, but I want a meaningful connection, not just sex. As I said in the post, I'm open to something if the right woman came along. But I'm not actively seeking it. That might change after a while, but right now I want to keep focused on my new career. OP on having closure. A lot of the comments here act like that final meeting was all for her benefit. Sure, she got some kind of relief or closure out of it, but it was also good for me. Seeing who she is becoming just made is 100% no doubt in my mind that we wouldn't ever make sense. She has changed a lot in the last year, starting when we were still together and she had started her job. Random phrases like, work hard, play hard, being generally less kind and more dismissive of others. Clearly she was being influenced by those around her, but it was her choice to take on those behaviors. I love the old Ellie, but I'm not sure I even like the current one much. Anyway, I didn't feel like she intruded. I felt like I got a nice neat ending to the whole thing and can get on with my life with a clear conscience. But we're clear now that it's over forever and I have her promise that she will stay out of contact. If she ever does try to come back I can remind her of her own promise and close the door. Update 2. If you recall from my previous posts, my ex Ellie and I mutually agreed to be no contact after some drama on her part. At the urging of Redditors, I also blocked her to help maintain no contact. I've been working since February as a graduate engineer and it's been everything I hoped it would be. I'm meeting amazing smart people, learning so much every day, and am finally earning a salary after years of being a broke student. Having a little money in the bank and being able to afford to do things like eating out is such a nice change. When I finished university in November, I moved in with my brother temporarily. He'd just broken up with his ex and needed help with his rent. That's where I was living when Ellie last came to see me. He found a new housemate, and since his place was on the wrong side of the CBD for my job, I moved into a shared house in the southeast of Melbourne. The place is a bit run down, but the rent is reasonable, by insane Melbourne standards, and there are lots of pubs, bars and restaurants nearby. The location and my housemates have been great. I'm seeing someone. I'll call her Olivia, not her real name. She's the sister of one of my housemates. We met when my housemates and I had a BBQ and she dropped by. We got talking and were still talking hours later until everyone else had left. Her brother told us to STFU so he could get some sleep, haha. I asked her out that week and we've been close since. My housemate, her brother, has been making fun of us ever since, including more than a few crude jokes when she stays over. We agreed to be exclusive 6 weeks ago, so it's still quite new. She's so cool, and smart, and gorgeous. The chemistry was instant and intense from the moment we met. We just clicked so well. It's such a great time when we're together. Olivia is an accountant at a big firm. One of Olivia's workmates was having a party last month. She asked me to come to meet some of her work friends. We went inside and Olivia introduced me to the woman who hosted the party, her workmate Jess. There would have been maybe 40, 50 people there. I didn't know anyone but Olivia. At one point I offered to grab more drinks. The kitchen was in a separate room. As I was getting them, a guy asked me to pass him a beer from the fridge. I introduced myself and he said, "Hi, I'm Tim." We chatted a couple of minutes about our jobs and how we know Jess, then I just said nice to meet you and returned to the group. I didn't recognize his face as I'd never met him before, but it was definitely Ellie's Tim, his job and firm lineup. And he looked in his 30s, a bit older than most people at the party. Neither of us mentioned Ellie when we were talking. Later on I asked Jess how she knew Tim. She said she used to work at the same firm as Tim, also where Ellie works, but she moved to another employer, where Olivia works. Despite living in a city of 5 million, it's still a small world. On the tram ride home I must have been quiet because Olivia asked what was on my mind. I said that the Tim guy at the party was, or maybe still is, my ex's boyfriend. I said I didn't think he knew who I was, or if he did he didn't say anything. That prompted me to share some history about me and Ellie. Olivia was wide-eyed and said, "You never told me you were a virgin." Then she laughed and said, "Well, we took care of that." She asked if I had any feelings for Ellie and I truthfully said no. I dealt with all that months ago. More recently, there was a formal charity dinner that Olivia was asked to support. Her employer was a sponsor of the event. She was keen to show me off. We were at a table with a bunch of her work colleagues. Nice people. One of her work friends was so excited to meet me, and Olivia can't stop talking about you. That made me feel really good. After dinner a few of us were chatting and I got a tap on the shoulder. I turned around and to my surprise it was Ellie. Tim was with her. It was so weird to see her again. Tim said he remembered meeting me at that party but never made the connection to Ellie until just now. She must have told him about me. Ellie looked very different. She had lost a lot of weight and was very slim. The tight red dress she was wearing made that obvious. Her dad would not approve. Not that she was ever overweight, but I'd never seen her that thin before. She was immaculately made up with what looked to my ignorant eye like expensive jewelry. She'd changed her hair too, now blonde instead of her natural auburn. She looked like a sleek rich girl, not the poor pastor's daughter I remember. Don't get me wrong, she looked amazing, but she looked like a different person. I know it was a formal event so we were all dressed nicely, but this was a major transformation. Despite her glam looks, when I saw her I didn't feel anything for her. Just nothing. Ellie said she was so glad to see me and she had some news, holding out her hand to show a diamond engagement ring. I know nothing about diamonds but it looked pretty big and expensive to me. I offered my congratulations to them both. Just then Olivia walked back over. I introduced her to Ellie and Tim. Olivia put her arm around me and Ellie's smile seemed to kind of freeze. I didn't really know what else to say, so I just said nice to see you again and wished them all the best for the wedding. Tim walked off and Ellie just sort of stood there a moment. It was awkward. Later on as we were leaving, Ellie was staring at us as we walked out. Olivia said later that, "I think she still has a thing for you." I said it doesn't matter. Anyway, cut to a few days ago. My brother messaged me saying Ellie stopped by looking for me. Yes, Reddit, you were right. He knew to not share my new address with her, so all he said was I'd moved out. Next day I received an email from an address I hadn't seen before. It was Ellie. No acknowledgement that she was breaking our agreement to be no contact. No mention she stopped by my old place. It said, "It was so great to see you again. I've missed you," and, "That girl you were with is pretty, how serious is it?" And telling me she and Tim have big plans for their wedding next year and she hopes I can come. I was annoyed because she is trying to make her life my business. Again. Despite promising no contact. Even going to the trouble to make a new email address to get around me blocking her. I showed Olivia the email and she rolled her eyes and asked me to think about why my ex would send me that. Why indeed? Olivia is great at cutting through bullshit and reads people way better than I do. Ellie can't have me back. I'm in a relationship now, plus she's engaged, and it's not like I would go to their wedding. Who goes to their ex's wedding? It wouldn't be right. I don't know why she's trying to contact me, but I can guess that she wants to use me for emotional support again. Or maybe things are rocky with Tim, who knows? Whatever she wants, it's not happening. She has family and friends, she can talk to them. I deleted the email and blocked the address without replying. Ellie promised she'd keep out of contact and just couldn't help herself. I still intend to keep my word of no contact, even if she doesn't. I've also set up a filter to send any email containing her name to the bin. Olivia and I had a talk after that. I asked if she was concerned about the Ellie thing, but she said no, she's not worried, she didn't get serial killer vibes from Ellie. I'm glad none of this has put her off me. So nothing too dramatic, but it does prove you guys were right. Ellie couldn't not contact me despite promising to do so. I was able to sidestep her much more easily than last time. Ultimately, this is a good news story. Life is so great right now. I've got a cool new girlfriend, a fun place to live and a new career I love. It has been easy to leave Ellie behind. We annulled our engagement because my fiancé valued friendship more than love when I asked his best man to wear a tuxedo. I, 26, am getting married to Mark, 28, a handsome, responsible, intelligent man with a kind heart and a great sense of humor. My sister Jennifer, 23, is going to be his best man. Jennifer is best friends with my husband Mark, 26. He's known her more than twice as long as he's known me. We only really met and talked at any length about 3 years ago or so. They were co-workers together at her high school job, and she's been a part of his gaming group since then. They went to the same college, and they're co-workers again now working for his friend John's, 42, company. Mark was in college for the better part of a decade getting 2 undergraduate degrees and his PhD, and Jennifer ended up doing the same major as him, likely due to his encouragement. She's thinking about her master's in the same field, but they both work full-time now. In addition to being co-workers and playing Dungeons and Dragons together, they also game online, and they hang out all the time. They've gone to conventions together, either as part of a group, or just the two of them. They do local classes and events together, and Mark helps Jennifer with her photography and editing. While she has a solid full-time job she likes, Jennifer still has aspirations of being a model, influencer. She loves fashion, and she's also into cosplay. After we got engaged, we were at a family dinner, and I was talking to Mark about the wedding party, and I mentioned that even though I have 2 sisters, I wanted my own best friend Helen, 26, to be my maid of honor. Mark said that was great, because he actually wanted to ask Jennifer to be his best man. Jennifer immediately and enthusiastically agreed. Being a female best man is just the kind of thing she'd love. Obviously, even if that meant she wouldn't be one of my bridesmaids. She also knew that between our other sister and some of my friends I had too many people who needed to be bridesmaids, and Mark was worried about being short on groomsmen. This was all fine and well until later on when we were talking about what people were going to wear. I picked out my dream wedding dress, and I coordinated the bridesmaid dresses, and Mark was going to have his groomsmen, most of which were other gaming buddies in tuxedos. I had to talk him out of putting them in cosplay/Ren Fair stuff. However, Jennifer was going to wear a dress. Jennifer is a very tall, very attractive woman, and to be perfectly frank, she has a large chest. The dress that she wants to wear was designed by one of her friends online, and while it's not white or anything, it's mostly red and black and pretty well matches the other groomsmen, and it's formal and fancy. It definitely shows off her figure. I wouldn't say in a slutty way at all, but it just does. She would also, as the best woman, stand out from the other men on the groom's side, especially in the heels she wanted to wear with the dress. After dropping a few hints here and there and broaching the subject of each side of the wedding party matching in women's tuxedos, I gently requested that Mark have Jennifer wear a tuxedo rather than the dress and shoes she wanted and he had previously liked. When they gave me pushback, I pointed out to Jennifer that she might be too exposed, or she might distract people with such a flashy dress. Jennifer gave me a dirty look and said half under her breath, "Are you fucking serious?" And before I could react, she just said, "Fine. Fuck it. You're the bride. I'll wear the fucking tuxedo." Mark sighed and half said some things about it being ridiculous, but then when I asked him what he said, he just said, "Okay, it's whatever, it's fine." Since then, Mark and Jennifer have been passive-aggressively making fun of my concerns, with them doing things like Mark comedy ogling her chest, or her making all sorts of boob jokes. She's done things like ostentatiously covering up her chest with her hands when she moves past people while saying things like, "Gotta guard the girls, wouldn't want to knock anyone over." Both her and Mark keep making fake Freudian slips about her chest or her figure, and Jennifer even pretends to lose her balance and fall over because her boobs were too heavy. They pretty much just do this when I'm around. They seem to think it's hilarious. They've made it very well known that Jen is really disappointed about not getting to wear the dress and that her seamstress friend is upset about it too, and Mark has seemed a bit distant and disinterested in wedding planning. I was looking over some tuxedos for women and making some suggestions to Jennifer about ones that aren't too tight in the chest or hips, and she just showed me the one that she had already picked out and said, "Is this fine, or did you want to further micromanage my specific tuxedo?" We started to get into a fight, and she accused me of being a bridezilla. When I told her she was being a bad sister, she said that she wasn't the one who was being body shamed and told what to wear. I told her my requests weren't body shaming, and she said that they were the same thing. My parents completely took Jennifer's side and said that I should just let her wear the dress. Obviously, she showed it to them too, and they thought it was beautiful. They like her friend too, and her friend has done clothing and costumes with her before. My father said that I should at least stop bothering her about the tuxedo if I'm going to make her wear one, and then I should just let her go with the one she picked. The one she wants though is very high visual impact and it is also very tailored. She said she can match it to the colors, but I feel like she'd still stand out. When I tried to get Mark to weigh in on this, he just said, "It's your wedding, do whatever you want." I guess I'll tell her to do whatever you want. And I obviously don't feel like he's very invested. I feel like he's not on the same page, but he just doesn't want to argue. He's always like that. Even though we both have good jobs, both Jennifer and I still live at home with our parents, because housing is ridiculous, and it's been awkward around each other. I've been staying over at Mark's a lot over the last year, and I was supposed to be officially moving in, but he's been kind of cool and passive about it recently. Everyone seems to be acting like I'm the asshole here. Even though Mark and Jennifer are the ones being passive-aggressive and unreasonable. I almost feel I should have just made Jennifer a bridesmaid right off the bat or told Mark that it didn't make sense for him to have female groomsmen. Am I the asshole for wanting my husband's best man to just wear a normal tuxedo? Update 1, there is not going to be a wedding. John, 42, of all people, Mark's 28 boss and gaming buddy noticed my post, as it got way more attention than I ever expected. We've only ever met a couple of times and hardly ever talked before, but he reached out to me with, "This is John, LOL, call me." So I called him from the parking lot after work. John says he's been married for about 20 years, and he's tried to give Mark relationship advice. He doesn't think we're a good match. He told me that I should talk to Mark and that Mark has been unhappy with our relationship and extremely unhappy with the wedding planning, even to the point that it's a running gag amongst him and his friends. I got into it a bit with John, because to be fair to me, Mark's ideas have been ridiculous. Just some of the things he asked for, and which John, Jennifer, 23F, and his buddies thought would be cool. He wanted the wedding party to have custom swords, daggers and amulets. He wanted them to have the swords during the ceremony and he thought people would like fantasy amulets. Mark had told me that John was willing to pay for the bridesmaid dresses if we had them done by Jennifer's costumer friend. I told him no, because I wanted normal, nice bridesmaids dresses from someplace reputable and that the bridesmaids could buy them themselves. John told me that he had offered this as a bit of a bet with Mark. Mark wanted to serve meat at the wedding. He said that his friend, John, could provide it and that he made meat in his basement and had tons of it. I obviously said no, because why would I want meat at my wedding, never mind some guy's basement meat. John got a laugh out of this at the time, and talked to me, because he's a nerd who likes to laugh at his own jokes. Apparently, he's very proud of his basement mead, and they like to make toast with it. Basement mead has apparently become a running gag in their games, as John insisted on telling me. Frankly, John seemed kind of tickled with himself just because he was speaking with me. Mark wanted the band at the wedding to play classical covers of video game and superhero music. Mark wanted the reception to have a jester, who would wander around doing magic tricks and asking people riddles. Some lady that Mark and his friends know asked if she could be an elf at our wedding and wear her forest gown, and Mark said he'd ask me, and he described it as some kind of green Greek toga dress with leaves and elven writing on it, and that she'd have elf ears. It's a wedding, not a costume party, so I don't even know why he would ask that. I mentioned this stuff to John, and he recognized all of it and some more things to add besides, because Mark would always vent to them about the wedding plans, and John just agreed along, saying that I was constantly shooting down all of Mark's ideas. The point is that all of Mark's ideas were completely ridiculous, and that I wanted to have a wedding and not a Halloween party. John laughed when I brought this up to him and said that these ideas were awesome, and that I was just being too boring. John said that he thought we weren't a good match, and that he's told Mark that he needs to talk to me. I asked him if he thought Mark and Jennifer were a good match, and he just said yes. I asked if there had been anything between them, and he said no. He said he's 100% certain they've never hooked up, because Mark doesn't have the poker face for it, especially with as much as him and the other group members ribbed them over it. He said that Mark is too oblivious for his own good, and that the week after her 18th birthday, Jennifer said, pretty much straight to Mark, "I'm 18, so you can fuck me now." And Mark just laughed it off as a joke. It does sound like something she'd say, because Jennifer does love making inappropriate sexual jokes. John thought there was more to it though. They've had their characters date each other in games. He said they've been the very model of chastity since Mark has been dating me. Once at an event, Jennifer was supposed to kiss Mark, but instead she kissed the palm of her hand and then had him kiss her palm. John is fully confident that neither of them would cheat. I went over to Mark's house, because he hadn't called or texted in a while, and he basically confirmed everything John said. Mark said that I stressed him out when I was over, and he wasn't sure about me moving in because thinking about it gave him anxiety. He didn't like any of my ideas for our house. It was his childhood home, and he's resistant to changing anything. He just has his stuff everywhere and wherever. He kept trying to talk about giving me some rooms, or some space, when it's supposed to be our home where all of the space belongs to both of us. He was extremely frustrated about the wedding planning, and he felt like he didn't have a say. He said the dress Jennifer wanted to wear was just about the final straw, because I told him he could pick the outfits for the groomsmen, and I told him Jen could be in a dress as long as it matched. She really loves the dress, and she got it from her friend. She and John and apparently all of his buddies warned him that I'd find some way to have a problem with it. He says that I talk him in circles whenever he tries to choose or change anything, even though all of his suggestions are ridiculous. And he said he'd just about given up caring by the time I complained about the dress, so he didn't bother fighting about it. He said it upset him the way I was body shaming Jennifer about her figure and her breasts. He thought I was being jealous and controlling, and that I had been a bridezilla ever since he proposed. When I asked him why he even proposed, if I apparently give him anxiety and he doesn't even want me to move in with him. He said he felt like he was pressured to either propose or break up, and he hoped things would get better, and that he didn't know if he had a good enough reason to break up. When I told him that I never pressured him to propose, he said that all of my friends and family know that I consider it a goal to get married before I'm 30, and he brought up a document on his phone where he had taken notes about what kind of proposal I wanted from all the times I had talked about it. He said that he started the document because of how obviously important it was to me to have a perfect proposal and how often I talked about what I wanted. He proposed because he felt like he had to either marry me or dump me if I was going to have time for my plans. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a timeline for your life, and I wanted to start having kids by my late 20s or early 30s at the latest. I mentioned all of this to Mark again, and he said that that was fine for me, but that he was kind of on the fence about when to have kids, and he mentioned that Jennifer isn't sure about having kids at all and certainly isn't in any hurry about them, but I told him that doesn't have anything to do with anything and that Jennifer is just being short-sighted. I asked him if anything had happened between him and Jennifer, and he said no, and I believe him. I asked him why he wasn't dating Jennifer, and he said that at first she was too young, and then he was seeing someone, and then he was dating me, and he said that he values his friendship with her more than anything. He said that his friendship with Jennifer was worth not getting to be with her that way, and that she's too attractive to want to be with him. Apparently, the only reason Mark even started dating me is because he tried flirting with me at a family party we were at, and he said I seemed into him. He doesn't think of himself as handsome, but he is, and he's got his PhD, a great job, and his own house at 28. He's definitely a catch. He didn't agree, and he said he's only ever dated his high school prom date, a girl who was kind of his girlfriend until she graduated and left, and me. Mark apologized and said that he wanted to put a hold on any more wedding or moving plans, and that he wasn't sure about the relationship. I had already started crying, but then I broke down and he apologized again. He said he was sorry for messing up my plans, and that he kept hoping things would get better. I left as soon as I felt like I could drive. By the time I got home, Mark had already texted Jen, "Your sister is crying. Sorry," and the two of them had been on the phone the whole time, and of course my mom knew and she tried to comfort me, but I could just tell she wanted to say "I told you so," because she had been warning me I was going to drive Mark away, and she thought he was better with Jennifer too. Jennifer said that she tried really hard to have this work out, because she just wants Mark to be happy, and that she had tried inviting me to gaming, and for Christmas before last she bought me a Switch with games Mark likes, and that she was sorry stuff happened this way. She accused me of not really liking or caring about Mark and just wanting a generic husband. When I told her that wasn't fair, she mentioned the same stuff from the wedding planning and a bunch of other stuff from our relationship that she said made Mark feel ignored or suffocated. She said that the only reason I liked him was because he ticked boxes and always gave in and let me have my way. We started arguing, but our mom stepped in before we could get into it too bad. I asked Jennifer about what this meant for her and Mark, and she said he is absolutely her best friend and nothing is ever going to change that, and that she loves him. When I asked how she loves him, she just said that's not a discussion she wants to have right now. Our mom said everyone needed to cool off, and that was enough for Jen to step away and drop the subject. One of the commenters on my original post asked why I was marrying my sister's boyfriend, and my mom asked very nearly the same thing. She questioned how I had started dating Mark just about as soon as his age gap with Jennifer stopped being awkward, and she implied I shouldn't have been dating him in the first place. That's not fair at all. It's not like he's her property. And Jennifer can clearly just go get whatever man she wants. It's not like she had any kind of claim on a man just for knowing him. Even while she was trying to comfort me and saying that things will be all right, my mom wouldn't stop implying that I was wrong for going after Mark in the first place or criticizing me for how the relationship went. She said that Mark wasn't the man for me, and I could tell she meant that he belonged with someone like Jennifer, as if I'm not good enough or what I want doesn't matter. And then I caught her talking to Jen about how things should be fine and how she should try not to be too mad at me as if I was the one in the wrong or I should be apologizing to her. Jennifer just kind of went on like normal and went ahead and went to go game with Mark and her friends the next day. I know they've been chatting online like normal. I gave Jennifer Mark's ring to give back to him, and then I had a missed call from him while I was in the shower and a text that said, "Okay, I guess we are broken up then. I'm sorry. I don't know if I messed this up or if everyone else were the assholes here. Sorry this was so long. A lot of stuff has come out. I feel like I'm definitely not going to get married by the time I'm 30. Related comments. Comment 1. Everyone in this situation is at fault, but I feel bad for OOP because her own mother accused her of stealing her sister's soulmate just because she accepted his invitation to date. The fiancé approached her first, so why is it wrong that she accepted? While it might be true that OOP wanted to meet certain goals and saw him as a way to achieve them, her boyfriend isn't her sister's property. He asked her out and then proposed. Why is she being villainized for thinking they were in a mutual relationship? Comment 2. Seriously, Mark is the biggest villain in this story. He essentially said, "I have a crush on this underage girl at work. I'm going to befriend her and then date her older sister because she's the closest approximation I can get." He told OP he loved her and wanted to spend their lives together when he proposed. But behind her back, he made fun of her with his friends, knowing he'd rather be with someone else. He wasted her time and used her plans to marry by 30 against her. Nobody in this situation is nice, but Mark caused most of the suffering. Comment 3. Everyone in this situation is exhausted. Both people in the relationship aren't compatible, and those around them aren't great either. It's truly one of those, everyone sucks here moments. How should I address a team member who feels dissatisfied after accidentally discovering information about other people's salaries in the organization? I work at a mid-sized industry S-Corp in as a controller, and after 2 years of toiling with the owner, finally convinced him to hire some staff for the finance department. Currently have a finance manager, junior accountant and bookkeeper in my team, all of which do an amazing job considering the circumstances we're expected to meet. The CEO is a massive senile idiot who undervalues the finance department and thinks we're all a waste. He complains the department is too large, when he expects us to not only work on the main parent company, but also his 3 subsidiaries, one of which is in SA and a major headache to balance each month. Our bookkeeper, 25F, only has an associate in accounting per her agreed contract to educate herself as she works. She's extremely driven, catches a lot of finer details, and is a studious worker. It's also a bonus she's always willing to put on more work, and wants to learn from everyone. However, while grabbing stuff from the main workhorse printer, she saw HR's payroll timesheet and saw everyone's salary. I've been trying to convince the CEO during this year's review to raise her salary from $50K to $60K, as well as maybe get her a title promotion to accounting assistant. She's genuinely a huge asset to our day-to-day life, but the CEO refuses to acknowledge her merits. I keep telling her I'm desperately trying to boost her wage, but I can see her getting depressed. The worst part is she's not confident she can compete in the job market right now until she at least has her BSA. Any advice on how to coach her? I genuinely feel sorry for her and think she's a tremendous worker. Edit. We're a fairly profitable company, but the CEO refuses to reinvest into the businesses. So we have more than enough room to raise her and honestly quite a few others' salaries, but he's a moron set on the mindset that the finance department is useless. Edit 2. Thanks everyone for the advice and being a place to bounce thoughts off of. I'll try to make an update post next week since I had the meeting with HR and our upper management about it. Relevant comments. Commenter, just be her reference. Help her get out of this shithole by hyping her up to other employers. I'm sure at your position you may have some connections. OP, that's the hard part. I keep encouraging her and giving her positive affirmation that she'll succeed no matter where she applies herself, especially within accounting since she has a great niche for it, particularly in the tax prep side. But she's very soft, and I'm not saying that in a negative light. It took me well over a year to break her out of her shell and actually apply herself, and speak up. I've told her if she truly wishes to leave, I'll vouch as a reference and also see if I can set her up with opportunities, but she won't bite. She's that genuinely rattled that she's, her own words, not going to make it in her current educational status. Commenter, then she needs to be encouraged to get her education. Allow her to study at work during downtimes, push for tuition reimbursement if that's not already being offered, be flexible with her hours so that she can attend classes. It doesn't make sense that she's asking for more money where she is if she doesn't think she can get more money somewhere else. You push for raises based on your marketability and you're prepared to walk out if they can't get you up to market, not because someone with a degree and credentials that you don't have is making more than you. That's not how it works. OP, full reimbursement as long as she gets an A. It's how she got her associates by taking the fundamental courses at a local college while working. However, some of the more advanced classes she can't take all at once, so she's now back to 1 or 2 classes a semester. The current route is almost 2-3 years until she's near her BSA. It's how I managed to convince the CEO to hire her. Her employment contract lists she needs to be actively furthering her education. Otherwise, she's liable for termination. Commenter, I second their reference. If you can't win the fight, time for you all to jump ship. You're probably underpaid too. OP, I am $14,500 underpaid the market average in PA. Considering I'm basically doing work for 4 companies, severely underpaid. But I don't mind it as much since I'm closer to home, actually get OT pay here, prior to my previous job at B4, and WLB is worth the pay dip. However, I may jump ship within the next year if the CEO continues down this route. Commenter, you should fire the HR staff who printed everyone's salary and left it at the printer. Then use those savings in payroll to give the bookkeeper a raise if she deserves it as you suggest. OP, I had a meeting with the HR staff about 2 hours ago. They kept writing it off as an honest mistake and apologized to the bookkeeper for the situation. I'm also setting up a meeting between the CEO, CFO, myself and HR to discuss the impact of this situation, and how fucking reckless them using the main printer. Commenter, what is your goal here? Doesn't sound very productive. There's idiots in every company. OP, one of the many hats I wear is also adjusting company policies, for all departments, for whatever the reason. The CEO wants the controller to do it, so I just do it. So while the premise of the meeting itself doesn't sound too productive, it's still a good way for me to have the CEO acknowledge what went down. Like I said, he's borderline senile and needs these sort of meetings to know what happened. Also, if the bookkeeper decides to leave, I need to have the assurance that the CEO knows the reason why specifically. Not that she left because she sucked at the job, or some other nonsense HR will probably tell the CEO, but that what caused the initial reason is due to HR's lack of compliance to their own conducts. That way, if I need to find a replacement, which I will because we're honestly overworked, the CEO can't give me shit for needing another person. Commenter, just a general question that has been floating in my head since we accountants have pretty good access to financials within the company we work for, but wouldn't the bookkeeper have access to everyone's salary anyways? OP, I think that varies on separation of duties. Traditionally, bookkeepers often can issue payroll if HR doesn't handle it. However, in my company our bookkeeper only sees the total per pay period, not at an individual level, as myself and HR fill out timesheets and process payroll, due to CEO's weird confidentially paranoia. So she may have had an assumed figure in her head seeing our total monthly payroll expense, but never knew how much everyone made. I think what got her is seeing a certain employee's figure, because they are notoriously a shit worker but get paid a lot due to the CEO's racial bias. Update 1. So last Friday, I had a meeting with the CEO, CFO, HR, and myself to address the idiot HR manager using the main copier to print payroll timesheets. The meeting itself went awry, with my focal initiative being centered on addressing lack of compliance to policy and leak of confidential payroll details, leading to immediate consequences of disgruntled employees. Apparently not just my bookkeeper saw it, but a few others as well. So the HR manager profusely apologized and the CEO basically kept excusing her lack of discipline. The CFO and I already laid out a game plan prior to the meeting, so we discussed how the bookkeeper is disgruntled and it's beginning to affect her commitment here, highlighting that she's a valuable asset and human resource to the finance department and company overall. The CEO asked what my proposed solution was and I brought that with this year's review for 2023, we gave her a title promotion to staff accountant junior accountant. This would then give more validity to raising her salary from $50,000 to $60,000 to match market rate in PA, on the MINE range, and help retain her dedication and excite her requirement to gain advanced education, BSA and beyond. This is where shit hit the fan. The HR manager says that's not a reasonable proposal and tries to convince the CEO to basically shut this whole meeting down. The CEO, being senile and already having a negative opinion on the finance department, was easily getting swayed and kept asking for the CFO's opinion. The CFO, being a massive kiss-ass, tried to play both sides because he's aware that he can't afford to anger the CEO or myself, since I basically do all of his work anyways. The HR manager then pulls an extremely childish, borderline insulting move. If she's so valuable, why not forego part of your own bonus for the 2023 review and give it to her? Here's the thing. I'm very fortunate to be considered a valuable member of this company, and my annual salary and bonuses are pretty high, even though I'm still below market average. For controller. I also receive an incentive pay for working on the CEO's other 3 subsidiaries, which could cover the $10,000 raise that I'm proposing for my bookkeeper. As I am also underpaid, I also work my butt off for those bonuses and incentives, and unsure if that's 1, even legal, and 2, a viable way to sustain a staff's pay. HR basically just told me to pay my own team's salary, which I'm still pretty aghast they would recommend such action. I didn't provide an answer yet, and luckily the meeting concluded since the CEO had a prior engagement to attend to. My bookkeeper is still at the company, but it's pretty obvious her confidence and vibrant energy is gone. I haven't told her about the details of the meeting, but I can tell she's anticipating an update. Genuinely, she's a great worker and I would love to keep her at the company, so I can continue working with her and developing her accounting career. This is my first time encountering a situation like this in management, so I'm unsure what the move is here. If anyone can provide some advice, that would be greatly appreciated. Relevant comments. Commenter. I want to know what the consequences were for her HR employed. Should have been written up at a minimum. OP. The other HR staff, who I personally think should be the manager instead as he's more objective and stoic, has told me little tidbits here and there. Basically, the HR manager just got written up in a small yelling at. It was basically the equivalent to a slap on the wrist. Other than that? God, who knows? She seemed pretty satisfied with herself walking out of that meeting. Commenter. I'd leave a place like this so fast. Your boss can't wholeheartedly have your back in a situation where you have a clear, reasonable answer to. Peace out. OP, CFO has told me on the side he's willing to increase my bonus this year to basically brush this aside. Trust me, I'm genuinely contemplating it. Commenter, this is all kinds of wrong. You're combining 2 different issues into one. Issue 1, data breach. Issue 2, disgruntled employee and review of finance team structure. Issue 1 isn't really your direct concern. Head of HR and CEO to discuss. Data controller 2 if you have one. Complain that your direct reports are disgruntled at the misconduct and leave it at that. Issue 2 isn't any of HR's concern. CFO structures the finance team as they see fit. CEO signs off any changes to budget and headcount, if needed. I wouldn't give any credence to the HR manager's bonus comment. It shows their immaturity and others will notice. OP, I'll try to provide more details that I maybe should have included in the original post. Issue 1 is my problem because for some reason, the CEO made policy and procedure the controller's job. instead of like most other companies where either HR or COO handles it. So for some reason, it's fallen on my lap to make sure every department is compliant to their own manuals and overall company manuals. Issue 2 is also a problem I have to address with HR involved, as for some reason the CEO drags HR into the employee reviews. It used to be just CEO and department managers to review with their team's performances, allowing said team members to sit in if they requested it. However, a year after I started, the CEO has incorporated HR into it for some reason, and now weighs their honest impartial opinions on the matter. It's driving me nuts even typing this. Commenter. So wait, the HR has a seat at the table regarding their opinion, but doesn't have the responsibility over policy and procedure execution or even following it. So is HR just in this company just the payroll department but for some reason gets treated like an executive OP? Spot on. Our HR department is just basically there to listen to employees complain, do bi-weekly payroll, and basically fulfill executive assistant duties. They don't even do their own recruiting or screening. We literally have to expense anywhere between $30K, $80K to hire a recruiting firm every time we want to hire new staff. Commenter. This is a clown company. You bluntly said your leadership is a mix of kiss-ass, senile, and incompetent. What are you still doing there? OP. Protecting my team's interests. After I know they're taken care of, then I'll make my decision to dip. I feel like what I'm saying is green and too hopeful, but I at least want to keep my responsibility to them and do as much as I can for them before I leave. Commenter. Leave and take everyone worth half a shit with you. OP. I have joked in the past with my finance manager, junior accountant and bookkeeper that I'll kidnap them and start our own firm. Maybe it's time to force that joke into reality lol. Update 2. I'd first like to say thanks to everyone in this sub for their genuine comments regarding the matter. I've worked in accounting for roughly 6-7 years thus far, but only 2-3 in a management controller position. This situation overall, and the feedback from multiple people, has honestly been an essential learning experience, so thank you. The CEO, CFO and I had a final meeting while working on Saturday. We sometimes work Sats with the OT pay, only until 11 a.m. so WH workers can catch up on orders. Basically, the CEO said he can't do $10K in a title promotion for someone who doesn't even have their BSA. CFO and I argued back saying she's more than qualified in accounting experience, and that I personally gauge her around the same level as a staff accountant. The CEO, pretty disgruntled, said he wouldn't do it and that a $4,000 raise was all he could do for her. And then he went with HR's retort and said, if she has that much potential, then me, can pay her that bonus. While I do think this is an overall win, I had a feeling my bookkeeper wouldn't be very happy with an 8% raise. Many people have voiced that my bookkeeper may be asking too much, but as her manager I truly do value her discipline, work ethic and development thus far. So on the drive home, I steeled myself to basically cut $6,000 of my bonus and provide it on top, so she can earn that $10K raise. Fast forward to today, I had a meeting with my bookkeeper in the morning and told her about the results of the review. She was definitely not happy, and grew even more disgruntled at the fact that I was giving her part of my bonus. Maybe I'm still too green but I wanted to be honest with her. I was hoping that if I tell her that I'm willing to pay part of her bonus, she would feel that even if the company doesn't value her, that I still do. I guess it had the inverse effect on her, as she started crying and thought herself as even more of a burden. I told her that if she needed, she could take as much time as she wanted to think about the offer, and no matter her choice I'll support her. About 20 minutes after the meeting, she asked if we could have a follow-up meeting. Moment we get in, she bursts into tears again. She starts profusely apologizing for not meeting standards, that she felt like a burden, that she caused me so much trouble arguing with HR and CEO, and that she was formally quitting as of today. I tried to tell her that I do not blame her, nor think she is unqualified, because I meant it, to try and calm her down. I tried to diffuse the situation the best I could, by telling her I'm not giving up on her review and that I'm still pushing etc. But nada. She left as of about 20 minutes ago writing this post. Last thing she asked me was if I could help her update, revise her CV and if I could get in contact with my network connections, to which I told her of fucking course. I'm writing this on my early lunch break because I'm fucking shattered. I know I can only provide her some connections and maybe a great recommendation letter, but I genuinely feel like I let her down. This is a crushing defeat for me, and I'm pretty exhausted trying to cope with it as it's my first time in management dealing with this. I couldn't do it guys, and it's the worst fucking gut feeling I've ever experienced in a long time. Relevant comments. Commenter. What else do you need to see to convince you that they don't give a fuck about you or anyone else? OP. May be seen as a stupid reason, But after today I feel like I need to really step up for my other two team members, junior, accountant and finance manager. Even if I leave, I want to at least secure them good reviews, or set up some sort of a safety net in my absence. Especially because now I know the CFO won't do jack squat for my team. The finance manager has more years than me, and the only reason he's below me is because he never decided to further his education. He's got a great head on his shoulders, and I imagine he can easily take up my position. Junior accountant is still learning, but he's a great guy. Same with the bookkeeper, hardworking, amazing work ethic, and strives to continue learning. So I'd like to at least secure him a promotion before I leave. Our company does reviews per employee very, very slowly. Commenter, that sucks. Sounds like you didn't fail anyone here. The leadership put you in a no-win position, and in doing so revealed how much they value you, your team, and your function as part of the business. The real question is, what is your next move? OP. I've never stared at my CV this long in my life. I'm contemplating leaving, but going to first entertain the idea by looking at job postings in the tri-state. And I appreciate the kind words, but this was a great learning opportunity for me. Albeit in hindsight, I'm extremely bitter about losing such a talented staff member. Commenter, open feedback. As a manager, you shouldn't have told that much. Being a manager is not simply being transparent to those around you, but more being transparent while filtering the noise, reformulating bad news. It's also about putting things into perspective, especially for new, young hires. You could have presented the 4K raise for the bookkeeper as a win with an incentive to have them get their degree. Here's already 4K and we can discuss compensation further once you get your degree. If you really insisted on getting her 10K while axing your own bonus, you should have never told her where it comes from. In essence, you guilt-tripped her. There was no reason to give her the full explanation in that case. From my perspective, you were too empathetic with your employee. Remember, they had already gotten a hefty raise after only a year or two within the company, and I remind everyone here they're only 25, are yet to have a degree, and then you get her another 8% while her title or education hasn't evolved. You should have put things into perspective and rationalized the situation. Instead, you've pressured your employee into rethinking their career choice, and feeling guilty about getting a raise since you explicitly told her it comes at your cost. OP, I appreciate the feedback. I guess I did begin taking a more subjective stance on the situation, as I tend to pride myself in trying to be a good team manager. That's entirely fair criticism, and I can now see the value of how a white lie may have prevented me from guilt-tripping her. I intended it to be more of a "fuck the company, you're great to me" message, but I think I read her stance wrong. Thanks for the drill down, this is honestly great. Commenter, man OP, it sounds like the most crushing thing is the fact that she still feels like a burden and that you feel like you couldn't get across that no, she's not a burden, as evidenced by your willingness to give your own money to her to keep her around because you do value her so much. Am I pegging that right? Anyways, where are you located? I just started as an associate at a small public firm that's always looking for new staff, and in my limited 3 weeks LOL experience, they treat us right. I can refer her to the firm and see how it shakes out. OP, yeah, it's getting to me on a personal level even thinking about it. I plan on reaching out to her to have lunch or dinner at least once before she lands herself in a new gig. Entirely selfish, but I need to know she understands I never saw her as a burden, only a positive asset. She's smart, so she'll figure it out herself, but I want to make sure this incident doesn't permanently dent her ego. Commenter, do you have feelings for her? OP, haha, I can see why it may be taken that way. But I can soundly say I do not. This isn't a slight to her, as I think she's great both as a team member and as a person, but I'm already infatuated with my current SO. I just personally dislike it when people pour their heart out, and that's not reciprocated properly. As her ex-manager, I still feel like it's my responsibility to ensure her some closure on that front. Commenter, please update us with the CEO's reaction. Do they realize they might be losing you as well? OP, I'll try to make another post if I ever make a decision. I don't want to seem like I'm milking this situation for karma or something. The CFO at least knows I'm extremely pissed at this outcome, but the CEO probably doesn't even care or know. Update 3. I wasn't planning on making this post, but well over 200 plus people, thanks for flooding my inbox. We're asking for any major updates if they happen, so just sharing for people's peace of mind I guess. Just a minor update on both the bookkeepers, and my own, statuses post-whole HR debacle. Thanks to everyone for the guidance, and words of encouragement to bolster my steps. Bookkeeper and I had lunch on Wednesday last week to discuss her future plans. She's still pretty beat down by the situation, But guess she hasn't been dragging her feet since she asked me for a recommendation letter, plus to be a reference for a couple gigs. She still plans on furthering her education, whether or not an opportunity arises, so at least she's still encouraged to continue her accounting career. On Saturday, I got a text from her saying she was able to land a gig at a small, family-owned firm as a staff accountant near Delaware. Starting wage is $58K, 4% match, and a bunch of other benefits, so she got herself into a very good opportunity. I told her that as long as she applies herself the same way she did her previous experience, she'll do great and wished her the best of luck. She still plans on continuing communication, sort of as a mentor-mentee relationship, and I told her I'd be glad to. As for myself, I finished reviews for my remaining team members and quit as of last Friday. I wanted to make sure my team was well taken care of, so that my exit wouldn't leave too much of a gap in work for them. Managed to get my junior accountant promoted to accountant plus a 10% raise, so pretty glad I got to do one thing right there. To no one's surprise, the CEO and CFO were blindsided and tried to retain me in a panic on Friday when I was packing my stuff. Pretty much forced me into a meeting, offered me $24K, 8 more days of PTO, and let me WFH on Fridays, even though that's not really a perk for me. As much as I would have loved to have lived everyone's quitting fantasy here, I just simply left it as this summarized. If they truly valued me, as well the efforts I've made to improve this company, they would have listened to me at the start instead of scrambling like idiots last second. I left, and then the CFO sent me one massive text, not even a call. Basically begging me to come back LOL. I just ghosted him because he's pretty useless in terms of connections. I have no plans to job search at the moment and may be thinking about enjoying a couple weeks to myself before I continue my career. I have notified some of my connections that I'm free, and already being headhunted, so I'm fairly confident I can enter a gig when I need to. Pretty grateful for that, honestly. Been enjoying my Monday thus far at home, finally catching up on the boys and 3-body problem. I personally think this is a win-win for both the bookkeeper and myself, but thank you everyone for the advice. I've also been curious about other fields in accounting. I've done PA at B4, worked at local firms, and an industry, S-Corp gig. So if anyone has any recommendations to explore, I'd be down to explore them too. Relevant comment. The HR manager sent me 4 emails regarding updated offers. I know in the post I mentioned only the final offer they gave me, but it was originally much lower LOL. First offer was just a $8K bonus on top of my current bonus LOL, which is not much. Second and third offers were minor add-ons. So they were still cheaping out on me until the very end. As for any personal reactions, nada. Guess the HR manager is too egoistic to admit they've screwed the pooch on this one. I told my finance manager to keep me posted if the HR manager gets any reprimand from this haha. My boyfriend quit his job without telling me, and now he refuses to look for another job. I'm tired of paying for everything. My boyfriend, 33M, quit his job last year without telling me. I only found out 2 days before the rent was due. We split everything 50/50ths, when I asked him for his part of the rent. When I asked, he simply told me he quit because he was tired of working at that place. Since then, I've been paying for everything, including rent, food, gas, bills, and anything he needs. I had to work 2 jobs while going to school for a while. It was hard. But I finally finished school a couple months ago and I found my dream job. I make enough to live comfortably, even take care of my BF and still have money for saving. However, I still want him to get a job to support himself because I think as an adult, he needs a job. But I feel like he relies on me too much and he thinks since my job pays well, he doesn't have any reason to work. He always says things like, "You make good money now, so maybe you could buy me my dream car." Or, "You should open a business for me to run." It bothers me a lot. I don't mind supporting my partner financially if there's a legit reason that prevents him from working, but it's not the case. He spends most of his time playing games, meeting up with friends, or just at home watching movies. I still have to do all the chores and take care of our dogs. His family thinks that he's been working to take care of me so that I can finish school, which is not true. Now they think I was able to finish school and got a good job all because of him. I don't even want to explain to them. I just want him to get a job and have a future. When I tried to talk to him, he told me I'm not supportive, and now that I have a good job, I look down on him. What should I do? Is it even worth it to try to talk some sense into him? I don't want to start dating at this age, but I feel like I can't keep doing this. Edit. Many people have asked why him. Why did I stay for years? What did I see in him? So I just want to answer it here. We started off pretty normal. We split everything 50/50ths, and I had no problem with that. But throughout the years, He started showing his true self. I was in school and school was the most important thing to me at that point, so I invested all my time and energy into it. I was in a PhD program, so I had stipend, around 30K/YR, which was enough for myself but not for two people. After he quit his job, I was very stressed out, but I had to focus on school and tried to do everything I could to survive. I didn't have time to really think about my personal life, and I also didn't want to go through any changes in life, so I just let it be. In addition, he guilt trips me a lot, so I feel bad for him. But now that I have a stable job, I have time to really think about my future. I don't see myself being with him long term. I don't think it would be as easy as, hey, let's break up, because I know he wouldn't let it go that easy. But I'll start planning to get out, maybe ask some friends for support. His name is not on the lease, so I'll stay where I am and he'll have to move. Relevant comments. Comment 1. You work 2 jobs while in school to support someone who happily sits on their ass not contributing. Not even cleaning or caring for the pets. Why? Why have you accepted this? And the worst part is he lets his family think that he's supporting you. So he actually has enough sense to know that what he's doing is frowned up. You don't want to start dating at this age. You mean 31? So you'd rather be 31 taking care of a stay-at-home boyfriend who contributes literally nothing. How is that a better outlook at 31? OP's reply, I think it's because I was too busy figuring my life out and trying to do everything I could to survive. All I did was work and go to school. I didn't really have time to think about my personal life. Now that I have a stable job, I have time to think about my life more and more. I need to end this and take care of myself. TBH, I'm not even sure how to date anymore, but I guess I'll try and hopefully able to find someone. I will have a talk with him this afternoon to tell him it's time to end things and he needs to move out. He will probably give me the "my life is miserable" talk, again. But I think reading all these comments makes me realize I should feel bad for myself and not for him. I'm sure once he moves back to live with his family, they will reach out to me to tell me how good he has been treating me, and how he helped me through school. They've done this before when I told them things weren't working for us. I will tell them everything this time. Comment 2. You were in a PhD program. You are intellectually smart, apply that to your emotional and financial intelligence. If you were a classmate when this happened, I can tell you the other grad students would ask why you were still with him after a grace period of a couple of months. Leave and rebuild your life. OP's reply. I haven't told any of my family and friends about the situation because I'm kinda ashamed of it. My friends would probably think I can't be this stupid. But 2 of my very close friends did tell me that I deserve better, just based on the way he treats me in front of them. I will have a talk with him this afternoon, and a couple of my friends will be waiting outside, in case he gets physical or refuses to leave. Wish me luck. Update 1. It's been 2 months since I posted about my situation on this sub, and I just want to give you an update of how things went after I made that post. Before I go into the details, I just want to say I really appreciate everyone here. After I resolved everything, I occasionally would go back to my original post and read the comments to remind myself that I've done the right thing. After posting on here, I went home from work that day and asked my friends to come over but stay in the parking lot while I sort things out with my now ex-BF. Before I could even start the conversation, he told me his friend got a new car recently and how I should get him a car since I can afford it. I got really upset and told him he could have got himself a car if he was working. I told him how stressful it has been for me with him not working and fully relying on me. He started the "my life is already miserable and you're not being supportive" talk. I was sick of it. So I said I wanted to end things here and he needs to move out ASAP. As expected, he got upset and threw a tantrum. He was yelling, throwing stuff around, and when he realized I was being dead serious, he started threatening to hit and kill my dogs. I jumped in between him and the dogs to stop him from harming them. Then he pushed me and grabbed me by my neck. I was able to get him off of me, put the dogs into a room, and called my friends to tell them to come in and call the police. He was trying to hit me but my friends got there in time. I think he got scared when he saw my friends showed up, so he backed down but still verbally told them to get out of the way or he would hit them too. The police came. They took him away and told me he wouldn't be able to come into the apartment anymore. He had to move but would need to be escorted by the police if he wanted to grab his stuff later. It was a horrible experience, but it showed me that I've done the right thing. I thought that was the end of everything. But his auntie called me when she found out, and tried to gaslight me saying that he didn't do anything wrong and I was just upset, so I called the police. I told myself that I no longer have to deal with this bullshit, so I told her to leave me alone and hung up. His family would continue to harass me but stopped when I threatened to report to the police. I continue to pay the rent and bills like how I've always been doing. The only thing that's changed is I'm now so much happier. I'm the happiest I've ever been in years. I just got a promotion last week. I've been spending time enjoying life, with the extra money I have since I no longer have to pay for his expenses. As for my ex, he's moved in with his aunt. I got a protection order so we are not in contact at all. Relevant comments. Many people congratulate OP and wish her well. OP responds, "Thank you. It feels great to wake up in the morning and not have to worry about what kind of crap he is going to give me today. And OMG, the extra saving that I have since I'm not longer financially responsible for a full-grown adult. Thank you. I've realized that all the uncertainties that I had before really don't mean anything. My life is only getting better and I've received all the support I need from friends and family and people on Reddit too." Comment 1, how long were you in that relationship? OP's reply, I was in that relationship for 8 years. Comment 2, I hope you changed the locks. And why didn't you tell his family about his refusal to work? I hate that they think of him as the victim now, and that you used him to finance your studies and then dropped him. OP's reply, I haven't mentioned this, but his family is the type of people who it doesn't matter what he does, he's always right to them. I knew even if I told them that he refused to work, his family would still defend him and make excuses for his behavior. It has happened with other things before. But his family can take care of him all they want now. I didn't put this in the post because I didn't want the post to get too long, but when his auntie first called me, she told me if I kicked him out he wouldn't have anywhere to stay because she couldn't let him stay with her. I knew she was just saying that so that I would feel bad and wouldn't kick him out. So I told her it's none of my business and he needs to figure it out himself. Guess what? He moved right into his aunt's house after he was released. Comment 3, OP, will you be able to move? Given he seems unhinged, what are the chances of him coming back in a later date? He already has escalated to violence and seems like he has gotten his rotten morals from his family who enables him and may do the same. I read way too much RA and Baru hearing how bad things escalates. I hope you're able to do the following: filing a restraining order and documenting all instances of the abuse that has escalated. Consider moving and keep the information where you move to the down low. Plus a change of place may do wonders for your mental health. Invest in a Ring doorbell cam. It's for your safety and the dog's. Alert your rental, app or property that he is not allowed unless on a scheduled time to pick up his stuff. Find a safe space for you and your animals, in case he escalates again. Anyone who has gone to his manic level of harming you and animals will repeat until they find another obsession. He is an abuser and he's at the stage he lost control and is going berserk but may also be biding his time. Better be overly cautious than not. I hope you be fully free of him. OP's reply. I'm planning to move to a new place soon, and it's nicer. And closer to my work too, since I can now afford it with the extra money I have. I have no doubt he's capable of harming me and I'm honestly not sure if he would leave me alone. I'm considering filing a restraining order against his family also, because even though they've stopped coming to my place to try to gaslight and guilt trip me, they still try to call me sometimes, with different numbers since I blocked their numbers already. I just ordered a Ring camera and I'm also going to move to a new place soon. He doesn't even know where I work because he didn't care. He'd never taken me to work or even asked what company I work for. He only asked about my salary when I told him I got a new job. I was sad that he didn't care, but now I'm glad that he doesn't know much about me besides where I live. Comment 4, I hope you read this and seriously consider it. We are attracted to what is normal to us, not necessarily what is good for us. You need to spend some time with a therapist unpacking what in your past taught you to accept being used. Women, especially, are often taught to be people pleasers, even to the point of their own detriment. I hope you spend some time rewiring yourself to only accept respectful, loving treatment. My heart breaks that you went through this. I sincerely wish you well. OP's reply. I'm spending a lot of time taking care of myself. I have had a couple therapy sessions in the past couple weeks. The whole incident was traumatizing to me. I'm a lot happier but still need lots of time to heal. Update. It's been a year since I called the police on my ex-BF after he hurt me and threatened to hurt my dogs. I hope the same thing doesn't happen to anyone, but if you're currently in a similar relationship, I hope this post will help you realize good things will come after you stand up for yourself. After my ex was taken by the police, I dealt with some harassment from his family, but they eventually left me alone. I moved closer to my job in basically a different city that's 30 minutes away from my old apartment. I took some time to heal and went on vacation by myself. It was great. I finally look forward to coming home and spending time with my dogs. One of them passed away from cancer a couple months ago. About 6 months after the incident, I met someone. He's a great person and for the first time in a long time, someone treats me with love and respect. I'm very happy at the moment. I've learned to set boundaries and expectations early on to avoid being in the same situation again. Now to my ex's case. Yesterday, I got a call from the prosecutor's office. To be honest, I totally forgot about the case and I thought there's nothing else to follow up on. But they called to inform me that they'll be pressing charges and asked if I would be okay to testify. I said yes. It'll be hard for me to go to court and talk about the incident if he's right there, because even though I've completely moved on with my life, I can still feel the fear when I heard about the case. I'm somewhat still traumatized by the whole thing, but I think he needs to be responsible for his actions, especially after his auntie tried to defend his actions by blaming me. It really sucks that I have to go through all of that to end a toxic and abusive relationship, but I got out somewhat safely and I can't imagine what my life would be if I stayed. It was a hard time, but it's worth it. Things are definitely better and I'm surrounded by people who truly love me and appreciate me. Simple and little things in life truly make me happy. Like how my BF got me bubble tea and prepared dinner for me when I had a hard day at work last week. I can't believe just more than a year ago, I thought a day without an argument was already a good day. Relevant comments. Commenters were overwhelmingly proud and supportive of OOP and leaving and encouraged her to testify against her ex. Here are a sampling of those comments. Comment 1, good for you leaving that toxic situation. The exact thing happened to me last year as well. I was in a relationship with a toxic ex and I finally stood up for myself and ended the relationship. We had to love together until we figured out the living situation since unfortunately both our names were on the lease. The way I got out was by calling the police after he swung a soundbar at me. I'm still traumatized about it to this day. I'm in therapy for the things he did and said to me. He pleaded guilty, which I'm so glad that this nightmarish chapter can finally be over. OP's reply. I'm glad you were able to get out before things got worse. It's a very traumatizing experience, but therapy does help. I hope you have a good support system and are around people who care about you and understand your experience. Comment 2. You may want to reach out to the victim advocate and see if the prosecutor's office, or anyone else affiliated with the court, has an emotional support dog that you can have with you when you testify. I was pleasantly surprised that a small county near me had that for a person I work with when she had to testify against a family member. It helped her feel more calm and protected going into testifying. After 20 years of caring for my wife's daughter, I was abandoned by her at the wedding when she chose her biological father over me. I've been married to Sarah for more than 20 years. When we met, she was a single mother of a 5-year-old child named Emma. Emma was a bright-eyed, inquisitive little girl with a laugh that could brighten up any room. The first time I saw her, she was chasing a paper airplane in the park, clutching Sarah's hand tightly as they moved toward me. Something in that instant told me they were the future. Sarah was open about her past right from the start. Emma's biological father, Mark, had always been untrustworthy, full of hollow promises and transient appearances. He would call on birthdays, drop off cheap gifts, and then go. Emma was usually excited when Daddy arrived, despite Sarah's efforts to keep her expectations in check. When Sarah and I became serious, she made it obvious that Emma was her top priority. I totally accepted it. What I didn't expect was how much I'd come to love her. It didn't happen right away, but every "I love you, Dad," and every small sketch with my name misspelled eventually won me over. I was present when she learned to ride a bike after numerous falls and scraped knees. I was there when she developed a high temperature in the middle of the night, cuddling her while Sarah ran for a thermometer. I helped her memorize her poem for her first school recital. On the big day, she shook behind the curtain but caught my gaze in the crowd before she began, needing reassurance that I was present. I always was. Mark, on the other hand, was merely a background character. He made huge promises such as, "Next summer I'll take you to the beach," or "I'll buy you that bike you want," but never followed through. Emma used to cry when those promises broke apart, and I would pick up the pieces. I never wanted to be the reason she stopped believing in her father. As she grew older, our friendship grew stronger. I was the one who attended her school meetings, helped her choose her graduation gown, and cheered her on from the bleachers during her games. She called me Dad, and even though I wasn't her biological father, I could see she meant it. That's why what occurred next devastated me. I wholeheartedly supported Emma's decision to attend college. I paid for much of her tuition, books, and even her little apartment rent. It was a financial cost, but I did not mind. I wanted her to have the opportunities I never had. Mark, as always, was inconsistent. He would occasionally call to say, "Your dad is proud of you," but he never contributed monetarily or actively participated in her life. Emma went up to me after the graduation ceremony, tears in her eyes. "Thank you for everything, Dad. I couldn't have done it without you." At that point, every sacrifice seemed worthwhile. So when Emma announced her wedding to Andrew, I was ecstatic. I imagined escorting her down the aisle, a symbolic moment that reflected everything we had gone through. I never stated it aloud, but I assumed that honor was mine. After all, I had been there for her at every milestone. The weeks leading up to the wedding were full with anticipation. Emma discussed her outfit, the flowers, and the music. As always, I offered my assistance, paying for a portion of the reception, donating to her attire, and covering additional expenses. I never anticipated anything in return, other than to be recognized as an important part of her day. Then the invitation arrived. I opened it with a smile, expecting to find my name in a particular place. Instead, it was only a formal guest list. My name wasn't really significant. Worse, Emma had selected Mark to accompany her down the aisle. At first, I assumed it was an error, but when I asked her about it, her remark hit me like a blow in the belly. There's only one biological father, and I've always wanted to give him this moment. I can't express how it felt to have years of love, sacrifice, and effort rejected as nothing. But the worst part wasn't her choice. It was how nonchalantly she said it, as if she'd never considered choosing me. Her wedding day was one of the most embarrassing experiences of my life. I arrived early in a fitted suit, sat quietly among the guests, and watched Mark escort Emma down the aisle. During the remarks, I waited for someone to acknowledge me. Nobody did. I was invisible. Something inside of me snapped that day. The part of me that had always been willing to give up simply shut down. I didn't realize it at the time, but that moment signaled the start of a shift that would change everything. That moment, watching Emma come down the aisle on Mark's arm, was etched in my memory. She was gorgeous, as any bride should be, yet the vision left me bitter. Not because I didn't want her to be happy, but because I recognized in that moment that I was no longer her priority. Emma and Andrew embarked on a lavish honeymoon at a seaside resort with stunning views and first-rate amenities the week after their wedding. I did not ask many questions about it. I couldn't bring myself to talk about something that was the breaking point in our relationship. What I hadn't expected was what happened when Emma returned. She barely had time to unpack before contacting me. Her tone was light, as if nothing had occurred. She spoke about the beaches and the surprise meal Andrew had planned under the sky. I listened silently, answering briefly and fighting to maintain my composure. Then the talk went the way I should have expected. "Dad," she stated. The familiarity of that word wounded harder than I'd like to acknowledge. "I need a favor." They had some unexpected honeymoon expenses and were running low on cash. Could I help with the cost? For a moment, I was speechless. She asked so casually and confidently, as if she expected me to answer yes, like I had always done. I was the one who corrected things, provided, and made selfless sacrifices for her. But this time, something inside me resisted. Maybe it was wounded pride, or maybe it was the weight of years of neglect. All I know is that for the first time, I did not feel compelled to say yes. "I'm sorry, Emma," I replied, holding my voice steady while my heart hammered. "I can't help you this time." There was silence. I could image her expression of confusion. "But you've always helped before," she finally remarked, her voice filled with skepticism. I took a deep breath. "Maybe you should ask Mark. He's your real father, isn't he? Maybe he can help." There was another long pause, followed by a whispered, "I understand," before she hung up. There was no dispute or fury, only an abrupt conclusion that left an empty space in my chest. Later, Sarah confronted me. She called me heartless and claimed I couldn't simply abandon Emma when she needed me. I told her it was not about money, but about respect. I was there for her for over 20 years, Sarah. And when she had the chance to acknowledge that, she chose to act like it wasn't enough. I can't keep being her backup plan whenever things don't go her way. Sarah did not comprehend. To her, blood always came first, even if it had just made empty promises. The chat ended in silence, but something altered between us. An invisible wall appeared where none had before existed. Emma has not contacted me since. Sarah told me shortly after that call that Andrew was furious with me for abandoning Emma in a difficult situation. Mark had apparently vanished, with no calls, messages, or other indications. I suppose Emma was now realizing the truth, but it didn't erase what she had done or how she had made me feel. That night, alone in the living room, I replayed every moment I had spent with Emma, every time she smiled and called me Dad. And then I knew something. I'd always assumed the title was a decision, a sign that I'd earned my place in her life. But now I wonder whether it was just a convenient word for her, something she said when it suited her. I'm not sure if I'll ever get over this, but one thing is certain. This time, I won't be the one who keeps giving. To be honest, I don't think I have anything left to give. 3 months have passed after the wedding, and despite my best efforts to distance myself, drama continues to find me. Sarah is continually trying to mend things between Emma and me, gazing at me with a mix of disappointment and imploring, as if waiting for me to give in and return to being the man who never said no. But she doesn't realize, or refuses to accept, that something within me altered that day. I can't simply go back to how things were. Since the call in which I declined to pay for Emma's honeymoon, our relationship has entirely vanished. She hasn't contacted me, and while that stung at first, it now feels like relief. There will be no more solicitations for money disguised as casual check-ins. What surprised me was how rapidly issues arose in her marriage. Sarah, of course, remained in constant communication with Emma and casually mentioned it over dinner one night. Emma and Andrew are struggling financially, she moaned loudly. Andrew lost his job, and they're having trouble paying rent. I kept eating, knowing what was coming. Sarah continued, "Don't you think we should help them? She's our daughter after all." I sat down with my fork and took a long breath. I'm not her father anymore, Sarah. According to Emma, that role belongs to Mark. So if she needs help, she should ask him. Sarah glanced at me as if I'd just said something terrible. How can you be so cold? She's always counted on you. You can't turn your back on her now. I laughed bitterly. Cold? Cold is what she did to me at her wedding, because honestly, that's exactly how it felt. Cold and invisible, like I never spent 2 decades being the one who was there for her. If Mark is her father for the big moments, then he can be her father in the difficult ones too. This concluded our conversation. Sarah stormed away, carrying her plate to the sink. That night, we slept silently, with our backs to each other. It pained that this was damaging our relationship, but I couldn't keep being the man who gave and gave while receiving nothing in return. Despite everything, Emma reached out quickly, albeit not explicitly. A week later, I received a message from Andrew. He wrote, short but desperate, "Hey, it's Andrew, Emma's husband. I need to talk to you about something important. Do you have time?" I didn't immediately respond. I left the message there as a reminder of how dramatically things had changed. I read it several times, knowing exactly what he wanted: money. There was always money. I eventually decided to hear him out. I had nothing to lose. We met in a neighborhood cafe. Andrew was already there, nervously tapping his foot and looking at the untouched coffee. I sat down silently, expecting him to speak first. "Thanks for coming," he finally murmured, his tone lacking sincerity. It seemed more like an obligation. "I know things have been tense between you and Emma, but we're going through a difficult time and I was hoping you could help." There it was, the expected request. I kept my expression neutral. "What do you need?" I inquired, despite the fact that I already knew. Andrew groaned and stared at his coffee, as if looking for the proper words. "Emma and I have been struggling financially since the honeymoon. I recently lost my job, and we are now behind on rent. If we don't pay in 2 weeks, we will be evicted." I nodded carefully, allowing his words to sink in before asking the one question he clearly hadn't expected. "Have you asked Mark?" Andrew looked up, puzzled. "Mark? No, we haven't talked to him. Emma thought you might be able to help. You've always been there for her." I smiled, but it wasn't a friendly one. It was bitter. "Ironic." "Exactly," I murmured, leaning forward. "And yet, when she had to choose, she picked Mark. So no, Andrew, I won't be helping this time. Maybe it's time for Mark to finally step up for once." Andrew tried to argue that it wouldn't be fair if they were evicted. That it wasn't only about Emma, but also about him. I raised a hand to stop him. "This conversation is over," I stated firmly. "I wish you both the best, but I can't keep solving your problems." I stood up, leaving him to his cold coffee and frustration. When I arrived home, Sarah was waiting for me, like if she knew what had happened. I didn't give her any specifics because she didn't need them. She could tell I'd declined to help. Emma and Andrew have since stopped trying. Sarah is still unhappy, but she has stopped pushing me to give in. But something tells me that this is not over. When a castle collapses, there is always more rubble to come. 6 months have passed since the wedding, and to be honest, they have felt weirdly liberated. I've held steadfast in my choice not to get involved in Emma and Andrew's troubles, even if it means dealing with Sarah's persistent resentment. She does not say it directly, but I can see it in her eyes. She hasn't forgiven me for what she considers a betrayal. No matter how many times I explain that this is not about money, but about respect, she either doesn't get it or refuses to. But the space between Emma and me has provided unexpected solace. For the first time in years, I am free of the burden of always being the one to keep everything together. I've refocused on myself, taken up old hobbies like woodworking, and spent more time with friends, things I'd neglected for far too long. I felt awful at first for taking this space for myself, but now I see it as vital. Still, the drama has not subsided. Sarah told me a few weeks ago that Emma and Andrew had finally been evicted. They couldn't come up with enough money to catch up on rent, and their landlord lost patience. They're now staying with Andrew's mother in a tight apartment that barely fits 2 people, let alone a married couple. Sarah was outraged as she told me this. "This wouldn't have happened if you had helped them," she added, her tone heavy with the now familiar blame. I did not bother answering. Whatever I said, Sarah would always perceive me as the villain responsible for Emma's problems. What she doesn't know is that deep down, I know I did the right thing. Emma chose to throw me aside, and now she has to deal with the repercussions. Sarah finds it ironic that Mark has been absolutely absent during this. He didn't even answer when Emma asked for aid. It's not surprising, given his track record of unreliability. But I find it odd that, despite Emma's efforts to elevate him, he is nowhere to be found when she needs him the most. Sarah told me something a few days ago when she was making dinner, and it almost made me chuckle. Emma says Mark promised to help her find a new place to live, but he still hasn't followed through. He says he's waiting for his finances to stabilize. I arched an eyebrow, staring at her in amazement. And Emma still believes him? After a lifetime of broken promises, she still believes him? I inquired, not angry, but really curious. Sarah sighed and looked at me with despair. He's her father, she stated simply, as if this explained everything. That exchange stuck in my memory for years. I had attempted to replace the vacuum Mark had left in Emma's life, but now I wondered if it had all been in vain. Perhaps biology has always been more important to her than her deeds. Perhaps I was never competing with Mark's presence, but with the mere fact that he existed. Emma finally contacted me around a week ago. Surprisingly, it was not about money. She sent a message indicating she wanted to meet and speak. I was hesitant to respond for a long time, but curiosity eventually won out. We met at a park that she used to frequent when she was younger. Emma was already there, sitting on a bench and nervously fidgeting with her hands. When I approached, she rose up and gave me a cautious hug. One that did not feel sincere, but which I accepted out of politeness. We sat for a few minutes in awkward silence. Then she began speaking, but not about why she had summoned me there. Instead, she talked about how difficult it was to live with Andrew's mother, the strain in her marriage, and how much she missed her own space. I listened without interrupting. I could see she had a lot to unload. She finally came to the point. "Dad," she murmured, a word that once meant a lot to me but now feels hollow. "I know I've disappointed you. I know the wedding hurt you, and I don't think I realized how much until it was too late." I waited, allowing her to continue. Inside, I felt a range of feelings, including disbelief, sadness, and lingering bitterness. Emma took a big breath before saying, "I just want to say I'm sorry for how things turned out. I never meant to make you feel replaced." "But you did," I said calmly and firmly. "Not just at the wedding, Emma. Every time you ignored everything I did for you, every time you chose to see Mark as something he never was. You say you didn't want me to feel replaced, but honestly, I don't think I was ever in that place to begin with." Emma looked down, clearly startled by my remarks. Perhaps she expected me to simply take her apologies and go back to the way things had been, but that wasn't an option anymore. Certain things, once broken, cannot be fixed. The conversation came to an end shortly thereafter. As we said our goodbyes, she told me she hoped we might repair our connection over time. I didn't answer, not because I didn't want it to happen, but because I wasn't sure it could. Emma didn't simply break my heart, she also shattered something deeper, my faith in her. Update: I did something that Sarah and Emma will never forgive me for, and I'm not sure whether I should even seek forgiveness. My relationship with Sarah has deteriorated beyond what I could have imagined during the last year, following the wedding. What began as an emotional distance has grown into an insurmountable divide. We no longer feel the love, bond, or respect that we once had. We still share a house, but not our lives. Since the wedding, there has been no intimacy. At first, I assumed it was a momentary reaction to stress, but as the months went, I realized Sarah was more than upset. She was bitter. She blamed me for Emma's pain, and this anger permeated every aspect of our marriage. We used to spend our nights talking or watching movies, but now they are silent. Every time I try to reach out, she pulls back, creating a barrier between us. In the midst of this desolation, Sophie, Sarah's best friend, joined my life. She had always been Emma's delightful aunt, bringing her lavish gifts and telling humorous stories. However, after the wedding, something changed. She began phoning more frequently, checking up on me. At first, I assumed she was attempting to help Sarah and me reconcile. But as time passed, I understood it was more than that. Sophie was the only person who really listened. She told me something no one else had. That I was correct. That my feelings were genuine. That I had been treated unfairly. And that Sarah was being unkind to me. I grew to look forward to our chats. She did not perceive me as the villain in this scenario. I will not suggest that this was planned, since it was not. It just happened, like a river discovering a new route. One night, after another lengthy conversation, we sat in silence, just looking at each other. We had discussed everything. How I felt invisible in my own home, how Sarah had become chilly, and how my life seemed to be crumbling apart. Sophie suddenly seized my hand and said something that left me speechless. "You deserve to be happy, and they aren't letting you." I'm not sure what made me lean in, her voice, the way she looked at me, but before I knew it, I was kissing her, and she didn't move away. That night, I did not go home. I spent the hours with Sophie, talking and laughing, allowing months of repressed feelings to surface. For the first time in years, I felt seen. I felt wanted. Most significantly, I felt understood. I know I'm doing something wrong, yet I don't regret it. Sophie has been my sanctuary, someone who actually sees me. I found with her what I had lost with Sarah, connection. Sarah suspects something. She observes me when I arrive home late or leave to answer messages, but she has not confronted me. Sophie too experiences guilt, but neither of us regrets our actions. I know this cannot endure. When Sarah finds out, there is no turning back. But for the time being, I don't feel alone. Final update. 2 years have gone. Looking back, it seems like a faraway storm, yet the wounds linger. I've rebuilt my life, but I'm not sure if I can ever reverse the harm. Sarah and Emma cut me out totally, which freed me. When I eventually admitted, Sarah's reaction was even more strong than I had anticipated. She confronted me before I could respond. "What is this? I've seen the way you've changed. Tell me the truth," I said. "Sophie and we've been seeing each other. She was there for me when no one else was." Sarah's expression shifted from disbelief to wrath. Then followed the words that still haunt me. "So all of it, everything we built, meant nothing to you?" I stood there, speechless. All I had done was try to keep my family together, but I had failed. "Sarah," I replied, my voice quivering. "While you were trying to save Emma, I lost myself, and you didn't even notice." She yelled so loudly that it hurt. "What you've done is unforgivable. How could you destroy our family?" Emma walked in. She already knew. Her voice was icy. "I thought you were better than this, but you never cared, did you? You just wanted to be the hero, and look at what you've done." "That's not true," I replied, frightened. "You pushed me away. You chose Mark, and when you needed something, I was just supposed to fix it. But when I gave you everything, it was never enough." "Was it enough?" Sarah cried. "That doesn't justify this betrayal. Clara, let him go." And with that, they urged me to leave and never contact them again. It stung, but I felt relieved. There was nothing more to save. I relocated to a little flat. The divorce procedure was arduous, but the legal struggle was not the most painful part. It was realizing that the life I had built was over. Sophie was there for me throughout it all, providing comfort and motivation. She did not excuse my mistakes, but she also did not criticize me. Months later, as I was finally getting my life back together, I received a message from Emma. "Dad, I know I hurt you. I know I failed you, but you will always be my father. I'm sorry. I know things will never be the same, but I will always love you." I did not respond right away. The wounds were still too deep. Maybe one day I'll find peace, but for now, I'm moving on, regardless of what I've left behind. I saved $140,000 for my dream wedding, but my parents lied about a medical emergency and used it all to fund my brother's lavish honeymoon. Hello, so I, 26F, recently married my hubby, 26M, following a 6-year romance. We arranged a private ceremony at his aunt's farmhouse, which was not what we had intended at first. I had wanted to marry on the beach because it was where we had some of our happiest moments. My husband and I are both water lovers, and we would go to the beach at least once a month to relax and decompress. So it is a particular place for us. I had already begun searching for places where we could all stay. Like every other bride on the planet, I wanted my wedding to be memorable. I had been saving for a big celebration for the past 5 years. I work in advertising and make a decent living. However, my husband and I lived cheaply and tried to save money for the future. We had planned to hire one of the top hotels with a sea view so that our guests could have a great experience. It was supposed to be a luxury experience, but we had to adjust our plans and cut back significantly because my parents decided to borrow money from me a few months ago. I could not force myself to decline. Some context. My brother, 24 million, got married a few months ago. However, his wedding was unexpected, and they had little time to plan. He had been with his wife for roughly 2 years and proposed about a month before they married. It was a tiny ceremony with only family and a few friends. But I was thrilled for him because it was their wedding and their decision. However, a few weeks after his wedding, my mother contacted me and requested that I borrow $125,000. She told me that my father had suddenly become ill. She claimed it was probably his diabetes acting up again, but she couldn't afford all of the medical bills alone and needed my assistance. She stated that the doctors had recommended a specialized medicine, but it was too expensive because it had to be imported. Their insurance wouldn't cover it, and she couldn't afford it. I was quite concerned about my father's health, so I decided to stand up and lend her the money, no questions asked. The lies begin. I visited them a few times and begged my mother to show me the medical papers, but she always managed to avoid my questions. When I visited, my father was always in bed. However, for some reason, he did not appear to be really sick. Even when I asked my mother why he hadn't been taken to a hospital for observation and expert treatment, she said it wasn't required just now. But he was unwell enough to require an unusual prescription that wasn't even manufactured here and wasn't covered by their insurance. I am not an idiot. After the first few encounters, I realized there was something strange going on with my folks. But I didn't want to accuse them of anything until I was really certain. It would be a bad image if I accused them of lying about a medical emergency in order to borrow money, only to find out later that it was real. The big revelation. I quickly discovered that my brother had not been visiting our parents. Even when I asked why, my father said they didn't want him to worry. Because he was so young, they wanted him to concentrate on his work. They were absolutely cool with me being worried sick. After a few weeks had gone and my brother had not visited, I decided to phone him. I asked when he was going to stop by to see our father. That's when he casually mentioned that he'd pay me a visit as soon as he returned from his honeymoon. That was news to me. I had no idea he had left for his honeymoon because my parents had not informed me. I had no idea where he was because neither he nor his wife had posted anything about it on social media. When I inquired why he hadn't told me, he explained that he had planned to surprise everyone by returning after a month away with a collection of images, tales, and recollections from their tour around Europe. He stated that he had no intention of notifying me, but he was concerned when I mentioned that our father was sick, so he felt compelled to respond. He told me that after receiving my concerned text, he spoke with our parents, who assured him that there was nothing to worry about and that they were okay. He explained that our parents had most likely exaggerated the scenario while talking to me, and I had believed them because I was neurotic, resulting in a misunderstanding. I tried to give my parents the benefit of the doubt, believing that they had been keeping the truth from my brother because they didn't want to ruin his honeymoon or make him worry about them. I knew what I had seen in my parents' house, and there was no room for misunderstanding. But then my brother told me that if what I had predicted about Dad being terribly sick had come true, he would have felt terrible about not being there for him. Apparently, our parents paid for his excessively expensive and lengthy honeymoon. All of the danger bells went up in my head, so I asked him how much this trip would cost him. Then he told me that this trip would cost our parents at least $135,000 because he and his wife were going all out for their honeymoon, staying in the most costly hotels and eating at the best restaurants, because they could only do it once. They would also be shopping for a lot of things, and our parents would cover the cost. I realized right away that this was where my money was going and there was no medical emergency at all. There had never been an emergency, so they had no documentation to show me and had never even been to the hospital. My parents had merely made up the entire narrative in order to raise funds for my brother's honeymoon, which was meant to be their wedding gift. I felt incredibly insulted hearing my brother speak about how our parents went above and beyond for him just so the two of them could enjoy their honeymoon because they hadn't been able to have a lavish wedding. The money I had lent to my parents came from my wedding fund, and I felt as if I had been stabbed in the back when I discovered that my parents had handed it all to my brother. When I challenged them after that phone call, my parents informed me that they had to make up a tale because they knew I would not give them the money if I knew it would be spent for my brother's honeymoon. They told me he had been suffering at work and feeling unhappy for a long time, so they wanted him to have some fun without worrying about money. Unfortunately, they were unable to fund it themselves because it would jeopardize their own retirement fund, so they had to borrow money from me. Their reasoning was that I was still young and earning, and I had many years ahead of me to work and recoup this money, but it was not the same for them. They also stated that it was merely money, which they will refund at some point. But, For the time being, I needed to put myself second and consider my brother's sentiments, as this honeymoon appeared to have reinvigorated him and saved him from depression. I couldn't believe it, because it meant I'd have to cut back on my wedding spending for no apparent reason. To be clear, I was fine with having a smaller wedding if it meant my father's health didn't suffer. But this was not what I had signed up for. I was upset when they told me the truth, and I demanded that they repay me before I married because I intended to use the money for my wedding. I had a lot of expenses to consider if I wanted to go forward with a beach wedding. Even though my husband and his family were covering part of the expenses, I needed to look after myself as well. My parents had never planned to pay for the wedding since they had informed me very early on that they could either pay for my college education or pay for when I married, but not both. I had planned to go to college and pay for my own wedding, so I had been saving up for it alone. In case any of you are wondering, when my brother entered college, I asked him whether my parents had forced him to choose between these two as well, and he laughed in my face as if it was the most absurd concept ever. I never brought it up with my parents because I didn't want to accuse them of having a favorite, even though it was obvious that they did. But I was young and still needed their assistance because I couldn't find work at the time. So bringing these issues up and battling with them will simply exacerbate the situation for me. It didn't make sense to confront them about this. However, it came out several years later when I confronted them about the money they had stolen from me and how they had always preferred my brother over me. They attempted to deny it, but it was as obvious as day. I told them they had to repay me because I was not going to give up my ideal wedding just because my brother was struggling at work. My parents could mollycoddle him by sending him on an extravagant vacation with their own money, but I hadn't worked hard for 5 years and saved enough for my wedding simply to have that amount taken away from me and given to my brother. But they told me that they couldn't refund the money to me all at once before the wedding, and that it would take them a few years to do so. They expected me to be fine with it since, evidently, nothing is more important than family. If I was willing to spend that money on a medical emergency for my father, there was no reason why I couldn't use it to save my brother from falling into depression. But here's the thing, my brother would never be depressed because of his job, since he never took it seriously, which is why he was awful at it and earned so little. He works in sales, and practically all of his money comes from commissions. So, if he's bad at what he does, he only has himself to blame. He might have been upset about it, but I can assure you that he was never going to get despondent. He simply didn't care enough about anything because he had been spoiled by my parents his entire life and was unaccustomed to working hard for things, which is why he appeared dissatisfied with his job. That's all it was. However, my parents exaggerated the situation to make it appear that he was worried by his work failures and needed to be rescued. It was all a bunch of nonsense. I attempted to tell my parents how important this wedding was to me. I had previously promised my husband and his family that I would cover certain expenses, which would be difficult if I didn't have the money, therefore they needed to take action. But they said they couldn't refund the money to me before I got married, so I'd have to scale back or ask my spouse and his family for help. It got to the point where I begged them to return my money. But all they did was shake their heads and say no, promising to return it someday but not before the wedding. I left their house crying, and when I returned home and informed my husband what had happened, he was just as angry and even more unhappy as I was. He was planning to contact a lawyer, but I told him there was no point because there was no written confirmation that my mother wanted the money for medical reasons or that she intended to return it to me. It had all been informal, with no binding contracts or documentation to substantiate a single point. So, even if we did file a case against her, we would be wasting more of our money by hiring for a lawyer because we would most likely be unable to establish anything because we did not have any messages in our favor. Everything had been verbal and off the record, so as much as we wanted to pursue my parents, we decided against it because it would be fruitless, and we didn't want to waste any more of our money on a hopeless scenario. Instead, we decided to start thinking about how we would adjust our wedding plans. Thankfully, my husband's family stepped in when they discovered what my parents had done. His aunt agreed to let us use her farmhouse venue for free. We'd always wanted to have a beach wedding, but his aunt hadn't recommended it at first. But now that we're looking at other options, she offered that idea, and I decided to check it out. My husband had visited the location before, but the moment I walked in, I knew it was the one. It was a wonderful location, and even though it was not near the ocean, my husband and I were delighted. His aunt was allowing us to use the venue for free, which gave us even more motivation to start planning around the farmhouse instead. I became preoccupied with wedding preparations, which gave me yet another reason to distance myself from my parents. I had already decided that they were not going to be invited to my wedding. But I was on the fence regarding my brother because he hadn't done anything wrong and didn't realize my parents had taken the money from me to give it to him. However, He made the decision much simpler for me by calling me after he returned from his honeymoon and berating me for humiliating our parents by requesting that they return my money. He told me that he had heard what had happened from our mother and was angry that I was being so difficult about it. Apparently, he thought this was no great thing, despite the fact that he had spent my money, and promised to return it to me as soon as he could. But I had to suck it up before the wedding and scale back. So that's when I decided how I felt about him, and I didn't speak to any of them after that. Now that I didn't have the complete wedding fund, I couldn't afford a lavish, extravagant wedding. To be honest, I believe it worked for me because the wedding I did have was far more lovely than anything I had envisioned previously. We had to reduce our expectations, but it was worthwhile since we realized that this day was supposed to be about us. We were not the individuals we were attempting to portray in our daily lives, so spending a fortune on a big wedding solely to impress people would be incredibly shallow. We decided to cut the wedding costs and instead do something better with the money we saved. In a way, I'm grateful for how things turned out since my wedding was still lovely and wonderful, but it lacked the pomp and show that I had envisioned previously. It was a good thing since we were only surrounded by people we loved and who loved us when we came together to celebrate. I believe that is pretty much all you need for a wedding, so I'm pleased with how things turned out. I posted images from my wedding a few days ago. Everyone in my family who had been invited to the wedding had been given strong and precise instructions to ensure that my parents and brother did not find out that the invites had already been sent. If they found out, they'd throw a fit since they didn't get one, which is how we were able to have a private ceremony without them coming up or attempting to coerce me into inviting them before the wedding. But now that it was finished and everything had gone smoothly, I didn't see anything wrong with sharing the images on social media. However, they discovered it and contacted me the next day, demanding an explanation for why they had not been invited to my wedding. I was surprised that they expected to be invited, given that my previous conversation with any of them had not been good. I had been crying as I left my parents' house after our previous quarrel, and we hadn't spoken since. The last time I spoke with my brother, he made me feel like everything was my fault and that I was the one who was being theatrical. After that, I hadn't spoken to any of them, and they hadn't attempted to speak with me either. So I wasn't sure why they had expected to be welcomed. They had not only expected me to invite them, but they were also disappointed that they were unable to attend the wedding. My parents called me first, then joined my brother to the call so they could all yell at me at the same time. But I didn't like it, and it seemed extremely entitled of them. I'd already cut them out of my life, and I didn't need any more turmoil while trying to enjoy my new life as a bride. So I told them that after they took my money, I needed to lower the wedding budget. I decided to invite only family and a few close friends, and because they were neither, they were not included. After that, I hung up and blocked them, hoping they would leave me alone. But an hour later, my husband told me that my brother had contacted him to notify us that my parents had been deeply offended by what I had said. My mother was upset, so she kept crying until she almost fainted. That was all he said, but I began to feel guilty because I hadn't meant to offend my parents so deeply. He could be bluffing, but I'm not sure, and hearing this has made me feel strangely bad. AITA for not inviting my parents and brother to my wedding after they stole money from my wedding fund. Update 1. Hello, it's been a week since my last chat with my parents and brother, and I've chosen not to speak to them again. My mother can cry all she wants, but it won't change the facts. I was crying so hard the day I confronted them about the money, and I even begged them to return it to me before the wedding, but they didn't seem to care. They had taken it quite lightly, and now I was going to do the same to them. You reap what you sow. I also warned my brother not to contact me or my husband, particularly my husband, because he had nothing to do with any of this, and I didn't want my family bothering him with their petty antics. I banned him again after that text since I didn't want my family to have any contact with me. They had mistreated me my entire life, and now I was not going to take it anymore. I vowed that if I could, I would file a lawsuit against them to recover my money. However, given the lack of actual evidence, that may be a long shot at the moment. My husband feels it's worth a shot and might just work, so we've been thinking about it. He has spoken with a reputable lawyer, and we will decide what to do in a few days. Until then, I just need to figure out how to get them to confess or admit that they borrowed the money from me under the pretense of using it for a medical emergency, but then gave it to my brother so he could have a fun honeymoon. It will be difficult to prove in court, but I refuse to let them off the hook so easy. I deserve to have my money returned to me, and I will do everything it takes to ensure that they do, and that they do it as soon as possible. Update 2. Yesterday, I warned my brother not to worry my husband with our family drama, so he apparently interpreted it as a sign to pull him into this, despite the fact that he is not involved. After we arrived home from work, my husband informed me that my parents and brother had sent him a slew of SMS, demanding that he speak with me and instruct me to unblock them. When he blocked them, they decided to escalate the situation by showing up at his workplace. Apparently, they had been waiting for him outside, and as soon as they saw his car go, they began tailing him and honking at him. So he had to stop and wait for them to catch up because he recognized my brother's car and knew it was them. He also knew that if he didn't stop and wait for them, they'd just follow him home, which would greatly disturb me. So he decided to take one for the team and indulge their nonsense. When he pulled over, my brother exited his car, approached his window, and stated that they wanted to meet with him in person. There was a diner nearby, and my spouse was eager to get it over with. They took a booth in the diner so that my family could express whatever they felt was so vital. My brother informed him that he didn't think it was fair for me to cut everyone off over money, and that it was an overreaction. They also thought my implication that we were no longer family because they had borrowed money from me went too far. I'd previously blocked them, so they couldn't contact me, but they knew that if my husband tried to chat with me, I might just listen. So they were attempting to appeal to him, and my husband could remind me that we were a family regardless, so I needed to act like it rather than throwing tantrums over minor misunderstandings and acting like a brat. My parents also stated that they intended to repay the money to me later, but they were unable to do so all at once. They'd already stated it to me 1,000,000 times, so I needed to be more considerate because my brother was suffering at work and my parents were due to retire in a few years. They were attempting to persuade my husband that this was entirely my fault and that I was acting out for no reason. But my husband handled it very effectively, and rather than putting them in their place, he entertained them and made them feel like he was on their side. He told them that while he could try to explain it to me, it would be far more helpful if they came out to me personally and wrote me a meaningful note. So far, they had only been accusatory against me, but my husband persuaded them that if they admitted their mistakes, it would calm me down. And those idiots actually purchased it. My spouse tricked them into sending me a message in which they admitted what they had done, leading them to assume that this would make me easy on them. They assumed I would eventually apologize to them since tone was everything. It's all nonsense, of course, since the moment they send that communication, we treat it as an admission of guilt and pursue them criminally. I am actually very pleased with my husband since he handled this far better than I would have, and I believe he is an evil genius. But he's my evil genius, and I adore him. Update 3. My husband's strategy worked, and we are quite excited right now. My dad and brother, like a bunch of fools, sent me an email listing every single lie they had lied and admitting to everything they had done. So, now that we have documentation, my husband has granted our lawyer permission to proceed with a petition, and we will soon receive our money back. $125,000 may not seem like much to other people, but it means a lot to me because I've spent the previous 5 years trying to save for the future and worked really hard to get where I am now. It took a lot of late hours and sacrifices, and I'm not going to let it all go to waste just because my brother is lazy and my parents want to help him. So we will sue them, and whatever it takes, we will get my money back. We've already begun arranging our honeymoon, which will be a brief vacation to the beach because that's where it all began and will always be precious to us. We might take a longer break in a couple of months and treat it like a vacation, but for the time being, this will have to suffice. We know we don't need to impress people or spend a lot of money. We can do whatever makes us happy, and we are doing just that. Also, I don't want to be like my brother, who shared images from his honeymoon after they returned just to stick it in people's faces. But now he's going to be sued for just that. It's incredibly awful for them, but they brought it on themselves, so they completely deserve whatever comes their way. Am I the asshole for kicking out my mom's boyfriend after he stayed at my house for 4 years? His new girlfriend has now disrespected me in my own home. When I was 17, my mom came into money. She tried to keep it quiet, but she paid off my dad's debts, bought him a small house, paid off her debts and paid for my sister's college and set up funds for mine. She had a boyfriend at the time, and shortly after, him and his son, who was 7, moved into our new house. Over the next few years, Mom bought my sister a house after she graduated college. Her boyfriend lived with us and didn't pay anything, but he did work. When I was 21, Mom got diagnosed with cancer. It wasn't good. She sat me and my sister down and went over exactly how much money there was. She intended to give her current house to me, and both me and my sister were left with a large sum at the end of it. She asked if I would allow her boyfriend to stay in the house with his son until he got his own place. I agreed. Before she died, she told her boyfriend he would need to look for his own place but had time to save more for that journey. For the last 4 years he has continued to reside in the house with his son. I haven't minded because we get along okay. I pay all the bills, but he does buy food for him and his kid. He has dated off and on and mostly kept the women out of this house, which I respected him for. Until his current partner. She's been in my house 3 times, and at first, besides feeling a little uncomfortable, I was okay with her. The last time this past weekend was the point where I lost my shit. I was making myself some lunch when she came walking downstairs. She grabbed a plate and went to grab food out of my pan. I asked her what she thought was doing. She started telling me how I should look for somewhere else to live, and leeching off my dead mom's past relationship as an adult was pathetic. I hollered for my mom's old boyfriend. He came down and I told him I didn't know what he current thinking, but I wasn't going to be disrespected in my house. He wouldn't even look me in the eyes as he mumbled something about my mom promising him the house and he was just being kind, letting me stay. First, that isn't remotely true. Mom pulled him and I together after she asked if he could stay to set expectations. My mom met him shortly before she won the money and told him and us girls that she had no intention of leaving him money. She did set aside a fund for his son for college when he gets there, but he cannot touch it, only his son can. He has lived in this house almost 8 years without paying a dime. He should have plenty of money, and if he doesn't, that's on him. I told him he had 30 days to leave. I wasn't going to house someone who would lie and disrespect me in my house. He left that night with his son, but his ex-wife called to tell me I am cruel and an for her son losing his house. He is here every other week. I really feel like my mom didn't expect him to still be here, but my sister said she feels like I am breaking my promise to my mom, and that made me feel like maybe I am the Comments. Comment 1, NTA. The critical part here is that your mom asked you to let him stay until he got his own place and to give him time to find one. In that time, instead of looking to move somewhere else, he continued to settle into life in the house, to the point where he even started bringing a new girlfriend along. He moved on but didn't move out. Him lying to her and telling her this was his house tells you everything you need to know about his actual intentions to leave. You kicking him out wasn't abrupt. The clock had run out on your mother's kindness and your obligation to her a long time ago, and he was living there on generously borrowed time. Comment 2. OP's mom probably expected it to be a month or 2 since he's working but has no living expenses and didn't during their relationship, not 4 years. Where the hell is his money going if he can't get his own place? Comment 3. He had at least 4 years to save before OP's mother passed away, plus the 4 years since then. He has only been paying for food and presumably his phone, car insurance, fuel, etc. in that time. He should have incredibly healthy savings. Especially as he was living with his sister to save up before that. The mother probably thought that he'd take a month or 2 to grieve, spend a month or 4 looking in earnest, and be out of OP's hair within the year. If he was saving say $1,500 per month while the mother was alive, rent plus utilities and council tax local equivalent on a 2-bed house flat has to be at least that, pretty much everywhere in what sounds like the US, right? That'd be $72,000 before she passed, the same again since then, and whatever he had beforehand. Of course he could afford to move out straight away. Dude should have a good $150,000 minimum sitting in his bank account. That's most definitely screw this. I'm off to a hotel to complain to people who I can tell a very slanted version of the story to. Money. Comment 4. If it happened exactly as you said, you're not the asshole. If she did say he had time to save, but would need to look for his own place, that means she never imagined or wanted him staying for long. So you're breaking no promises. Did she leave him any money or assets? It's totally possible that your mother would be livid if she knew her boyfriend was still living with her son after 4 years. No, she created a fund for his son for his college, but that was the only money set aside for him or his son. It's a generous amount, enough for 4 years at a high-dollar school. Anything not used for school will be given to him on his 25th birthday. From what I believe she told me, a lawyer and accountant are in charge of those funds, not me or my sister, so I only know what she told us before she died. Love, Nana. Sweetheart, your NTA. First, I am so sorry. I'm 63 years old and lost my mom 2 years ago and my dad 8 years ago. I am not dealing with it well at all. You are the only one who knows if you're telling the truth. It seems very plausible to me. But, if he was already saving money for a house when he met your mom, then lived 4 years with her and another 4 years with you, that man is just a loser. Is there any way your dad could come stay with you the week he moves out? The first thing you need to do is change all of the locks and get yourself some sort of security system. Please don't feel bad for making him leave. It seems to me that your mom was really smart and planned things out very carefully. Being that he had already lived with her for 4 years, I agree with the commenters who said she was probably thinking a month or 2. Not years. If your sister makes any more comments, then you can tell her she's welcome to let him live with her. Again, so sorry for your loss. Please make sure you're safe and take care of yourself. Thank you so much. My mom was the sweetest person, and when I was a teenager I felt like I was a nightmare to her. I am thankful I was much better in my late teens and 2021 so she got to see me mature a little before she passed. I wasn't always the best daughter but she was always the best mom. Loved Nana. If he has stayed gone, I'm really hoping that you have changed the locks and gotten a security system. The first time I read what you wrote, I was thinking he walked out that night because he was upset. When I reread it, I realized that you were saying he moved out. Apologies for misunderstanding. Commenter. I ditto this comment. However, I am 53 and my mom passed away last April. That leech has been taking advantage of your family long enough. You can either set the record straight with his ex and girlfriend or close the book on this chapter. But definitely know that you are NTA and your mom's request has been honored. I know that she is proud of you for being as good as you have been to him and his son. Take care, commenter. How did his girlfriend react when she realized he lied? I would have liked to be a fly on the wall in that conversation. Oop. She sat with her arms crossed when he and I talked but she didn't say anything else. She left with him. Update, 1 day later. I know the other sub is very subjective on updates so I figured I would post it here. I do want to take a moment to address some things I saw in the comment. There are trusts set up and neither me nor my sister has full access to the money left us. This was done both because my sister and I were in our early 20s when my mom died and she wanted to make sure we had some stability before we had access and to protect us from people who may try to take advantage, especially while we were grieving. 2. I have a lawyer. He has already informed me legally in my area what eviction laws are and my mom's former boyfriend will be served with formal eviction papers just to cover myself even after today. So to the update, my dad came over, decided not to have my boyfriend over since he doesn't know about the money side and I wasn't trying to have the boyfriend out of the situation, this morning and brought along my cousin. For easier telling I'm going to call mom's former boyfriend. CC showed up about 10 a.m. my time and talked to my dad, then asked if he could have a couple of minutes alone with me. Dad nodded so my cousin and him went into the kitchen and C and I sat in the living room. I'll be honest, I didn't expect it to go as it had but I am glad it did. C started with an apology. I don't remember all of the words said but the basics were he missed my mom, he has been lonely but not alone thanks to me and his son. He was sorry for what had happened, that he got caught up in lust and let someone else fill his head with ideas and that he owned up to his mistakes and should have never put up with someone who would disrespect me or my mom's memory. He tried to hand me a cashier's check for $15,000. He said it wasn't much but he wanted me to know he appreciated me and living with me and that he wanted to pay back some of what he owed. I refused the check both in part because I never wanted his money but I also don't want to give any possible legal leg for him to stand on if this is somehow him trying to stay. I told him the first part and told him to put it towards a house. He told me he is living with his sister but is going to look at houses with a realtor next week. He did say his son is asking about our next hangout date and said both me and my sister are welcome to arrange time with him. After all of that my dad and cousin helped him get all the stuff out of the house that he owned. He had brought a U-Haul, and he gave me back my house keys. He apologized again and left. Not what I expected. But it went really well and I feel a lot less like I let my mom down. Comments. Commenter, I'm just being nosy, sure, but how did the woman who thought she's getting you kicked out of your house respond to it all? Oop, no clue. At my house she just seemed smug and bitchy. I didn't ask C about her and honestly don't care. My house is nice but it's not like it's multi-million dollars or anything. Commenter. Had you said all that stuff in the previous post to him away from his girlfriend? Were you not there when he grabbed her to leave? Just wondering, because I assumed it was said in front of her and that's why she left so easily instead of trying to fight to make you leave. Oop. All that got said in front of her was that I wasn't going to be disrespected in my house and he could have 30 days to find new housing and she was not welcome back. That was all I said in front of her and she kept a pissy face on but didn't say anything to me and walked out with him. Update, 10 days later? This is probably going to be my last update unless something unexpected happens but I thought I would just give a quick update on C. So C called me last week and again yesterday. He put an offer on a house and yesterday got accepted. They expected the close date to be early next month but I am very proud of him. I know everyone expected more drama, and honestly some of the comments had me worried, but it's been really good. He thanked me a lot for letting him have so much time here, offered me some money one more time for his time here which I again declined, but I did offer to help him move in when the time comes. Moving sucks. He put down almost half for a down payment so he definitely was saving money during his time here and I'm glad everything that happened was an encouragement for him to get into a home of his own. I talked to his son yesterday after he got out of school. We are going to play laser tag this weekend with my sister and he is excited for the new house too. Update, 1 month later. I didn't expect to come back but I had a surprise this past weekend and I thought I would share some positives. So first off, C got his house. He closed and moved in this past week. He invited me over on Saturday to see the house and told me he had something for me. So some background on my mom. Mom was an amazing, kind woman. She was also heavyset and very self-conscious. Most of the photos I have of her are Snapchat pictures she would send. She hated pictures of herself and she absolutely refused to pose for a camera. I have made many comments since she passed that I worry I won't remember what she looked like since so many photos I have are either old or filtered. So back to present day, C invited me and my sister over and showed us his new place. He thanked us for being amazing people and then he handed us each a photo album. Guys, he had hundreds of photos of my mom printed off for each of us. He told us he hated that she filtered her photos and he has secretly been taking photos of her their whole relationship because he loved the real her. He had snagged photos of us with her at the zoo, photos of her on vacations, photos of her napping, photos of her during hikes. Both me and my sister were bawling looking through these pictures of mom we never knew we needed. He had put some little card notes for dates of each photo and some descriptions on some. He managed to capture her smiling and laughing, things she would never take a picture of because she didn't like her smile. To me, this book is priceless. So that's it. C is amazing and maybe we had one bad moment, but it doesn't define him or I. He loved my mom and that matters. We are all going to get together for my mom's birthday in a few months and just celebrate the woman she was. Comments. Comment 1. That's so wonderful and touching. And I love that your mother was so beloved during her life, and now. And so glad that you updated a great resolution to a moment of poor judgment. Comment 2. These photos are a real treasure. It's amazing how much joy can shine through in candid shots like these. I bet they bring back so many fond memories for you and your sister. It's wonderful that C had the thoughtfulness to capture your mom's true essence, her playful side as well as her tender moments. I lost my best friend to cancer, then found out her child is my husband's. But I believe my husband is the victim. I don't even know where to start. The past 6 months have been an absolute clusterfuck, and it only seems to be getting worse. My best friend since elementary school, who I'll call Alice, passed away in February from cancer. She had a 2-year-old daughter who went into the custody of her mom after she passed away, who I'll call Alexis. Last month Alexis showed up on our doorstep unannounced, telling my husband he needs to take responsibility for his child and either take custody or start finally paying child support. She says that Alice had told her when her daughter was born who the father was, but didn't want anything to do with him. To answer the inevitable, Alice was a traveling nurse and made a lot of money, which is the only reason I can think of for why she didn't go for child support. During this conversation my husband had the worst panic attack he's ever had, so we had to end the conversation before I could get more details. My husband's story is, I don't even know. He said that Alice's daughter is probably his, but that it isn't what I think. Almost 3 years ago we threw a large housewarming party as we'd just moved into our dream home, after I finally finished residency and was set to make real money for once. Alice was in town, and set to be at the party, but I was called into work before she got there. I didn't get back till after 3 a.m., the party was winding down, my husband had passed out upstairs, and Alice had already left the party, which at the time I did find strange as we hadn't seen each other in months. My husband claims he woke up in the middle of the night to Alice on top of him, but he passed out again before he could say anything. He claims he never told me because he was worried I wouldn't believe him, which I don't know if I do. He showed me some texts he sent his best friend the next day asking for his advice about him thinking someone raped him, but if he cheated he could have had that conversation as evidence, especially since he never said Alice specifically. Ever since the party he has been very distant with Alice, and after she had her daughter he would even find excuses not to be around the house when she would visit at all. I don't know if that's because he cheated, or if Alice did actually rape him and this was his trauma response. Honestly, I don't know what to do. I've known Alice since we were children and she had never come across as that kind of person. But I've also known my husband for over a decade and he's not once ever given the inclination of a cheater. He's an attractive guy and I've seen the looks he gets at the gym and he's never even given more than a glance. What the hell should I do? How do I figure out what the truth is here when Alice isn't even around to defend herself? She never even implied she liked my husband, let alone want to sleep with him. I told my husband he needs to get a DNA test before anything is decided on the child's part, but in the meantime he needs to move out while I think about what I'm going to do here. TL.Dr. Husband maybe has an affair baby, he claims he was raped by my dead best friend. Edit. After talking with you, I've come to the realization that my husband is being truthful. My best friend raped him. Several people pointed out that with Alice not liking my husband, if it was an affair, she would have told me when she was dying, if only to separate us. You're absolutely right. I was there, in the room while she passed. I held her hands for days. We talked about so much. If it was just an affair, she would have told me. But if she raped my husband, she wouldn't have said a word. That's the type of thing horrible people take to the grave. I've also come to the realization that I made a terrible mistake asking my husband to leave for a few days while I gather my thoughts. Not to make excuses, but losing my best friend to cancer, a long cancer fight at that, was brutal. To say that I was devastated wouldn't do it justice. That it happened only 6 months ago, I'm still feeling it every day. So to have this thrown on me? It's like I'm losing her all over again. Either she betrayed me and fucked my husband, or she betrayed me and raped my husband. Not only have I lost her, but now I've lost the good memories, an entire lifetime's worth. It was impossible for me to look at him and not also see her, and be struck with the horror and realization of that loss all over again. I felt I needed to be able to break down, grieve, and think without the fresh wave of loss I got every time I saw him. It was wrong of me to ask him to leave. You're right though, and as of a few minutes ago I've righted this wrong. I called my husband, apologized, told him I believe him, and begged him to come home. He'll be here in half an hour at most, and I'm going to support my husband the way I know he would have supported me. I've been an off and on Reddit user for several years, and sometimes the advice given on subreddits like these can be a bit hit or miss. But today you guys did good. You've helped me realize not only that I was wrong, and being stupid at that, but that I was hurting the person that needed me the most. I was selfish. I have no idea what we're going to do as far as the potential daughter is concerned, but I can assure you we'll deal with it together. It's going to take a lot of time, and probably a lot of therapy, to grieve this new loss. I feel numb now, as though I'll never cry again. My best friend raped my husband, which means she was no friend of mine. She flaunted it, coming to my house, sitting with me, and gabbing. She brought her child here, trying to rub it in his face, right in front of me. She tortured the man I loved, and I was an unknowing party to it. I feel sick to my stomach over how many times she came over, just to hold it over him. I'm honestly at a loss on how to make that up to him. If you all have any ideas, please feel free to give them to me. I think I'll need all the help I can get. Tomorrow I'm going to take a leave of absence from work, just until we can figure out our next steps, and we can get our heads on straight. Comments. Comment 1, wow OP, that is a mess. Paternity test for sure. The old text the next day sealed it for me. I think your friend took advantage of your husband. Good luck, this is the story of the day for me. Comment 2, I don't know you or your marriage, but I think I would be inclined to believe and support my husband with the few details you've given. Comment 3. His reaction screams trauma response to me. Not being believed is a victim's worst nightmare. It's hard to be rational with these types of events, but could she have slipped him something? Did she have a history of one-night stands? Could they have been extra chummy because you weren't there and they were drinking? I find it odd she specifically asked about him the first time the baby was over and that she didn't approve of him. On what basis? Edit. Lawyer up and then paternity test. Can you have a calm and collected conversation with your spouse that you want to believe in him but you're also a mess emotionally and that you need a mediator together? Therapist? But mostly lawyers up now. I'm so sorry you're dealing with this. Update. I've received a lot of messages asking for an update, so I've decided to finally sit down and write one out. As you can imagine, after the clusterfuck that was thrust upon us, this update isn't likely to answer any of your questions, only present a few more. I want to start by telling you all that I love and trust my husband. My reaction to ask him for space to think, in retrospect, was wrong. But at the time I didn't know what to think. It was a combination of losing my best friend again, and also the fear that I was losing my husband, that sent me spiraling. Again, it was a mistake to ask him to leave, and I did rectify that in the end. Now, for the update. As mentioned in the original post, I did take a leave of absence from work and we spent a long time just being together. Talking, reaffirming our love for one another, and figuring out what to do next. We of course spoke with a lawyer, and my husband was very adamant about not having anything to do with the child, but was willing to offer financial support as needed. So we agreed to do a DNA test immediately to prove paternity, and then go from there. Didn't know you could buy tests on Amazon, but with only a few weeks processing it was the easiest path forward since Alexis lives hours away. To everyone's surprise, Alice's daughter is not my husband. We ended up testing twice, both very, very definitive. The first test we performed ourselves as mentioned, and another after Alexis refused to believe the first test, and took my husband to court for child support. For a single second this whole thing made me second guess if my husband was raped, that this could have been her way of forcing my husband to admit to an affair. But after talking with Alexis, I don't think that was the plan. Alexis says that Alice told her my husband was the father under strict confidence, demanding that she never, ever tell me or my husband. We were only ever to be told if Alexis died before Alice's daughter was old enough to take care of herself, so that she wouldn't end up in foster care. The only reason Alexis came to us then, instead of keeping that secret, is because Alice's life insurance wasn't being released yet, and she was out of options. She also felt I should know my husband and her daughter had had an affair. This all reaffirms in my mind that Alice did rape my husband, with the expectation of getting pregnant with his child. She obviously had other partners at the time, since one of them fathered her daughter, but no one knows who. It's clear to me that Alice believed it was my husband. I did suggest Alexis upload a sample to Ancestry, see if any matches pop up, but as Alice traveled all over for work, I don't know that anything will ever come of that. In truth, I've washed my hands of the situation. Alice did enough damage, and I don't particularly plan to be around for any more. My husband and I have gone through a lot of counseling, and will likely continue for a while. This whole situation damaged us both, my husband more obviously, and I don't think we'll fully heal for a very long while. To answer a few questions. No, sadly there isn't a hidden diary, or text to explain what the fuck was going on. My husband and I are not getting divorced. He understands why I reacted the way I did, and has been strong when I was weak before. I've spent the past 7 months being strong while he was weak, so we're considering the whole thing even. We are still madly in love and plan to be together for a long time still, more on this. No, we will not be adopting Alice's child. If she had been my husband, we would not have been adopting the child. Ultimately, I thank Reddit for setting me straight. There was a massive outpouring of support and corrective advice. To say I got a slap in the face would be a descriptive but apt way to put it. I needed it then, and I thank you for it. To say that you may have saved my marriage is an understatement. I do, however, have some good news. During my leave of absence, while my husband and I rediscovered what makes us love each other the most, I got pregnant. We're expecting our first baby, a girl, in a little over 3 months, and my husband and I are ecstatic. And no, we will not be naming her after my dead ex-best friend. TLDR. Not my husband's baby, not our problem. No answers, just questions, and oh, I'm having a baby. My husband wants me to quit and stay home with the kids, but I love being a chef and the thought of being a housewife suffocates me. Original post January 16, 2022. For anonymity I can't go into details, but my husband, 34M, has developed something in IT that's well known and it made him rich. I, 38F, am a chef and I make probably 1/100th of what he does. It doesn't matter for me however because I love my job. We have a great life together. We had our first child, a baby girl 3 years ago, and our twin boys are 9 months old. I have a few months left of my maternity leave, and with the country closing up again because of the new Omicron variant, I started getting worried that my workplace won't take me back. I voiced my worries to my husband a couple of days ago and he just shrugged and said it's not like we needed the money. I was confused and told him that I knew that. It wasn't about the money. He just shrugged. I was a bit annoyed because I thought he didn't think it was a big deal that I was out of work. Yesterday, I was still thinking about it, so I decided to talk to him again. He was confused and told me that I should instead be happy that I could spend more time with my babies. And he asked me why I insisted on working when we have 3 small children and he made enough money for both of us. He didn't like me working 4 to 5 evenings a week, including 1 to 2 weekends a month. I told him that I love my job and that I'm good at it. I have been doing it for almost 20 years now, and the thought of not doing anything for the rest of my life is suffocating. He was visibly upset by then and he accused me of loving my job more than my babies and him. I could always cook at home for the family, and if I was worried I would lose my independence, he could transfer the same amount I earned from my job to my private account monthly. I started crying and he kissed and hugged me and told me that he loved me, but he has been thinking of this since our girl was born and he didn't like me coming home late at night. So I needed to choose between my job or being a family. I was startled. Did he mean it as an ultimatum? He did. He actually wants me to be a housewife or we go our separate ways. I went to my mom's place first thing this morning. She listened to me talking and crying, but when I finished she wasn't indignant on my behalf, like I expected. She was silent for a while and then she asked me to think carefully about my next move. If we get divorced, I need to think about my babies. I will never be able to give them the life their dad is giving them, and I might lose them because of it. Is it worth it to change their lives so drastically and have them live in 2 separate houses? All that for a job. I have worked my whole adult life and I just could see this as an early retirement. Many dreamed of this. Why couldn't I enjoy it? I wasn't expecting my mom to say these things. She's always been this strong, independent woman who raised us to be independent and taught me to never rely 100% on anyone other than myself. Hearing her say all that made me question my feelings. Before I met her, I was totally sure I was right being hurt and angry, but now I think maybe I'm overreacting and that my husband's request wasn't that unreasonable. But if that's the case, why do I feel like my heart is swollen in my throat? Why does it feel like he made this ultimatum because he knew he has power and he's using it? Throw any suggestion or advice my way, and please be honest. Not rude, honest, because I feel I'm wronged here and I'm having a hard time thinking from my husband's perspective. Update January 27, 2022. So I have posted here about 2 weeks ago about my husband not wanting me to go back to work after maternity leave. I got a lot of real good advice. I just want to clarify some things about my post that many seem to have misinterpreted. I'm sorry my language wasn't very clear. I don't work 4 to 5 days plus weekends. I work 35 to 45 hours a week in total, and sometimes it's during the weekend. Staying at home mom isn't normal in my country. Daycare is free and we don't have a nanny. I'm saying this because I want you to understand why I was taken aback about this whole situation. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to stay-at-home moms. He can't get sole custody just because of his wealth. Or because of my work hours. It doesn't work like this here, thank God. But I'm thankful for those who expressed worry about that, because I know this is the sad reality in other parts of the world. So to the update, I have had long talks with my husband about all of what happened, trying to understand his point of view. I have told him that I can't see myself as a housewife, ever, but that I am willing to start looking for jobs with better hours, or that I can finally start my own restaurant. I could start searching for a location in office buildings and start a lunch spot, so then I don't need to work evenings and weekends. He didn't seem happy at all with that suggestion. He asked me why I'm so insistent on going back to work. He said these last months have been the happiest of his life, coming home from work every day to his family, and that he thought I am happy too. I am? I love being with my babies all day, but just because I'm enjoying my maternity leave, it doesn't mean I don't want to go back to work. In fact, I'm enjoying every minute now because I know it's not permanent. We had a row. He said he's always felt that I'm scared of him making much more money and that I'm scared of being dependent on him, so if I'm insisting on working because I don't want to be dependent, he could pay me 10 times what I earn to stay home. I started crying and told him I'm not going to be a housewife and I don't accept ultimatums, so he should do what he feels fit. He said he's tired of going around feeling that his wife is intimidated by his success. He's doing this for both of us. I have to admit that I'm sometimes scared of him having more power than me. He said it's all in my head, but really, would he ever dare to ask me to quit my job if he didn't feel he had the power to do it? Could I ask him to quit his job with that same ease? There's no denying the power dynamics in our relationship, and I have all the right to be scared of it. So there was no progress really, and no matter how much I explained myself, he doesn't seem to understand me. And probably he feels the same way with me. It feels like we're on different levels. I have suggested counseling. He said he will think about it. Now we're just civil to each other, but we don't talk much, and we haven't been intimate since I first brought up going back to work. I love him and I miss him. I don't want it to end, but the ball is in his court now. My mom is very angry with me. We haven't spoken for a week. I don't know what to do with her either. Update 2. Monday, January 31st. Thank you everyone for the support. I won't be able to make any more updates because you're only allowed one. This is however not a big update, so I thought I could just add it here before the post gets locked. I will not delete this account in case I need more advice or have another update in the future that I can post as a new subject. My husband and I talked yesterday, for the first time in 2 weeks, and he was the one who initiated the conversation. I saw my chance to try to find out why he's behaving like this and at the same time make sure that he knows that I'm not backing up. I told him that while I'm enjoying my maternity leave, the thought of it being for the rest of my life suffocated me. I suffer from severe claustrophobia. I don't if it has anything to do with this. I asked him why he's doing this. He knew my job was important to me, so why was he making this impossible request when he knew it would mean the end of us? If you are having second thoughts about our marriage and want an out, please just tell me the truth. He became very upset and accused me of trying to gaslight him. He said his reasons are legit. There's nothing wrong with wanting his wife to be there for her family, and the children won't stop needing me just because they went to school. I started crying. Sorry, I'm a crybaby. And I told him if this is over, he should know it's all on him. He started yelling. No, it was because I'm too stubborn and too self-involved to actually take a second and think about his wishes. I wanted to leave because I couldn't be with him anymore, but he said that it would be more convenient if he did. He's moved to our city apartment. I feel lost and hurt. I love him so much, but I don't think continuing this relationship is healthy for either of us. My heart is breaking for my children. I don't know what to do. For now I will just sit tight and wait for him to send me the divorce papers. Thank you again for the help and advice. It helped a lot. P.S. Mom was here yesterday. We talked a lot and she's finally getting on my side. I knew that when it came to it, she will be on my side and I'm so grateful we're separating February 10th, 2022. Thank you everyone for the support. My husband and I are separating. This is what he wants. As I suspected, this was more than just me going back to work. He's been feeling resentment towards a lot of things about me, many of them I can't change and the rest I don't want to change. It's not his or my fault. We're just not compatible with each other anymore. I still have 14 months with my babies. Afterwards all children are big enough for shared custody. I'm staying in the big house for now, but after divorce I'm going to move back to the city. I have been talking to my boss about my job. She will help me find a schedule around having the children, so maybe I will work lunch hours the weeks I have them. My ambition is still to open my own, but maybe a bit further in the future. I still love him. I thought we were inseparable, but when he started resenting the very same things he loved about me, I knew this was hopeless. It sucks big time and hurts like hell, but here we are. My future sister-in-law caused my miscarriage, yet was still accepted. During my next pregnancy, she mocked me and ruined the joy. Let me tell you what happened, gentlemen. If not for my life, you wouldn't believe this story. Some days I feel like I'm in a Lifetime movie. Extremely dark and twisted. My ex-sister-in-law killed my first baby. Yes, you read correctly. Still, she was invited to our next pregnancy announcement. Yeah, right? Insane. Then it gets crazier because a wedding, kidnapping, and legal trouble are involved. I'm shocked to say this about my family, not how I saw my life. 5 years ago, Caleb and I went on a blind date. Isabella was hesitant about the date. You know those scary stories? I forgot my worries when I met Caleb. He made me feel like the only girl in the room with his charm and attention. He noticed how my eyes fluttered when I flirted and how my lips pouted when I liked something. I thought it was adorable and pure. I was smitten from the start and thought I would never fall. He joked that his family was insane on the date. I joked that we're all insane and didn't take it seriously. Oops. 2 years later, I was walking down the aisle to marry him. Interestingly, our first relationship issue arose on our wedding day. This was my first time meeting his brother's girlfriend, Serafina. The first time I saw her, I wore white and had professional makeup. This was after Caleb and I had uttered our vows, so I was still high on serotonin and had drunk some. I danced to Serafina to introduce myself. I wasn't going to comment about her outfit, which was near to white, because I'm non-confrontational. I moved to hug and greet her, but she pushed me away and looked disgusted. She told me I was embarrassed and didn't like attention. I kept dancing, and she told me I was glad Caleb had such low standards because if he were more like his brother Ethan, he would have slapped me for even considering him. Like what? I don't know why you'd brag about your partner hitting a woman, but I kept dancing and ignored her, which is why she did what she did. Maybe she had mental issues, but she returned a few minutes later with a glass of wine. It destroyed my wedding dress when she flung it. She then abruptly said she knew Caleb and I wanted kids and prayed I never got any. It was random. Why did she dislike me? I wanted to cry, but I didn't want to be seen or ruin my day. I gathered myself, went out back, called my friend Madeline, had her bring me a spare white dress, changed into it, and went back out into the floor to dance. Nancy's negativity wouldn't ruin my day. I didn't tell anyone what she did since I didn't want her to ruin my day. I now regret that choice. Caleb and I started trying for a baby soon after our wedding. We had always wanted one, and now that we were married, we were ready. A few months later, I was pregnant. Then calamity hit. After Serafina tripped me and I fell belly first against the stair railing, I miscarried. Ugh. Though I should have been upset, I thought it was an accident. Caleb and I hadn't told anyone since my pregnancy hadn't started showing. I now think she knew. She continued asking cryptic questions and making me drink beer. Both ways, it was heartbreaking. The worst part was that following our next doctor's appointment, they did tests and found it unlikely I'd get pregnant again. I saw Caleb cry for the first time that day. No one knew what happened, but the next time I saw Serafina, she was particularly happy and started saying things about loss and how terrible it is. Not seeing 2 and 2 is still puzzling me. She killed my baby and was so proud of herself that she joked and laughed about it to me while I had no idea. A few months later, the universe smiled down on us again, and I got pregnant again. Caleb and I cried, and he was on his knees kissing my belly. Before I knew it, he was calling in sick to work so he could take me out to eat. My baby needs food, he said. And this baby needs food too. After a few months, Caleb and I hadn't told anyone or seen anyone from either of our families, but we had something planned. With the help of my best friend Madeline, we put together a beautiful nursery for our baby daughter. After reaching the 12-week milestone, which felt like a big achievement, we decided to share our news with our families. We invited them over for an intimate dinner at our home. At dinner time, our home was filled with family warmth and chatter. Ethan and Serafina behaved like lovesick teenagers, constantly grabbing at each other, exchanging kisses and making sounds that were impossible to ignore, especially with everyone present. I felt uncomfortable, and I knew I wasn't alone. Despite this awkwardness, I was determined not to let it derail our SP. As everyone settled in for dinner, Caleb and I exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing the time had come. We stood up, and Caleb cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. "We have something important to share with all of you," he said, excitedly. I showed everyone the ultrasound images I'd been collecting, declaring with a huge smile, "We're expecting?" After hearing what we had to say, the room went wild. Everyone jumped up and ran to embrace us, congratulate us, and share in our joy. Caleb's parents, Vivian and Henry, were especially excited. This would be their first grandchild, and I could see their pride and joy in their eyes. They knew how hard we'd work. She asked, her voice choked with emotion as tears streamed down her face. I nodded, smiling through my own tears. "Yes, Mom. More than okay." My brother and his wife hugged Caleb and me, celebrating our parenthood. They were eager to help and provide first-time parenting advice. I admitted to being scared and overthinking every decision. My brother assured me that he felt the same before my niece was born, and his wife nodded. At that time, only family love and support mattered. Everything was coming into place as Caleb and I realized our dreams in the company of our loved ones. Serafina stood out in the evening because she remained motionless in her chair, glaring at us with unmistakable hostility. I couldn't help feeling unsettled by it. When Ethan came over to congratulate me, I quietly asked him why. The evening progressed to the living room for dessert and drinks. I abstained from alcohol, and Caleb did too. We got comfortable, and the conversation naturally drifted to babies and pregnancy. I shared details about the nursery we were designing for Charlotte, feeling proud. Serafina remained quiet, barely participating. She said our room was too bright for a baby to sleep in, suggesting we hadn't addressed the practicalities. Although I patiently mentioned that we would install blackout curtains to darken the room for baby sleep, she hardly regarded my statement. She then asked why we chose yellow over a neutral color scheme. Surprised, I informed her that yellow is just a color and has nothing to do with gender. She then examined our beautifully organized baby clothes in drawers. She mocked them, saying her son had never liked them and that we should have contacted other parents before buying cheap knockoffs. She was dismissive and condescending, which startled me. Before that, I'd been courteous, anticipating she'd be frank, but this crossed a line. I lost control. "What the hell are you talking about?" I said, frustrated. Caleb and I had worked hard to make our baby's life perfect, so her words stunned me. She clearly didn't want to give counsel. Instead, she appeared to be purposefully undermining the evening's joy. My mother, Vivian, and mother-in-law entered the nursery as Serafina was ready to respond, beaming at the room. Their enthusiastic praise of how wonderful everything looked temporarily eased the tension. I wouldn't ignore Serafina's issue. I again asked, "What exactly did you mean by that?" My mother and mother-in-law noticed the tension and knew something was amiss. Mom asked what was up. Serafina had criticized the room and termed our carefully picked baby clothes cheap, so I explained. Both women looked stunned that someone would be so overtly disparaging, especially during such a precious occasion. My mother-in-law laughed and asked Serafina, "Is this true?" She seemed surprised by the sudden confrontation and tried to downplay her earlier comments. She told me the textiles were too rough and suggested softer ones, but my mother and mother-in-law didn't trust her. They shook their heads and laughed quietly, saying the clothing felt nice. Serafina soon retracted, saying that as a mother, she knew better and that I should be open to criticism. My mother spoke hard yet calmly before I could react. "Well, we're mothers too," she said. And we'd never say that to her. "You should know how hard it is being a first-time mother." My mother-in-law also helped. "This isn't appropriate behavior," Serafina said. "There's a difference between offering advice and being needlessly critical." Her face flushed as she realized she was outnumbered and wrong. She was plainly offended but said little. She had a fit and left the nursery. I followed her out to prevent an escalation. Serafina went straight to Ethan, who was still talking with the family in the living room. Without explanation, she said she was leaving immediately. Ethan looked bewildered but didn't dispute her decision, sensing her anxiety. He apologized to everyone, congratulated Caleb and me on the pregnancy again, and left with Serafina. After our announcement dinner, Ethan phoned Caleb and me to apologize for Serafina's actions. After my mother-in-law chastised him for bringing Serafina to such a private family event, he discovered everything. I immediately forgiven Ethan because I realized it wasn't his fault. He felt worried and sought to explain Serafina's wrong behavior. Ethan said Serafina suffered pregnancy trauma. At 16, Serafina fell pregnant with her son. After marriage, they tried to have more children but ran into problems. Their mental health suffered after years of infertility, which led to their divorce. Ethan says Serafina was sensitive to other women's pregnancy, which may explain her unpleasant reaction to our celebration. I understood Serafina's challenges as a woman. I understood her grief and disappointment and knew they had caused emotional wounds. Though I sympathized with her circumstances, her comments during our dinner announcement were unpleasant and inappropriate. So I decided it would be best to maintain some distance from her at future family gatherings to protect the positive atmosphere I wanted to preserve around our growing family. Ethan and Serafina continued dating, and on the day I delivered Charlotte, Ethan called and asked Caleb if he could bring Serafina to visit our newborn. Although we had reservations, Caleb and I reluctantly agreed, hoping perhaps things would be different this time. Unfortunately, this proved to be a mistake. As soon as Serafina saw our baby, she immediately commented on how little hair our newborn had, suggesting this indicated her hair would remain extremely thin as she grew up. Her words felt like a direct attack, and I could see the irritation on Caleb's face as well. This comment was another unnecessary and insensitive remark during what should have been a purely joyful moment. Ethan, sensing the tension in the room, didn't allow Serafina to stay long. After offering brief congratulations, they quickly departed. This year, Ethan shocked everyone by announcing his engagement to Serafina. The news received mixed reactions, particularly from my mother-in-law. She openly expressed disappointment with Ethan's decision to marry Serafina, having never wanted her to become part of the family. Apparently, my mother-in-law and Serafina had been clashing for months. Knowing my mother-in-law is typically warm and kind-hearted, I suspected Serafina's behavior was likely causing their ongoing tension. When Caleb called Ethan to discuss the sudden engagement, believing everything was moving too quickly, Ethan confessed that Serafina was actually 4 months pregnant. Apparently, Ethan had only discovered this 2 months earlier and had kept it secret as they feared judgment before getting married. Ethan explained that he wanted to marry Serafina before their baby arrived, which seemed reasonable given their circumstances. However, during the wedding preparations, Serafina threw a tantrum while trying on wedding gowns because she couldn't fit into any of them. She had gained weight during her pregnancy, making it difficult to wear her dream dress. Ethan attempted to convince her to choose something more comfortable, but she refused to compromise. Ultimately, she demanded that Ethan change their wedding date. Originally planned to occur before the baby's arrival, it was now postponed until a month after the baby's due date so Serafina could lose some pregnancy weight. Despite the frustration the scheduled change might have caused everyone, I understood that this was Ethan and Serafina's special day, and they deserved to choose a date that made them comfortable. A month ago, Serafina delivered her daughter, and Caleb and I had even visited the hospital to congratulate the new parents. For their upcoming wedding, Caleb was selected as Ethan's best man. We weren't comfortable leaving Charlotte behind for the entire day, so we decided to bring our daughter with us. My mother-in-law and I discussed childcare arrangements and agreed we could manage looking after Charlotte between us. I initially considered hiring a hotel babysitter, but with increasing concerns about child abductions, I felt safer having a trusted family member watch Charlotte during the reception. I planned to avoid drinking and would retire early to our room anyway, ensuring Charlotte received proper care throughout the event. However, about a week before the wedding, Serafina called me. During our conversation, she asked if I would be bringing Charlotte to the wedding. I confirmed our plans and began explaining our childcare arrangements for the evening. To my surprise, Serafina interrupted me and stated she didn't want Charlotte at the wedding. Shocked, I asked why. Serafina explained that she only wanted her miracle baby to be the center of attention, claiming that Charlotte's presence would divert attention away from her child. I tried reasoning that everyone had already met Charlotte, and nobody could possibly steal attention from Serafina on her wedding day, but Serafina remained adamant and grew increasingly upset. She warned that if I couldn't respect her boundaries, I wouldn't be welcome at the wedding. The situation eventually escalated into a major argument involving Serafina, Ethan, Caleb, and my mother-in-law. Ethan contacted me, apologizing for Serafina's behavior and clarifying that I was still very much invited to the wedding. He urged me not to take Serafina's words too seriously and assured me that bringing Charlotte was absolutely fine. I felt furious with Serafina and considered skipping their wedding entirely, but I knew supporting Caleb and attending his brother's wedding was important. So I decided to set aside my feelings and attend, focusing on making the best of the situation for the sake of family harmony. This brings us to the incident that occurred during Ethan and Seraphina's ceremony. Several relatives couldn't resist admiring Charlotte, commenting on how adorable she looked. Seraphina occasionally shot me disapproving glances whenever our eyes met. She clearly still resented me bringing Charlotte to her wedding, even though her baby unquestionably remained the star attraction, and I made zero effort to seek attention. When the celebration moved to the reception area, my mother-in-law, Caleb, and I took turns watching Charlotte in our hotel room, exactly as planned. Although my mother-in-law became somewhat tipsy as the evening progressed, Caleb and I remained completely sober, focusing entirely on caring for Charlotte. Midway through the reception, I noticed my mother-in-law, who was supposed to be with Charlotte at that moment, frantically searching for me. Something about her demeanor made my heart race, and I rushed over to discover what was wrong. Caleb, sensing trouble, followed closely behind. My mother-in-law's voice trembled as she whispered that Charlotte was missing. My heart plummeted. Caleb demanded clarification, since he had just left our daughter in her care. That's when my mother-in-law admitted that Seraphina had entered the room shortly after he left. They chatted briefly, and at one point my mother-in-law needed to use the bathroom. But when she returned, both Charlotte and Seraphina had vanished. Caleb and I, confused and panicked, immediately found Ethan and asked him where Seraphina was and why she would do something so alarming. Ethan seemed equally shocked by the situation. Amidst the celebrations and crowds, we alerted hotel staff to search for Charlotte and Seraphina. The staff responded immediately, but neither could be found after an hour of searching. I called the police. A hotel employee informed us that Charlotte and Seraphina had been found behind the hotel. We rushed outside, feeling dreadful. We found Seraphina sitting in a chair, holding Charlotte and smoking with her other hand. Her baby was in a carrier beside her. I cried as I examined Charlotte. Caleb demanded to know why she had done this. My mother-in-law, now completely sober and frantic, screamed at Seraphina, explaining she had absolutely no right to take our daughter without permission, and had deliberately disappeared while my mother-in-law was in the bathroom. Seraphina simply smirked as she turned toward me, remarking that if I was so worried about my daughter, perhaps I should have listened to her request and not brought her to the wedding. I was stunned, realizing she had deliberately abducted my daughter. She wanted me to panic, searching desperately for my child, just to frighten me and teach me a lesson, hoping I would surrender to her demands in the future. Ethan tried calming everyone, suggesting this might be a misunderstanding. At this point, the police asked if I still wanted to press charges. Looking at Seraphina's expression, which showed no remorse or apology for her actions, I decided to proceed with kidnapping charges to ensure she never threatened my family again. Seraphina's eyes widened with disbelief as she protested, but police took her into custody immediately. Ethan begged me to reconsider, but my mother-in-law told him his wife's actions were unforgivable. I carried my family for too long, sacrificing for my golden child sister. Now she spends the money I give her and still turns around to blame me. Clara carried her family like a worn tapestry, its threads frayed and colors faded, yet clinging to her frame with a stubborn weight. The stoop in her shoulders, the weariness in her eyes, they were silent testament to years spent shouldering burdens that were never truly hers. In the sun-drenched, bustling diner where she worked, Clara was a whirlwind of efficiency, balancing plates of pancakes and pouring endless cups of coffee with practiced ease. But beneath the surface, a quiet storm brewed. Growing up in the small town of Willow Creek, Clara had always been the anchor, the steady hand amidst the whirlwind of Daisy's charm. Daisy, with her honeyed voice and theatrical flair, had always been the family's darling. Clara, with her quiet diligence, was simply the one who made things work. Their parents, caught in Daisy's radiant orbit, often overlooked Clara's own aspirations, her dreams of opening a small bakery, tucked away on a quiet corner, filled with the aroma of cinnamon and warm bread. The call came during Clara's lunch break, a familiar plea laced with a familiar guilt. "Clara, honey," their mother's voice crooned through the phone. "Daisy's had a bit of a setback. Her acting class is due, and she doesn't have the money for it right now. Would you be able to help?" Clara stared out the window at the bustling street, her sandwich untouched. Daisy's setbacks were a recurring theme, each one met with Clara's unwavering support. "Mom," she said, trying to keep the weariness from her voice, "I'm working 2 jobs as is. It's getting harder to make ends meet myself." "But she's your sister, Clara," her mother replied, that familiar refrain a weight on Clara's shoulders. "Family looks after each other." And that was that. The decision made, the responsibility transferred, and Clara's dreams pushed further out of reach. A week later, Clara, while reconciling her bank statements, discovered a series of extravagant purchases on Daisy's part, a designer handbag, a weekend getaway, all funded with Clara's help. A cold anger simmered within her, a resentment she'd long suppressed. That night, sleep eluded her. She tossed and turned, the weight of her family pressing down on her. When would it end? When would they stop talking? She finally drifted off to sleep, only to be haunted by a vivid dream of Daisy, dressed in a shimmering gown, standing on a stage bathed in light, while Clara, in the shadows, handed her bouquets of flowers, each one heavier than the last. The following weeks were a blur of exhaustion and resentment. Clara found herself snapping at customers, losing her patience with her coworkers. The diner, once a familiar and comforting space, now felt like a gilded cage. Then came the incident that shattered the fragile facade. Clara received a scathing text message from Daisy, laced with jealousy and resentment, accusing her of being bitter and envious of Daisy's success. It cut deep, confirmation that Daisy didn't see Clara as a loving sister, but as a tool, a means to an end. That night, Clara did something she hadn't done in years. She reached out to Aunt Maeve, her mother's sister, a woman known for her sharp wit and unwavering honesty. Over steaming cups of tea, Clara poured out her heart, the years of accumulated resentment finally spilling over. Aunt Maeve listened patiently, her eyes filled with a knowing sadness. When Clara had finished, she reached across the table and took her niece's hand. "Clara," she said gently. "You have a heart of gold, but even gold can be worn thin. It's time you started taking care of yourself." Her words resonated deep within Clara, a validation she desperately needed. The Reddit update. For the first time in a long time, Clara decided to take charge. She sat down and wrote a message in a Reddit group that touched her heart after searching, "Sister Relationship AITA. AITA for cutting my sister off financially after years of supporting her. I, 32 female, have been supporting my younger sister, Daisy, 28 female, for years. She's an aspiring actress and constantly needs money for acting classes, headshots, etc. I work 2 jobs to help her out. I've always felt obligated to help, as our parents favor her and make me feel guilty if I don't. Recently, I discovered she's been spending the money I give her on frivolous things, while still asking me for more. I confronted her, and she was incredibly rude and dismissive. I'm tired of being used. I want to focus on my own dreams, but I feel guilty cutting her off. AITA for prioritizing myself for once." The responses poured in, a tidal wave of support and validation. Many shared similar stories of family dynamics, of being the reliable one, the one who always gave. The overwhelming consensus was clear: Clara was not the asshole. Inspired by the Reddit comments, Clara made a decision. She informed her parents, gently but firmly, that she would no longer be able to provide financial assistance to Daisy. She braced herself for the backlash, for the familiar guilt trips and accusations. The storm came, as expected. Her mother accused her of being selfish and unsupportive. Her father, for once breaking his silence, berated her for abandoning her sister in her time of need. "I'm not abandoning her," Clara said, her voice shaking but firm. "I'm just choosing to take care of myself for once." She hung up the phone, her hands trembling. The familiar guilt gnawed at her, but beneath it, a flicker of defiance ignited. She found work through the app Fiverr, a source for odd jobs and gigs. She used her earnings to take a business class at the local community college. As she continued her work there, she found new resources and sources for inspiration. That night, she received a series of angry, accusatory messages from Daisy. "How could you do this to me?" One message read, "You're ruining my life." Clara stared at the messages, the familiar sting of guilt rising within her. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then did something she never thought she could do. She deleted the messages and turned off her phone. For the first time in years, she felt a sense of peace, a quiet strength that had been buried beneath layers of obligation and resentment. The next Reddit update. Update: I cut my sister off, and my family is furious, but I'm starting to feel free. Hi Reddit, I wanted to thank everyone for their amazing support on my last post. It gave me the courage to finally cut my sister off financially. As expected, my family is not happy. They've been bombarding me with calls and texts, accusing me of being selfish and ruining my sister's life. It's been incredibly difficult, but I'm holding my ground. I'm finally prioritizing myself and my own dreams. It feels scary, but also incredibly liberating. Thank you for helping me find my voice. Liam was a frequent customer at the diner, a local artist with a kind smile and a keen eye. He had noticed the change in Clara, the quiet strength that now radiated from her. He offered her friendship, a listening ear, and unwavering support. One afternoon, Liam stopped by the diner with a small painting, a vibrant depiction of the diner's exterior, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. "I wanted to give you this," he said, handing Clara the painting. "I've been wanting to create an image for you, so you will never forget what has touched your heart." Clara stared at the painting, her heart swelling with emotion. It was more than just a picture, it was a validation of her worth, a reminder that she was seen, appreciated, and valued for who she was, not for what she could give. The following months were a journey of self-discovery and healing. Clara spent her free time attending the business classes, poring over cookbooks, and sketching designs for her dream bakery. She reconnected with old friends, joined a local hiking group, and started painting again, rediscovering the joy and creativity that had been dormant for so long. One day, while browsing through a local antique shop, Clara stumbled upon a beautiful, hand-painted sign, its script elegant and timeless. It read, "Clara's Corner, Bakery and Dreams." A wave of emotion washed over her, a mix of sadness, hope, and unwavering determination. She purchased the sign, a symbol of her commitment to her own dreams, a promise to herself that she would never again sacrifice her own happiness for the sake of others. The final confrontation with Daisy came unexpectedly. Clara received a frantic call from her mother, begging her to help Daisy, who had gotten into financial trouble with a shady acting coach. Clara listened patiently, her heart aching for her sister, but her resolve unwavering. "Mom," she said gently but firmly, "I'm sorry, but I can't. Daisy needs to learn to take responsibility for her own choices." The silence on the other end was deafening. Then, her mother hung up, the final thread of obligation severed. That night, Clara received a text message from Daisy. "I hate you," it read. "You've ruined everything." Clara stared at the message, the familiar sting of guilt rising within her. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then, with a sense of finality, blocked Daisy's number. The past, with its burdens and obligations, was finally behind her. She was free. The bakery dream. Clara threw herself into her work at the diner, saving every penny she could. She studied business plans, scouted locations, and perfected her recipes. Liam became her unofficial advisor, offering his artistic eye and unwavering support. One blustery autumn day, Clara signed the lease on a small, unassuming storefront on a quiet corner of Willow Creek. It wasn't much, but it was hers. A blank canvas upon which to create her dream. With the help of Liam and a few close friends, Clara transformed the space into a cozy haven, filled with warm colors, inviting aromas, and handmade touches. Years later, Clara's Corner Bakery and Dreams became a beloved fixture in Willow Creek, a place where locals gathered to savor Clara's delicious pastries, sip steaming cups of coffee, and share stories with the warm-hearted owner. It gave a sense of quiet confidence. She found the energy to live life, and give inspiration to others, with her culinary masterpieces and warm heart. It helped her to find love, and a peace. One sunny afternoon, as Clara was arranging a display of freshly baked lilac-infused cookies, the bell above the door jingled. A woman walked in, her face lined with age and regret, but her eyes still holding a flicker of Daisy's youthful spark. It was her mother. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of years hanging heavy between them. Then, her mother stepped forward, her voice trembling. "Clara," she said. "I just wanted to tell you, I'm proud of you. And I'm sorry. For everything." Clara's heart softened, a wave of forgiveness washing over her. "It's okay, Mom," she said, her voice filled with a quiet grace. "It's all in the past." Her mother smiled, a genuine heartfelt smile. "Can I try one of those lilac cookies?" she asked. Clara returned the smile. "Of course," she said, handing her mother a cookie. "They're my favorite." As her mother savored the delicate flavor, Clara glanced around her bakery, her heart swelling with gratitude. She had built this, brick by brick, dream by dream, from the ashes of her past. Reddit post, conclusion, final update. My life is different because I broke free and it felt amazing. Hey Reddit, so, what's up for those of you keeping up with my story? Let me tell you all of what's going on with myself after I asked the question for the ages on AITA. Things were pretty tough for a while, but breaking free from my sister's expectations and the expectations of my parents was the best thing I could have ever done. Here I am, with Clara's Corner, that provides me peace and happiness, and a new relationship. Here's what my bakery is like now. I just got back from my family, and after so long in distance, things were worth it. But, I am grateful for those of you who followed me. Thanks again. Clara's Corner, Epilogue. Years later, Clara sat on the porch of her small bakery, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of lilac and gold. Liam sat beside her, his hand gently resting on hers. Daisy, she had learned, had finally found her footing, working as a drama teacher at a local high school, sharing her passion with a new generation. They didn't see each other often, but there was a quiet understanding between them, a fragile peace that had finally taken root. Clara closed her eyes, breathing in the sweet scent of lilacs, and a sense of contentment settled over her. She had carried the weight of her family for so long, but now, she was free to carry her own dreams, her own hopes, her own happiness. And that, she knew, was a weight worth bearing. That's all she wanted to know, and to remember the moments that helped her to arrive at this point in her life. A new love, a family, and friends to cherish, with all this in her heart and mind. She could have had a quiet life after everything that has happened. But, in the end, she broke through. With the people that have hurt her. And she now understood why breaking point was key for the steps she would take forward. My brother stalked my girlfriend, but my family defended him. We were threatened, so we left, started over, and cut off all contact. As soon as my girlfriend Sophia, 25, walked in, Ethan began acting aggressively, making her incredibly uncomfortable with absolutely out-of-character conduct. He virtually pushed our mother aside just to be the first to hug Sophia, and he held her so tightly that she had to physically pull away. Throughout dinner, he kept finding excuses to touch her hand or shoulder, making odd inside jokes despite the fact that they'd only recently met, and actually pushing past me many times to sit next to her, until he crossed the line by trying to feed her with his fork while staring attentively. Sophia was obviously uneasy, but she stayed courteous because it was our first family gathering and she wanted to make a good impression. Ethan spent the entire evening reciting embarrassing anecdotes about my youth, twisting them to make me look like a miserable fool. He even told a completely false story about how he had to save my high school girlfriend from my claimed emotional abuse, which never occurred. Sophia knew these stories weren't genuine since I'd already told her about my adolescence, but my parents just nodded along as if Ethan was spouting biblical truth. After dinner, things worsened. Sophia offered to help clean up, hoping to be helpful. I was helping my father move some boxes in the garage when I remembered I hadn't seen Sophia in a while. I found her in the kitchen, with Ethan actually blocking her departure. He had trapped her at the sink and told her she deserved someone more exciting than his boring, unstable older brother. He was standing far too close, one hand on the counter next to her hip. Sophia ordered him to back off twice before I came inside. When she spotted me, she was relieved and came to stand next to me. Ethan just laughed dismissively, as if everything was one big joke, but Sophia was visibly shivering. My fiancée Sophia and I had been dating for 8 months, and everything was going great until Ethan started to wreck our lives with his compulsive behavior. I suppose I should explain our family dynamic so that this makes sense. Ethan and I were raised in a tiny Minnesota town by upper-middle-class parents. Our parents both work in real estate and make good money, but they've always prioritized appearances over genuine family relationships. Ethan was born when I was 3 years old, and he has always been the focal point of our parents' lives. He could do no wrong, but everything was always my fault. Growing up, Ethan exhibited some pretty alarming conduct, which my parents completely disregarded. When he was 6, he purposefully smashed my game console because I refused to let him play whenever he wanted. Instead of penalizing him, my parents got him his own and told me I needed to learn to share more effectively. At 12, he murdered my pet hamster by giving it chocolate, knowing it was deadly, but my parents stated it was a mistake and that I shouldn't have a pet if I couldn't properly care for it. In high school, he created allegations that I cheated on my then girlfriend, resulting in our split. My parents claimed he was merely protecting her. That tendency persisted into maturity. Ethan still lives at home with our parents, works at my father's real estate firm, and generally does whatever he wants. He has ruined every relationship I have tried to form. With my previous girlfriend, he convinced her family that I had a gambling problem, which was absolutely false. Before that, he told another woman that I had cheated on all of my ex-partners, which was also false. My parents would either justify his acts or accuse me of being overly dramatic. When I met Sophia, I resolved to do things differently. I kept our relationship absolutely quiet from my family for the first 3 months to protect her from Ethan's regular techniques. Sophia is truly the best thing that has happened to me. She is an intelligent and caring pediatric nurse at our local hospital. We met in the hospital cafe while I was visiting a coworker who had recently undergone surgery. She was on her lunch break, and we started talking about how bad the hospital coffee was. After a few more coffee discussions, we began dating, and everything seemed great. Sophia knows everything about my family history because I wanted her to be prepared. In fact, She was the one who pushed me to try to introduce her, claiming that things might be different now that we were all adults. One of my favorite things about her is that she constantly looks for the best in people. I eventually agreed to introduce Sophia to my family at a dinner party last month, and then everything started to fall apart. The main difficulty began several days after the dinner. Sophia began to receive weird phone calls and messages from numbers she did not know. At first, she responded with heavy breathing or immediate hang-ups. Then they started leaving more weird voicemails, labeling her stuck up and cold for turning down a better option. Some of the messages included exact data about her work schedule and what she wore that day, proving someone was watching her. Sophia didn't realize it at first, but a couple voices reminded me of Ethan's high school classmates. This gang of boys still goes out with him and basically follows his orders because his parents give him money to spend. When Sophia blocked those numbers, they simply began phoning from new ones. Then Ethan's pals began showing up at the hospital, appearing to be visitors but actually lingering around the pediatric wing, where Sophia works. They would look at her for hours, making loud comments that she could hear. Last week, one of them followed her to her car after she worked the night shift. She was so horrified that she contacted me crying from inside her car, afraid to drive home in case they were monitoring her. I had to come pick her up and drive her car back, while my friend followed us in his car to ensure we weren't being pursued. Sophia has begun experiencing panic attacks before her shifts, and her coworkers have realized something is plainly wrong. Yesterday, I finally got enough evidence to approach Ethan. I had voicemail recordings, messaging screenshots, and hospital security camera footage that showed his friend stalking Sophia. I visited our parents' house, where Ethan still resides, and showed him everything. He just sat there, smugly smiling, as I spoke. Then he looked me directly in the eyes and stated he had no idea what I was talking about. But maybe if Sophia wasn't such a spoiled brat, no one would feel the need to teach her a lesson. Something inside of me snapped when he said that, and I hit him in the face. Ethan immediately began screaming as if I had tried to kill him, despite the fact that it was only a little nosebleed. Our parents rushed in, and of course, they lost it. At me, not him. They didn't even look at the evidence I tried to provide to them. My mother became enraged over her poor baby boy being attacked, while my father yelled that I had always been jealous of Ethan and needed professional help for my anger issues. When I tried to explain the harassment, Mom said Sophia was probably flirting with Ethan at dinner and is now playing the victim because she was caught. Dad urged me to leave his house and not return until I had apologized to Ethan and gotten my head straight. I am writing from Sophia's flat, where I have been staying since last night. She finally fell asleep in the other room after crying for hours, frightened of going to work tomorrow. Sophia's supervisor has been understanding thus far, but she is concerned that if the problem escalates, she may lose her job. She enjoys working with children in pediatrics and should not be forced to give it up because of my insane brother. I really don't know what to do anymore. Every time I think Ethan cannot go any lower, he proves me wrong. Our parents are absolutely encouraging his actions and have been gaslighting both me and Sophia about what is happening. The police will not take action unless there is more direct evidence linking Ethan to the harassment. Sophia is terrified, her job is in jeopardy, and my family treats us as if we are the problem. Has anyone ever dealt with something like this? How do I keep Sophia safe while dealing with such a toxic family? Should I do more to capture everything that happens? Any advice would be highly appreciated. I'm at my wit's end. Update 1. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who responded to my first post. Reading all of your answers helped me realize how serious the problem is. Sophia and I attempted to follow a lot of the advice many of you gave about documenting everything and taking legal action. Unfortunately, things have become worse over the last 2 weeks, and I need to rant about it. We followed the instructions and went to the police. Sophia and I spent hours gathering proof, including screenshots of all the threatening messages, voicemail recordings, and hospital security footage that showed Ethan's buddies lurking. We also received written testimonies from 3 of Sophia's coworkers who witnessed the stalking conduct. The officer we initially spoke with was concerned, particularly regarding workplace harassment, but things quickly became difficult. It comes out that Ryan, Ethan's best buddy and one of the main perpetrators of the abuse, is the son of a local police sergeant. When we stated Ryan's name, the officer's tone completely altered. He began by stating that without concrete proof that Ethan was coordinating everything, there was little they could do. He further indicated that Sophia was misinterpreting friendly attention from people who were just hanging around the hospital for legitimate reasons. He even had the arrogance to wonder if Sophia had somehow piqued their interest. We wanted to speak with another officer, preferably a female, but they refused. Finally, they stated they'd send a warning to everybody we could identify from the tape, But that was all they could do in the absence of specific evidence of actual threats. It felt like an absolute waste of time. My parents' reaction was far worse than I anticipated. The day after we went to the police, Ethan arrived at their house with a black eye, claiming I had struck him again. I hadn't seen him since the night I hit him 2 weeks before, but my parents quickly believed him. My mother called, sobbing about how I'd lost control, and was trying to destroy Ethan's life. She said going to the police demonstrated I was purposefully attempting to damage his future over a stupid misunderstanding. Then my father called. He was infuriated. He threatened to cut me off financially, which would have been problematic if I still relied on them. Fortunately, I have a steady career in software development and my own apartment. He also threatened to fire me from the family real estate company, conveniently forgetting that I never worked there. That is Ethan's job. It truly demonstrates that they don't regard me as my own person, but rather as an accessory to Ethan's life. The true calamity occurred this past weekend. My mother repeatedly called and texted, saying they wanted to fix things, as a family. She assured that Ethan was sorry for everything and wanted to apologize to both me and Sophia. She stated that they had discussed limits with him, and he was aware that his behavior was wrong. After discussing it with Sophia, we decided to give them the opportunity to make things right. That was an enormous error. We went to my parents' house expecting a family dinner to reconcile things. I sensed there was something odd from the moment we went in. The house was full with my parents, Ethan, our aunt and uncle, who usually support Ethan, and, worst of all, Ryan and 2 of the guys who had been pursuing Sophia at work. My mom referred to it as a family intervention. For 2 hours, they all took turns criticizing Sophia's character, while Ethan sat there looking smug. My mother delivered a lengthy lecture about Sophia's obvious jealousy of Ethan's attractiveness and success. What success? And how she had been flirting with him during dinner. She claimed Sophia made up the harassment because she felt sorry about leading Ethan on, and was now attempting to cover her tracks. Sophia, according to my aunt, was probably used to having attention from males at work and mistook nice conduct for stalking out of guilt. Ethan played his job brilliantly, appearing sad and perplexed as to why Sophia would fabricate such nasty lies about him. He kept stating how happy he was to finally have a sister-in-law and how saddened he was that she was attempting to turn everyone against him. Ryan and his friends backed him up, claiming they had simply come to the hospital to see Ryan's ailing grandmother, who supposedly transfers between floors and apartments every day. The toughest thing was when they began questioning Sophia's mental stability. They mentioned that she sometimes works night shifts, which suggested that a lack of sleep was contributing to her paranoia. They discussed how stressful working with sick children must be, as if she was putting her professional stress into harmless interactions with Ethan and his pals. My mother even had the audacity to suggest a therapist who may help Sophia work through her tendency to create drama. Sophia originally attempted to defend herself by politely discussing the harassment and even giving them the messages and voicemails again. But they kept talking over her, dismissing her facts as misunderstandings or hinting that she had caused everything. When Ryan began outlining in detail what Sophia had worn on specific days at work, demonstrating he had been monitoring her, my parents assumed Sophia was attempting to attract attention. Things grew terrible when they invited Ryan and his pals to join us for dessert, claiming they wanted to demonstrate what good young men they truly were. Sophia was having problems breathing and had to leave the room. When I attempted to follow her, my mother grabbed my elbow and told me it was time to choose between my real family and a clearly unstable girl who's just trying to cause problems. Sophia is who I choose. We left quickly, and I haven't spoken to my family since that night. Ethan's buddies have escalated their harassment, spreading reports at Sophia's workplace that she is mentally unstable and has a history of false claims. Her supervisor summoned her to a meeting yesterday to raise worries about drama at work. While he appeared empathetic, he warned her that the disruptions were beginning to damage her job performance and that she considered transferring to a different department, or hospital. We've engaged an attorney to help us obtain a restraining order, but the procedure is sluggish. Sophia has been looking for jobs at other hospitals, and one of her old co-workers has offered to help her find work at a hospital some 300 miles away. I hate that we're being forced to take such harsh actions, but I can't face watching Sophia live in constant worry and tension. She now sobs before every shift and has lost weight because she is too anxious to eat properly. I really don't know what to do anymore. Every attempt to approach this sensibly has failed. My family is absolutely insane, the cops are ineffective, and it appears that Ethan is winning. How can you fight back when people want to believe the worst about you, and the best about your abuser? Update 2. I wish I had better news, but everything fell apart following what happened at my cousin Chloe's wedding last weekend. I've been trying to comprehend everything for the last few days before posting this update. What was supposed to be a happy family celebration turned into a nightmare that left Ethan in handcuffs and our family irrevocably shattered. To begin, Chloe has always been the only member of the family, aside from my grandfather, who recognized Ethan's deception. When we were youngsters, Mom caught Ethan abusing her cat and informed everyone, but my parents convinced us she was lying for attention. She never forgot, and she has been completely supportive of me throughout Sophia's condition. She even drafted a thorough statement for our attorney explaining Ethan's troubling background. When Chloe sent her wedding invites, Sophia and I were hesitant to go. But Chloe called us directly and said she only invited Ethan because her parents insisted, and she had hired extra security just to keep an eye on him. She also sat us at a table with her husband's family, far from my parents and Ethan. We assumed that with all of the witnesses and security present, Ethan wouldn't do something stupid. We were mistaken. The ceremony went well, owing in large part to Ethan's duties as a groomsman. Noah, Chloe's husband, is our cousin on the other side of the family and was unaware of any of the drama. Everything appeared to be in order at first glance. Ethan sat at the family table with our parents, while we were across the room with Chloe's in-laws. Sophia began to relax and enjoy herself for the first time in weeks. Sophia used the restroom around 9 p.m. She had been gone for approximately 10 minutes when I saw Ethan wasn't at his table anymore. Something seemed strange, so I went to check on her. Sophia screamed as I was about to enter the restroom. I began running when Noah and his brother turned the bend in front of me. They discovered Ethan pushing Sophia against the hallway wall outside the lavatory, attempting to force himself on her while she struggled. He had one hand over her mouth and the other forcefully grabbing her arm, leaving bruises. Just as I arrived, Noah and his brother had dragged Ethan off of her. Sophia shook and cried. Her dress was torn at the shoulder, and there were already visible bruises on her arm. Ethan was clearly intoxicated and began ranting that Sophia had been teasing him all night, she had literally not gone near him, and that she had followed him into the hallway. She arrived first. Noah's brother, a police officer from another city, quickly called the local police, and Noah assisted Sophia into a private room where Chloe and her mother attempted to calm her down. This is where things went even worse, if that's possible. When the cops arrived, my parents attempted to stop them from detaining Ethan. My mother cried that it was all a misunderstanding, that Sophia had plainly misled Ethan, and that they shouldn't ruin his life for one minor drunken mistake. My father physically attempted to stop the officers from handcuffing Ethan, urging that they treat this as a family matter. Ethan went between crying about how Sophia seduced him and threatening everyone, claiming that none of us understood what he was capable of. He appeared absolutely unhinged. As they eventually got him into the police car, he started yelling that Sophia was a whore who had been asking for it since the day they met. Some guests captured the entire event on their phones. The aftermath was catastrophic. My parents got into a frenzy, phoning everyone in the family to provide their account of the events. They claimed Sophia took Ethan into a quiet spot, came onto him, and shouted assault when he rebuffed her. They claimed she planned the entire incident to exact revenge on Ethan for revealing her lies about the harassment. They even claimed that Noah and his brother hit Ethan before the cops arrived, which they did not, and that Sophia hurt herself. The one bright spot is that the wedding video shows Ethan following Sophia into the restroom hallway. With her bruises, many witnesses, and video proof of Ethan's breakdown during the arrest, our lawyer believes we have a solid case. Several relatives who attended the wedding have come forward to testify about Ethan's actions throughout the night, including inappropriate remarks he made about Sophia and how he pursued her during the reception. My parents have threatened to disown me unless Sophia drops the claims. They've been phoning and messaging nonstop, alternately apologizing for tearing the family apart, and threatening to cut me out of the inheritance. They even showed up at my apartment yesterday, generating a disturbance that prompted my neighbors to contact the police. My mother screamed over how I was putting her sweet boy in jail, while my father swore to make sure I never worked in this state again. Sophia and I reached a decision. She accepted a job offer at a hospital 300 miles away, and I plan to work remotely for my firm. We're moving at the end of next month. Many people may believe we are fleeing, but we simply need to escape the toxicity and start over somewhere new. Chloe understands and has agreed to keep us up to date on any family developments. The most difficult part of all of this is knowing that my family will never accept Ethan needs help. Even after seeing him abuse someone at a wedding in front of witnesses, they continue to defend him and blame the victim. I've often wondered what might have happened if someone had intervened when we were kids, but we'll never know. Right now, I just need to concentrate on safeguarding Sophia and creating our new life together, away from Ethan and my parents' enabling behavior. Update 3. I hadn't planned to submit any more updates, but something happened yesterday that I feel compelled to tell. After 4 years of fortunate silence from my family, I received a frantic phone call from my mother, leaving me feeling both vindicated and heartbroken. First, a little update on Sophia and myself. We married 2 years ago in a short ceremony attended by Chloe's family and Sophia's relatives. We purchased a home in our new location, and Sophia is now the head pediatric nurse at her hospital. I am still working remotely for the same company, but I was promoted to senior developer last year. We're expecting our first kid, a baby girl, in 3 months. Life has been serene and cheerful, which makes what I am about to say much more frightening. Yesterday afternoon, I was in a conference when my phone started ringing incessantly with calls from my mother. I normally disregard strange numbers because my family has a tendency of purchasing new phones to reach us, but this time she left a message that sounded truly frantic. When I called back, she was sobbing so hard that I could not hear her. Ethan married a woman named Olivia last year. We were all unaware of it because we hadn't spoken to that side of the family since the wedding. Apparently, Ethan met Olivia in church, and their families swiftly planned their marriage. My mother kept going on about how wonderful everything was, how Ethan had finally found a good Christian woman who understood him, and how they were all so happy, until last week. Olivia's coworker called the police last Thursday after she failed to show up for work for 3 days. Officers discovered Olivia seriously injured during a wellness check. She had 2 broken ribs, a shattered wrist, and several bruises across her body. But here's what really stunned me. When the police looked into it further, they discovered that my father had been assisting Ethan in concealing the abuse for months. Olivia eventually broke down and told the police everything. Ethan began striking her just 2 months after they married. Every time she threatened to leave or tell someone, my father would intervene, using his real estate contacts to push Olivia's family about their mortgage or threatening to fire her from a job at one of his friend's companies. He even persuaded Olivia's parents that she was mentally disturbed while fabricating allegations about Ethan, employing the same tactics they employed against Sophia. The final event occurred when Olivia was promoted at work, which would have provided her financial independence. Ethan lost control and thrashed her so brutally that she couldn't enter. When she called my father for assistance, he advised her to ice it and remember her wedding vows. That's when her coworker stepped in and called the police. Ethan and my father were both arrested, one for domestic abuse and the other for witness intimidation and conspiracy. My mother urged me to return and help fix things. She kept stating, the family needs to stick together during a crisis, that Ethan and Dad needed my help, and that Olivia was obviously exaggerating everything, just like Sophia did. I lost it. I informed her how I felt about her enabling Ethan's actions throughout his childhood. I reminded her of what they did to Sophia, and how they decided to support Ethan despite witnessing him assault her at Chloe's wedding. I questioned whether she had ever considered that if they had helped Ethan when he was younger or held him accountable for his behavior, Olivia might not be in the hospital right now. My mother burst into tears, admitting that they should have acted sooner. She acknowledged that she and Dad had always known Ethan had problems, but they believed they were protecting him by keeping everything hidden. Too little, too late. I hung up and blocked her new number. Chloe called me later to confirm some information she'd received from extended family. Olivia's parents are distraught and regret not believing her sooner. They totally support her in bringing accusations against both Ethan and my father. Police are also looking into potential additional victims, since numerous of Ethan's ex-girlfriends have come forward with similar allegations of abuse and stalking. Sophia proposed that we contact Olivia through Chloe and offer her assistance if she requires it, which we will most likely do. Sophia mentioned how fortunate she was to have assistance when coping with Ethan, and Olivia may need someone who understands what she's going through. Some may believe I'm being cold toward my parents, but I've learned that encouraging toxic behavior simply creates more victims. My family had numerous opportunities to change, but they decided not to. Now they can deal with the consequences of their decisions without my assistance. My goal now is to defend my own family, my wife, our unborn daughter, and the quiet life we've created away from their toxicity. Update 4. Many people have messaged me asking for updates on the situation with Ethan, my father, and Olivia, so this is what has happened in the last 6 months. First, some wonderful news from our end. 3 months ago, Sophia and I welcomed our daughter Isla. She's completely healthy and stunningly lovely. Parenthood has been incredible, and it has only confirmed that breaking connections with my problematic family was the correct decision. Chloe and her husband came to see Isla last month, and seeing them with her only confirmed what true family love is like. Now for an update on Ethan's and my father's cases. Chloe has been keeping us updated because she still maintains contact with some distant relatives. Ethan agreed to a plea deal last month. He will serve an 8-year jail sentence for serious domestic abuse, with the possibility of parole after 5 years. My father's case is still ongoing, although his attorney is apparently attempting to work out a settlement. His real estate license has been suspended pending an inquiry, and most of his business partners have parted ways with him. My mother's progress is the most startling. After our previous phone chat, she began therapy. According to Chloe, she has moved out of the family home and filed for divorce from my father last week. She sent me a 12-page letter apologizing for everything, enabling Ethan his entire life, failing to protect me as a child, and, most importantly, how they treated Sophia. She revealed that she and my father had essentially produced the monster Ethan by never holding him accountable. I have not responded to your mail. Part of me respects that she is finally confronting the truth, but it is too little, too late. Where was this understanding when Ethan was torturing animals as a kid? Or while he was stalking Sophia? Or when they witnessed him assaulting her during Chloe's wedding? Sophia and I are still talking about allowing her to have supervised contact with Isla, but that will be years away, if it ever happens. Olivia came out to us via Chloe. She is doing better. She lives with her sister in another state and is having extensive therapy. She has filed for divorce and is completely cooperating with prosecutors. According to Chloe, numerous other women have come forward with claims that Ethan mistreated them in the past, including 2 from his church. The police are looking into those situations as well. Olivia's parents have been wonderfully supportive once the truth was revealed. They publicly apologized to her for not believing her sooner and severed all connections with my parents. They're even collaborating with domestic violence organizations to help other families identify indicators of abuse and manipulation. Our extended family is fundamentally divided into 2 factions. The majority of our younger cousins and relatives have supported us and Olivia, while the older generation continues to make excuses for Ethan and my dad. Chloe's mother, my aunt, has formed a family therapy group for relatives who want to understand how things got so bad and how to make things better for future generations. Sophia and I are focused on our kid and our lives here. Sophia went back to work part-time last week and was promoted to director of pediatric nursing. I'm still working remotely, but I'm considering starting my own software consulting firm. We've created a fantastic community here, complete with amazing friends and chosen family. Sometimes I consider contacting my mother or responding to her letter, but then I look at Isla and think about how my parents would expect me to let Ethan near her if we were still in contact, claiming he deserves another chance. That thought alone reminds me that we made the right decision by staying away. The pattern of cruelty and enabling in my family ends with me. Isla will grow up in an environment that values healthy relationships and respects limits. Cutting off toxic family members is sometimes the best thing you can do for your child, no matter how painful it is. My stepmother always acted sweet in front of others, but behind closed doors, she quietly pushed me aside and favored her own children. My dad would say I'm his biggest disappointment at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Not due to legal issues. Not because I'm jobless. Not because I've done something wrong. Because I lived my life my way instead of following his plan. My father, James, likes things his way. Control, looks, and family devotion have always been his priorities, as long as it benefits him. When my parents divorced, I was 10. Externally, the divorce was not ugly. But my dad moved swiftly. He remarried Stephanie, a mother of Hunter and Olivia, within a year. After that, everything changed. I tried hard at first. As a child, I wanted my dad to be happy. Stephanie was fake sweetly lovely. Overly exuberant in public, often claiming to be trying to blend the family. She hugged me too firmly and said, "I just know we're going to be best friends." However, behind closed doors, she clearly prioritized her kids. After always being involved in my life, my dad had new priorities. He became their father from mine. It started with tiny things like missing my soccer games but never Hunter's. Not picking me up from school yet always being on time for Olivia's dance recital. It intensified. By 14, I was expected to babysit, help with duties they never had to do, and appear like a good big sister while they got away with everything. If I protested, my dad would sigh like I was exhausted and say, "They need more attention. You're old. Be mature." Stephanie took a more direct approach. She called me selfish. My dad depleted my mom's college savings account, the final straw. Mom battled hard in court to get that money back. However, the harm was done. I was mad. Last year of high school, I scarcely spoke to him. I returned only for holidays after leaving for college, which I funded for myself. My relationship with him never restored after years. I still received family function invitations, but they always felt like a chore. I could tell my dad and Stephanie saw me as the problematic child who refused to play happy family. Hunter and Olivia were golden children. It's my dad's birthday party. Stephanie was planning an extravagant, invite everyone we ever met party for him. Going wasn't my plan. My aunt, one of my few allies, persuaded me. Just stop by for a while, she added. Maybe things changed. No, they hadn't. I sensed it when I entered. That familiar, unwanted strain. Long-lost friends were there. I got polite nods instead of hearty greetings. Everyone talked around me, but no one included me. I spotted my dad laughing with old acquaintances across the room. When he saw me, his smile wavered for a moment, like he was surprised I showed arrived. I regretted coming when I saw a small table at the entryway. Name tags existed? Stephanie said this helped people mingle at earlier occasions. It was hers. Most tags were typical: Uncle Mark, Cousin Rachel, Neighbor Tom. I spotted I froze. It wasn't only my name on my tag, it mentioned something else, something stomach-turning. Staring at it, I lifted it up. From across the room, I heard a familiar laugh. Stephanie. She watched me. She holds a wine glass with a grin. My chest heated as I grasped the name tag. The outcome was not what she expected. I held the name tag for a second. My brain took longer to digest what I saw. My name. But someone wrote below in smaller letters. The letdown. It seemed like a joke at first. An offensive joke. Possibly a cousin being silly. Maybe a mishap. Stephanie laughed though. She was across the room at the bar when I looked up. She sipped wine carelessly. Met eyes. A slow, contented grin grew across her face. I felt my pulse in my ears. Several folks observed me standing there. A few glances at me. I felt it even if no one spoke. This is expected. Don't cause a scene that was almost audible. The name tag was returned to the table after a deep breath. I streamlined it to match the others. I nearly laughed. Of course, naturally, she did this. It was typical Stephanie, not insulting. Something not obvious enough to call her out on. Something subtle enough to make me look like the problem if I reacted. I should have known something like this was coming when I entered. A hand stroked my shoulder, and I looked to my aunt, the only family member who had ever understood me. Her lips were tightly lined and brows pulled together. She noticed the name tag. She glanced at Stephanie. Are you okay? She whispered. I smiled tightly. Yeah, replied. I'm fine. But I wasn't. I was tired. I was exhausted beyond words. Because it was old. This wasn't her worst act. This continued a long tradition of ensuring my place. I should have left then. I should have turned around and fled. Some part of me said no. This time, no. Instead, I took a big breath, straightened my shoulders, and did something I knew would surprise them. I grinned. A natural smile, like nothing had happened. Taking a glass of champagne from a passing waiter, I softly clinked it with my nail and looked toward the room. Because I would give Stephanie a show if she wanted one. I raised my drink slightly, felt the atmosphere move as a few folks looked my way. I hadn't reacted yet. The gentle clink of my nail against the glass was enough to grab attention. Stephanie hesitated for a moment before taking another leisurely drink of wine, her eyes narrowing as if attempting to figure out what I was doing. I considered making a toast, but I gave a tiny shake of my head and turned away to continue the celebration. I wouldn't let her react. Not yet. Everything was as expected at the celebration. Crowded. Too polished. Expensive catering. Decorated with care. Stephanie always went all out since everything in her life was a performance. I didn't only celebrate Dad's birthday, it was for show. About spreading the word about her ideal life. She and my father adored each other. How successful their kids were. Their offspring, not me. Hunter and Olivia were already in the middle of the room, surrounded by a few relatives nodding as Olivia talked about her wedding. And of course Dad's paying for everything, she smiled as she twisted the huge diamond on her finger. We wanted something tasteful, you know. A real elegant wedding. Not one of those tacky Pinterest disasters. I chuckled. Olivia was always like this, polished, rehearsed. She was self-absorbed enough to make sure everything swirled around her without being obvious. Hunter leaned against the bar, nodding as my dad's old acquaintances congratulated him on his new position. Which I knew he hadn't earned. Hunter had never worked. He was given every chance. My father quietly corrected every error. I considered walking over to join the conversation to watch them wiggle. Before I could, my father spoke. Ah, he said. He was approaching when I turned. He held a drink, his look neutral. I didn't think you were going to come. I smiled, but not really. Wouldn't miss it. He nodded and looked around before staring at me. You've been keeping busy, I hear. It existed. He politely avoided asking about my life, he always did. I nodded. Yeah, work's been good. I bought a house last year. He raised his brow. A house? Yep. Sipping his drink, he asked nothing else. One thing about my dad. Whenever I did anything that prevented him from seeing me as a failure, he loathed me. Every time I did something without his money or aid, it eroded his narrative about myself. I was lost. Selfish. Immature. He disliked that. He liked the me he could shake his head at. The version he could pitifully describe when asked about me. He was obviously thinking of something to say. A sly dig. Stephanie's voice severed the talk like a knife before he could. Well, she remarked, standing up behind him, at least she finally did something responsible. Just then, my chest started heating up again. I went to her and saw her beaming, like she was so thrilled to see me. I recognized the look. I'd seen it 100 times. Stephanie would insult you in person, and if you got offended, you were the problem. It was a joke. You were oversensitive. I should have left. Should have let go. But I didn't. Because everything about this night, about everything was off. Possibly the name tag. Maybe it was because my dad seldom spoke to me before ignoring me. Maybe it was the fact that the room was full of individuals who were never my relatives. Whatever. I was done. I tilted my head at Stephanie. I said, you know, I was going to let it go, quietly. But I have to ask. Whose idea was the name tag? I saw a little spark on her face. Oh, come on, she laughed. You always take things so personally, it was funny. I nodded. Right. Hilarious. Sipping wine, she shrugged. You know, if you spent less time being angry all the time, maybe you'd be. I cut her off with a finger. Actually, I answered calmly, I think you're right. She narrowed her eyes. About what? About making a joke, I turned, raising my glass. Because now that I think about it, I have a joke too. She blinked in surprise. My father shifted awkwardly beside her. My smile was slow and comfortable. I'd like to make a toast. Suddenly, the room quieted. Not all at once, not now. As inquisitive individuals looked at me, talk slowed. Because people adore toasts, especially surprise ones. I felt my father tighten beside me. Stephanie giggled and shifted her weight to ignore me. Oh, come on, you don't have to. I smiled and extended my hand. No, really. I insist. With more people looking at me and whispering curiously, the room altered. Some attendees grabbed their drinks for a light-hearted toast. What was coming was unknown. Stephanie's smile tightened, but she kept her cool, believing I was the same person she'd always known. The individual who took every insult, let everything go, and never fought back. My dad got more agitated. He knew me better than she. He tightened his glass grip and looked at me for the first time all evening, not through me, around me, or at me. I raised my glass after letting the silence build, building anticipation. To my father, I said, almost chattily. And to Stephanie, of course. Because without them, I don't think I would have learned one of the most valuable lessons of my life. I sipped champagne slowly. Stephanie breathed a little laugh. Oh boy, here we go. A few laughed. They assumed they were joking. They believed I was going to make fun of myself or smooth things over like usual. I grinned. No, really, I mean it. Because I think we often learn the most from the people who challenge us, don't you? I looked at my dad. Dad, you always told me that family is supposed to build each other up. That we should support one another. Celebrate each other's successes. My father's throat bobbed as he swallowed, strengthening his drink grasp. He didn't like the direction. I said. And I used to believe that. I really did. But then, somewhere along the way, I realized something. The room was nearly silent. Stephanie's fingers were so tight around her wine glass stem that I thought it would break. I gently placed my glass on the table next to me. I realized that for some people, support only exists when you fit into the version of yourself they want you to be. That as long as you play the role they've written for you, whether it's the golden child or the black sheep, they'll keep you right where they need you. And if you step outside that role. I shook my head and exhaled hard. Well, that's when they show you how they really feel. A few unpleasant crowd shifts were heard, looking at each other. Olivia awaits my father's response before determining how to feel. Hunter smiled like this was his entertainment. Stephanie smiled, but her knuckles were white. I used to think that if I just proved myself, if I worked hard, if I was successful, if I played by the rules, you'd see me differently, I murmured, softening but not slowing. But I get it now. It was never about me. It was never about what I did or didn't do. Stephanie spoke, likely to interrupt me. But I stopped her. I returned to my dad. Because I was never intended to succeed, right? His expression briefly changed. I exhaled and rolled my shoulders after letting that hang. But I did. I built something for myself. I made a life that has nothing to do with this family. And let me tell you, it's been the most peaceful, fulfilling thing I've ever done. I could sense people's doubts and interest since they didn't understand what I was saying. I was tired of letting them believe Stephanie and my father's years-long construction of me. Stephanie forced another laugh to recover control. Oh, come on, this is ridiculous. It's just a name tag. I looked at her. You're right, I answered effortlessly. It is. But it's also a pattern. A lifetime of moments just like this. Little digs, little jokes, little ways of reminding me that no matter what I do, in your eyes, I'll always be the disappointment. Dad cleared his throat and stepped forward. That's enough. Met his gaze directly. Oh, I agree. It is enough. Before anyone could grasp what was occurring, I took up my glass again. It was slightly elevated to let my next remark settle over the room. To the last time you'll ever see me? A deafening hush. My father was tense. Stephanie lowered her jaw before closing it. Somebody in the back said, "Wait, what?" I put my drink down, turned around, and headed for the door without saying a word. I felt their gaze. Can feel panic setting in. Because this was different. One last peek back before entering. For the first time, I didn't feel like I was leaving a fight. Walking toward something. Toward freedom. Toward peace. I was establishing a life away from my family's problems. Walking outside, I inhaled the crisp night air. It ended. Years earlier, I should have cut ties. No more pretense. No more attempting to please folks who never cared about me unless I fit their ideal. My shoulders felt lighter with each mile as I drove home that night in silence. However, as I sat in my peaceful living room that evening, I wondered whether I had gone too far. Was my decision right? Was I too harsh? The next several days were filled with texts and calls. I remained silent. I avoided social media, because I knew it was full of consequences. I skipped my dad's birthday party. I publicly shamed him and Stephanie. His wife. My stepmother. I always thought the woman was pushing me aside for her ideal world. The family group chat was full of messages. But I kept quiet, unsure if I could handle the encounter. Finally, my aunt, the only person who understood me, texted me to check if I was okay. Not knowing what to say. I was okay. I felt better in years, but also uncertain. Told her I needed time. Not pressing. Dad called me the next morning. "Where are you?" he questioned in his usual tone, which usually made me feel like I had disappointed him. "I'm home," I said. "I'm not coming back." I only needed his silence. "You can't just leave like this," he continued after a moment. "This family, we have to stick together." There was no hesitation. Not if sticking together means pretending to be someone I'm not anymore. It was our last conversation. I avoided all family events, weddings, birthday celebrations, and whatever else they planned, for weeks. The rest of my family either agreed with my dad and Stephanie's perception of me or pretended nothing had happened. The grapevine told me my dad was hurt. Stephanie was outraged. My brother and sister disapproved of my scene. None of it disturbed me. I knew my decision was right, for me. I continued living. Still strong. Although cutting them off was difficult, I experienced a sense of tranquility I hadn't felt in years. No family member has talked to me since then. So I ask. Am I a hole? For leaving like that? For toasting and totally chopping them off? Did I overreach? Am I justified in finally sticking up for myself? I'll never please my dad. I won't be his daughter. However, I may have realized that I no longer need to be. Reddit, inform me. Was my behavior inappropriate? Was this overdue? I gave 15 years to build our family business, but my brother got the new truck as an engagement gift. I quit and the company fell apart. I was the mainstay of Wilson Family Plumbing. My name is Alex, and I am 35 years old. When the majority of my pals left for college, I remained to assist Dad in growing the company. I gained first-hand knowledge of everything, including how to unclog obstinate drains, repair leaky pipes, construct intricate systems, and handle upset clients at 2 in the morning. During crises in the winter, I took over the company. Earl, my father, progressively returned to a managerial position. In his garage, Dad began with a van and a toolkit. We now have 8 trucks and 12 staff, or rather, they do. There was no magic or serendipity behind that growth. I gave up weekends, sweated for thousands of hours, and paid close attention to establishing our name in the neighborhood. Each and every favorable review. Each and every recurring client. Every recommendation. I had personally made sure they were happy. 5 years ago, my younger brother Travis joined. He still behaves like a youngster who is compelled to work in the family business at the age of 28. He frequently arrives late, takes long meals, and leaves tasks unfinished. It's astounding how many consumer complaints I've had to handle following his trips. Although I'm available for emergencies around the clock, on the weekends, Travis forgets his phone. Dad always has an excuse ready, somehow. He's still learning the ropes, and not everyone has your natural talent, Alex. There were always the warning signs. New hires I trained frequently received promotions ahead of me. After I put in place a new scheduling system that resulted in a 30% increase in efficiency. At our corporate meeting, Travis received recognition for his support of the program. When I proposed diversifying into business contracts, Dad said it was too dangerous. Travis made the same suggestion 6 months later. My father referred to it as innovative thinking. It became impossible to overlook the discrepancies in wealth. For years, Dad had promised me a partnership, lingering ownership interests that never came to pass. In the meantime, I found that Travis was earning $155,000 more a year, while being less experienced and having less responsibilities. The 2010 vehicle I was driving had 180,000 miles on it. Travis and Dad? They drove around in cars that weren't even 3 years old. Loyalty was important, I told myself. The family comes first. That one day Dad would see what I had done. In every way, I was mistaken. For months, my truck had been experiencing frequent breakdowns. The suspension was shot, the transmission was slipping, also there were rust holes in the cargo area that allowed water to enter during rainstorms, damaging costly equipment. Following a particularly severe malfunction that cost us a significant client, at last, Dad acknowledged that we needed a new car. I was evaluating the damage to my old truck that evening. Dad took 2 beers and came out to the garage. Leaning against the workbench, he handed one to me. It was like the old days for a while. Prior to Travis's employment with the organization. When I would resolve issues with Dad. Remember when I taught you how to change the belt on the old Ford? His grizzled face softened with a rare smile. You couldn't have been more than 12. I nodded as the recollection came back to me. You let me do the whole job while you supervised. Told me I had the steadiest hands you'd ever seen on a kid. Never seen anyone take to plumbing like you did, Alex. Natural talent. He looked at the truck instead of me while he sipped his beer slowly. This business, it wouldn't be what it is without you. It made me feel valued for a time. Like I seldom ever did anymore, I felt a connection to him. Before returning inside, he gave me a shoulder clap, leading me to ponder why those epiphanies had become so infrequent. When it really mattered, why couldn't he see my worth? In front of Travis, in compensation, in business decisions? I looked into my alternatives for weeks. Locating the best offers, organizing all the paperwork, and striking a balance between cargo capacity and fuel efficiency. I even made financial arrangements with our long-standing bank. For the following 10 years, this truck would serve as my mobile office. I wanted to do it correctly. Dad invited all of us to dinner that Sunday. Travis brought Jessica, his fiancée, who had just gotten engaged after only 8 months of dating. Mom prepared a feast. Dad looked unusually happy. When dessert was finished, he got up and yelled for everyone to pay attention. My heart soared. Perhaps, I reasoned, he would finally recognize my efforts. Perhaps even make public the collaboration we had discussed. Rather, he produced a set of keys that were fastened to a silver keychain bearing the business's emblem. He gave them to Travis with the broadest smile I'd seen in a long time. To help you start your new life, son. The new company truck is yours. I had them add all the upgrades you wanted. Consider it an engagement present from your mother and me. The ensuing quiet seemed to last forever. Jessica clapped her hands with joy as Travis smiled smugly. My emotions went unnoticed by them. While averting my gaze, my mother busied herself cleaning plates. At last, I was able to speak, but my voice was constricted. Dad, we discussed that truck for the service calls I handle. Travis doesn't even do emergency work. Dad dismissed it with a wave. You can keep using your current truck for a while longer. Travis needs to project a professional image now that he'll be taking over more client relationships. Besides, you know how to keep that old one running. You've always been good with repairs. Without even feigning gratitude, I watched Travis dangle the keys while discussing how he may personalize the paint job. His newest hobby was the truck that should have been mine, The one I required for my real job. Something eventually snapped inside me on the way home in my squeaky old pickup. It was more than just the car. It was neglected, underappreciated, and taken for granted for around 15 years. It was the knowledge that Travis would always be the preferred son and I would always be the dependable workhorse, regardless of what I contributed. I had trouble sleeping that night. I looked through job postings, something I had never given much thought to before. I gave Jack, a former coworker who had gone to work for a rival company, a call to inquire about their business. I was astonished by his response. "Alex, you could write your own ticket anywhere in the county with your abilities and connections with clients. What, really, has kept you at your dad's house for so long?" For the first time, I understood that my own mistreatment had been made possible by what I had assumed to be loyalty. I had forgotten my own value since I had been so accustomed to being underappreciated. Jack stated that his business required a skilled expert to oversee their commercial branch. Precisely the chance that my father's business had refused me. I painstakingly documented everything I handled throughout the course of the following week. Comprehensive guidelines for our systems, customer preferences, maintenance plans, supplier connections, and emergency procedures. I included remarks about each significant client to the customer database. I refused to become like them by undermining the company. However, I also didn't want to give them a reason to phone me after I left. When I got to work early the next Monday, I put an envelope on my father's desk. Casually late as usual, he came an hour later. His look changed from bewilderment to incredulity as he opened the envelope. 2 weeks' notice? "Alex, have you got a joke?" He leaned back in his chair and inquired. I calmly and professionally expressed my choice. I only touched on the vehicle incident in passing, preferring to talk about the partnership's repeated unmet promises and my need for professional development. Brighton Plumbing Services was the company I had accepted a position with. Dad sneered. "You'll be back in a week. What we provide you here is unmatched by them. Isn't this just a tirade over the truck?" He didn't even bother to inquire about my wages. He might have understood that I would be earning almost 40% more, with benefits, and that I would have a clear route to partnership in just 2 years. The company was instantly inundated with the news. Instead of his typical smug expression, Travis's face flushed with dread as he cornered me in the supply room. He growled, "You can't just walk away. Who will be in charge of the West Side contracts? Or the upkeep of the hospital? Or the calls for emergencies?" His self-assured exterior momentarily broke down. He lowered his voice to a whisper. "Dad has been preparing me to assume leadership in the future, but half of what you do is unknown to me. I didn't bother to become familiar with the systems. This is not what I'm ready for." I was shocked to hear the admission of inadequacy. However, it was no longer my issue. He had been content to claim credit for years while I completed the work. I answered, "I'm sure you'll figure it out. You have a nice new truck to drive around in, after all." Unexpectedly, those 2 weeks were freeing. As many of my duties as I could, I taught others. I presented their new technicians to important clients. I painstakingly recorded everything in a 3-ring binder with the big marker label Essential Operations. I put the binder, my business phone, my credit card, and the building's keys on my father's desk on my last day. Dad hardly noticed that I was gone. He remained certain that I would return in a matter of days. Mom contacted me that night with tears in her eyes, pleading with me to think again. She stated, "Family businesses have ups and downs. But we must remain united." I politely mentioned that despite always being underappreciated, I had remained loyal to them for 15 years. This was not a rash choice. It was past due by 15 years. It was an eye-opening first month at Brighton. I was referred to as the best plumber in the county, by my new boss Kevin, to both clients and employees. In addition to being heard, my recommendations were put into practice. When I suggested a more effective method for scheduling business maintenance, Kevin gave me the tools to implement it and urged me to make it a company-wide system. Then my first big test arrived. For months, Brighton has unsuccessfully bid on the Lakeside Corporate Park contract. I knew I had important inside information when Kevin said they were trying one last time. For years, Wilson Family Plumbing had provided building maintenance, and I was fully aware of their priorities and the problems they had faced. Knowing that, I could almost assure Brighton of winning the contract. However, it felt wrong to use such information. A breach of confidentiality for clients. Even though, in theory, I hadn't signed anything that would have stopped it. I thought about my possibilities through a restless night. I got everything from Brighton that my family business couldn't: show respect, just compensation. The chance. I wanted to demonstrate my worth. But not at the expense of my morals. I entered Kevin's office the following morning and gave him the following explanation. Although I was unable to provide precise information regarding lakeside systems, with my knowledge of comparable properties, I might assist Brighton in developing a more robust general proposition. Kevin looked at me for a while. He finally remarked, "You know, most guys would have just used whatever advantage they had. Alex, I hired you precisely because of your integrity. Despite this, we were able to secure the contract based on our bid rather than insider knowledge. More than any simple win could have, that moment solidified my position at Brighton. Most unexpectedly, I completed my assignment within a fair time frame. Travis had messed up a simple job, therefore there would be no more midnight calls. No more working on the weekends since Dad had made unrealistic deadline promises without first talking to me. I started hiking on Saturdays, got back in touch with old pals, and even started dating someone who wasn't worn out by my frequent work emergencies. The consequences at Wilson Family Plumbing, meanwhile, were immediate and serious. Their Yelp rating fell from 4.8 to 3.2 stars in only 2 weeks. When they found out I had left, customers who had expressly asked for me were incensed. Missed meetings and duplicate bookings resulted from the breakdown of the intricate scheduling system I had developed, which no one else fully understood. By week 3, the texts began to come in. From Travis first. How can I view the maintenance records for the hospital? Next, from Dad. Where did you save the Peterson job warranty details? I just replied with succinct, business-like instructions for the paperwork I had left behind. When Travis tried to manage the quarterly maintenance at Riverside Medical Center, our biggest commercial client, a serious situation arose. A storage area flooded as a result of his failure to close a major valve. Their contract was immediately terminated by the hospital, resulting in an annual loss of $180,000. 2 seasoned technicians left that same week, complaining about the unorganized schedule and a lack of direction. One of those techs, Tom, who is currently employed by a rival company, told me what transpired after that. After having a total breakdown at the office, Travis screamed that he was being set up to fail and threw tools across the workshop. He said that his father had thrown him into the deep end without the necessary training and had expected him to take on my responsibilities right away without ever giving him the chance to learn. Tom explained how Travis eventually passed out on a bench with his head in his hands and muttered, "Alex made it seem so simple. I had no idea. I didn't bother to find out." It seems that Dad simply stood there, looking pale, as the company he founded fell apart all around him. The weight of real responsibility was causing the Golden Sun's facade to crumble. The tone of my family's text drastically shifted. "Please call us." Which evolved from, "We need to talk," to "The business is in serious trouble." Mom began making calls every day, her messages getting more urgent. Jessica, Travis's fiancée, even reached out, stating that he was so stressed out that he was having trouble sleeping. I kept my distance and concentrated on succeeding in my new position. In my first 2 months, I closed 3 significant commercial contracts and received a hefty bonus. I was finally able to save enough money for a down payment on a small property thanks to my raise and manageable work schedule. I also purchased a new truck for myself, not a corporate car. Funded by the results of labor that has been adequately compensated. In our industry, news spreads quickly. In passing, suppliers who dealt with both businesses brought up Wilson Family Plumbing's demise. One person said, "Heard your dad had to lay off 3 more guys, while delivering parts." It is disheartening to witness a long-standing company experiencing such difficulties. I remained dignified in my work. In spite of the temptation, I never disparaged my family. On a Tuesday night, after we had not spoken for 3 months, my father called. There was a change in his voice. Older, defeated. "Alex, we must speak. In person. The company. It's not good." We decided to meet on neutral ground, at a coffee shop halfway between our houses. Their physical changes were startling when Dad and Travis showed up. Dad was lighter. His normally flawless appearance had become unkempt. Travis appeared to have gone weeks without sleep. His eyes had dark shadows under them. He has lost all of his usual swagger. They outlined the terrible circumstances. Revenue is 60% lower. There were only 4 employees left. Their business loan was jeopardized by the bank. To cover costs, 3 trucks have already been sold. Travis had been really proud of the new truck. Sacrificed to keep the lights on, gone too. Dad had even taken out a mortgage on his home to help finance the struggling company. "Alex, we made mistakes," Dad said, his voice cracking. I erred. "You were taken for granted by me. I'm paying the price now." I witnessed my father crying for the first time in my life. Travis couldn't look me in the eyes and instead gazed at the table. A folder was pushed across the table by Dad. It contained a partnership agreement that included full operational management, a significant pay raise, and 45% ownership. "Please," he said in a whisper. "Help us preserve what remains." The previous Alex would have seized the chance, eager to be acknowledged for the first time after longing for it. However, the day my truck was given away, that version of me passed away. Rather, I simply stated that I had no interest in going back. From day one, I had discovered a location where my abilities were appreciated, not after a disastrous failure compelled acknowledgement. I clarified, "I'm not trying to punish you. I just realized how valuable I am at last. I tried to earn something that should have been given to me freely for 15 years. Show respect. Just compensation. Recognition. I refuse to go back." At last, Travis's voice was hollow. "Until you departed, I had no idea how much you were doing. Running service calls seemed simple to me." He hesitated and swallowed hard, thinking, "I believe Dad was giving you preferential treatment, completing all of the crucial work for you. I was mistaken. I took no pleasure in their misery. Rather, I provided what assistance I could, names of potential qualified plumbers for their reorganized company. Ideas for simplifying in order to continue operating with a reduced operation. Suggestions for clients to focus on in order to restore their reputation. I informed them, this isn't about retaliation. I didn't go out to harm you. I departed because I was worthy of better." Wilson Family Plumbing is still in business 6 months later, but is a shadow of what it used to be. Dad has taken a big step back and is thinking about retiring early. Instead of delegating everything, Travis has been compelled to learn the ropes and handle service calls himself. After losing the majority of their commercial clients, they now only have 3 trucks and concentrate on residential work. It's awkward when we first see each other at family get-togethers, but we eventually settle into a new routine. After seeing my new home and learning that I had been promoted to commercial division manager, Mom finally stopped trying to guilt-trip me into going back. Even Travis, who occasionally texts me technical questions that I respond to politely, has grown to respect me despite his reluctance. I didn't wake up with a knot in my stomach for the first time in my adult life. I've changed from the fervently devoted son who never received the approval he sought. The physical strain of plumbing work wasn't the biggest weight I've ever carried. It was the emotional burden of attempting to win the respect and affection of those who didn't value me. Retaliation isn't always the reason to leave. It can be the sole route to self-respect at times. I've discovered that the best form of retaliation isn't seeing other people fail after you've left. It is succeeding so thoroughly that your value is determined by your absence. Kevin told me last month that he wants me to manage his second location, which he plans to open in the nearby county. He claims that I could eventually buy him out and turn it into my own business. I find myself visualizing the fleet of trucks, organizing the service area, and creating the logo in my head. Wilson Blue was the only color painted. Not with malice, but because I'm creating something that is genuinely mine at last. Unemployed. And seen as a burden. I moved back home until my mom threw my bags at me and kicked me out. That moment changed everything. Logan is my name. I'm 28 years old, and I didn't choose to live in my parents' guest room until about a month ago. To be honest, I would have been anywhere else if I could. However, plans don't always work out. I got a good job at a mid-size software company after earning my degree in computer technology. The epidemic then struck. I was among the first people laid off when the company downsized. I applied to hundreds of jobs over the course of the following year and a half. There were interviews, but none of them lasted. My finances eventually ran out, and returning home was my only remaining choice. I assumed it would be short-term. Neither did my parents. It wasn't terrible at first. Mark, my father, was always more of a, don't ask, don't tell, type of person. But it was my mother, Diane, who made sure I felt the impact of every food I consumed, and the light switch I turned. At least once a week she would comment, "This isn't a hotel." If I were to leave a cup in the sink, she would sigh loudly enough for the neighbors to hear. I initially attributed it to stress. However, the passive-aggressive remarks quickly evolved into outright criticism. As she wiped the already spotless kitchen counter for the 6th time that morning, she would remark, "You know your cousin Rachel just bought a house, and she's 2 years younger than you." Or, "You're still here at your age, which is really sad. By the time we were 28, your father and I were raising you." I made an effort to assist. I volunteered to mow the grass, cook, clean, and fix the router when it malfunctioned. Where I could, I worked as a freelancer, creating websites for nearby companies, and assisting a family friend with the launch of an online store. I wasn't just watching TV while sprawled out on the couch. But it didn't matter to her. I remained the leech. The fact that my younger brother Jordan was their heir apparent didn't help either. He's 24 years old, lives in a downtown high-rise, works in finance, and makes sure everyone knows it. Except on holidays or when mom implores him to join her for supper, he seldom ever comes. However, it's like Moses separating the Red Sea when he enters. All of a sudden, my mom feels happier. Her voice becomes pleasant and upbeat. "My baby is there. You look really toned. Are you exercising?" In the meantime, I'm trying to blend in by hiding in the corner with a trash bag full of recyclables. I sensed it building when Jordan stopped by for supper one evening. They always treat me like I don't belong, so I was setting the table, putting mismatched plates down with the same carelessness I've become used to. Jordan hardly gave me a look. He mentioned the expense of gas and how fortunate some people are to not have to commute. I didn't fall for it. However, once he said something, Mom gave him a drink and burst out laughing. "Have you even tried applying for real jobs lately?" she questioned, turning to face me. My chest constricted. She didn't care that I had already told her about my 2 interviews that week. Jordan added his voice. He didn't even look at me when he continued. "You know, at some point it stops being bad luck and starts being bad choices." That was the night that everything broke. I didn't shout. Nothing was thrown at me. Just like I was 12 again, I picked up my plate, went back to the kitchen, and ate while standing at the counter. In the dining room I could hear them giggling. I heard some of the phrases, but they were hazy. "Can't cuddle forever, needs to grow up," and "embarrassing at this point." The following day, Mom entered the room as I was working on a freelancing project that involved revamping the website of a nearby bakery while sitting in the den with my laptop open. She didn't knock. I sensed something was coming when she crossed her arms and stood at the doorway. "You must begin making rent payments," she stated bluntly. I gave a nod. I have previously heard this. "I promise to assist once I finish this site." They're making payments. Maybe someday is not what I mean. Now I'm speaking. Today? I looked at her perplexed. "You want me to use money I don't have to write you a check?" "No, Logan. I'd like you to mature. We've had enough of this. We've gone above and above. You are merely a leech that feeds on us." I was surprised by how hard the word hit me. Leech. As if I were something stuck to the bottom of her shoe, she stated it with a disgusted expression. She turned and began hauling a duffel bag out of the closet before I could even respond. She rushed back into the room, tossed the bag at my feet and yelled, "Go leech somewhere else," before I could even react. I refrained from arguing. I refrained from crying. After packing my laptop, charger and toothbrush, I zipped up my bag and headed off. Not a word. I could hear the word, leech, echoing after me down the driveway. I spent some time couch surfing, first with my friend Lucas, and then for a few days with my ex, who graciously allowed me to remain with him while I worked things out. But despite how frightening it was, that time alone motivated me to give it my all. I started working as a freelancer more, and even assisted a local artist in creating an online store to sell her prints. Suddenly one evening, I received a message on LinkedIn from a recruiter who had viewed my freelance portfolio. I was interviewing for a remote job with a tech startup within a week, and I was hired. It was a good wage. Enough to begin taking back my life, but not Silicon Valley money. The finest aspect? Complete benefits and the ability to work remotely were included. Thus I took a step that even startled me. I purchased a small studio apartment with the money I had been saving from freelancing. But mine. I couldn't be separated from it by anyone. I couldn't be considered a burden. I moved in about 3 weeks later. I saw that my dad had called while I was doing a project. I let it go to voicemail because I hadn't heard from him since I left. Not even a, "How are you?" Then there was another call. Then a text. "What caused our account to be frozen by the bank?" I blinked. What? Then I recalled something that had been on my mind for weeks. Dad had requested me to assist him in changing their joint banking arrangement back when I was unemployed. He wanted me to set up their internet access, mobile banking, and, most importantly, connect their account with their tax software since he was sick of driving to the bank, and I was skilled with technology. I had guided them at every turn. My phone number and email were listed as recovery contacts. On their joint account, I even served as a secondary administrator, Not to make any purchases but to troubleshoot in case something went wrong. Yes, that access was still available. I took a while to respond. I just sat there and gazed at the message. My dad was fumbling with the bank app, and my mom was pacing as they sat at the dining room table. Perhaps even contacting the hotline, only to be informed that they would require access from a secondary contact to restore control due to a verification lockout. I typed up a response at that point. Asked the leech. Not a single emoji. No justification. Only those 3 words. And everything detonated less than an hour later. My phone began vibrating once more before I had a chance to prepare lunch. My mother missed 3 calls in less than 5 minutes this time. Then the texts began. Mom texted, "Logan, this isn't funny. Call your dad back. We can't pay the credit card bill. Are you really doing this to us after everything we've done for you? Fix this." I didn't respond. I had leverage for the first time in years. And I had no intention of wasting it. Retaliation for the sake of cruelty didn't interest me. However, I desired responsibility. They never cared to acknowledge the version of me that I wanted them to see. The person who kept their household together in the background, did things like pay their bills online, update their antivirus software, remind them to file their taxes on time, troubleshoot their Wi-Fi, and even flag fraud charges on their card before they noticed, was not the lazy burden they had imagined. To them, however, I was merely a resentful freeloader. I received a call that night from an unknown number. I gave an instinctive response. "Logan." My dad was attempting to sound composed, but his voice seemed strained to me. "We must access our bank account, you see." They said, "It's locked." "You are classified as the secondary administrator," they said. "I have no idea what you did, but—" "I did nothing," I stated calmly. After several unsuccessful attempts to log in, the security system automatically locked it. All right. It's okay. Simply assist us in unlocking it." A pause occurred. I didn't answer. He paused. "Please." Like a foreign language he hadn't spoken in years, the word came out clumsily. "Yes," I said. "But first, I would like to discuss something." "Keep quiet. For example, why did your wife call me a leech, hurl my belongings, and yell at me in front of Jordan?" One more pause. "Logan, let's not—" "No. We will. Do you want me to tidy up your mess once more? After that you will pay attention. Not speak. Not an excuse. Simply pay attention." The person on the other end sighed quietly. He didn't hang up though. I didn't request to relocate. I had no desire to return to that house. But I tried my best to assist. I prepared food. I did some cleaning. I made things right. I earned money. Just enough to cover my personal expenses and give you gas money in case the car broke down. I was treated like a stray dog at your dinner table in spite of all of that. "Logan, I'm not finished." A slight crack came to my voice. Years of annoyance were rising to the surface of my throat. I had swallowed everything back. She called me a leech every time they phoned me. I was booted out like trash by her. You simply stood there. You permitted her. He didn't answer. She treated me like a helpless loser and humiliated me in front of Jordan. The fact is, though, your bank account? Because I've been the one maintaining it that way, everything has been going nicely. Without me, you had no idea how to change your password. All right, he confirmed. Your point has been made. Number I haven't. I got out of my chair and began to walk about my tiny flat. While I was already on the ground, you two pretended that I was a failure who needed to be kicked. You need me now. Long pause again. Yes, he acknowledges at last. We do. Those 3 words' simplicity struck me more strongly than I had anticipated, and not in a positive manner. It's more akin to an unexpected windstorm that leaves you gasping for air. Because I knew at that moment that they didn't give a damn about my difficulties. Only when I was helpful did they notice me. I wasn't cruel though. I wouldn't be spiteful enough to ignore invoices. However, I also wasn't going to ignore this as I always did. I proposed terms. I'd get the account unlocked. But first, I wanted each of them to apologize. An actual one in person. Furthermore, it goes beyond simply murmuring sorry, as Mom pretended nothing had happened, and Dad fidgeted. I desired recognition. I also desired space. For at least 6 months, no favor requests will be accepted. Don't feel guilty? No unexpected visits. Additionally, I would permanently remove myself from all of their financial tools as an administrator. I said, from now on, you can handle your own banking. Or ask Jordan for assistance. My father sighed once more. This won't sit well with her. I didn't enjoy being kicked out of my childhood home. A brief hush fell. I'll speak with her. The call was cut off. My hands were shaking. Part rage. A little adrenaline. I'm a little depressed. I had never communicated with my father in such a manner, not once. I didn't feel horrible though. Not now. It took me 2 days to receive a response. This time it was a brief, strangely formal email from my mother. There was no signature, and it began with, I realized I said things I shouldn't have. It concluded with, we hope you're doing well. Mom. No love. However, I received what I requested. I quickly deleted myself from the account after unlocking it. Then, for a week, I blocked their number. Just to breathe. Not to punish them. To reflect. Then the actual fallout began. The problem is that everyone realizes how much they depended on them when the leech leaves, and the person performing all the invisible labor is removed. I learned what transpired next from my cousin Lily's Instagram story. Not from a phone call, or a knock on my door. While at Grandma's place for Sunday breakfast, she had captured a brief boomerang film. Mom was seated rigidly at the far end of the table, her lips pursed like she had just bitten into a lemon, her wine glass unopened. My father, who appeared to have recently learned how to use the internet, and failed, was by her side, massaging his temples. Jordan meanwhile sat across from them, a troubled face replacing his arrogant smile. That was novel. The headline read, when the group project lost the only person who knew how to do anything. Family drama. I sent her a direct message asking, what happened? Your mom has been trying to figure out how to log into her online banking for a week, she said quickly. This morning, she locked the account once more. Jordan somehow made it worse when he came over to mend it. You intentionally sabotaged it, she says now. I was genuinely astounded by how quickly the responsibility had come back to me as I gazed at the computer. However, I was unable to feel even anger, simply exhausted. The kind of fatigue that is more profound than sleep. Because it was back there. Regardless of how much I contributed. Regardless of how silently I labored in the background. I became the antagonist in their tale the instant things went wrong. But it didn't end there. My dad apparently discovered he hadn't saved the login information for the new system I had put up for them last year, after I had removed myself from their tax filing access. Customer service requested him to confirm his most recent return, which I had, of course, sent to him via email with a password stored in a private Google Drive that he no longer had access to. If Jordan hadn't made the wise decision to start fresh, and attempted to open a new account using my dad's social security number, it might have been recoverable on its own. The system locked everything, including his HSA portal, online statements, and tax software, after identifying it as possible identity fraud. They were unable to obtain a dime. With the excitement of someone watching a soap opera unfold in real life, Lily told me this. Your mom told Grandma that she thinks you hacked them out of revenge. I simply replied to their text. I forewarned them. I had to. I gave them a clear, hard and boundary-defeating warning. Not dangers. Not games. Limitations. They also acted as though I was bluffing. My apartment door was knocked on a week later. Before I even peered through the peephole, I knew it was them. When someone stood in the hallway of my building, there was a particular type of echo. Heavy, slow, and unhurried footsteps. Slowly, I opened the door. My parents were standing there. My dad wore a slightly crooked tie, as if he had dressed quickly, and my mom held her pocketbook like a shield. They didn't say anything. I moved out of the way. Save it if you're here to shout. They entered. Before my mother cleared her voice, there was a complete minute of stillness. We need your assistance. She told me to go leech somewhere else and tossed out my bags 3 weeks ago. Now she was standing in my small flat, glancing at the simple IKEA furnishings and half-eaten takeaway on the counter, while pleading for assistance. It seemed unreal. I already knew what had happened, even if my dad tried to explain it. Jordan was probably too ashamed to acknowledge that he didn't know how to fix something that wasn't in Excel, so he tried to fix it, failed badly, and then abandoned them. My mother muttered, "We are unable to even access our joint savings. Our mortgage payment was late. Late costs are being assessed to us." "That sounds terrible," I answered. "You must feel very trapped." When she raised her head, the outrage had vanished. Her voice wavered a little. "I apologize," she said. I blinked. Not aggressively passive, not with any restrictions. "I apologize. We didn't realize how much you were doing," my dad continued. "We believed we were being kind by allowing you to stay with us, but we failed to observe it. The dam cracked then, not for them, but for me. It all came out, all the burden I had been carrying, all the hurt, guilt, and hidden resentment. Not when shouting, not crying, just the facts." I described to them what it was like to be compared to Jordan all the time. To be viewed as a failure, despite my best efforts to survive. How their approbation never seemed to be based on effort, but rather on performance. And how I realized how disposable I was to them after being expelled. Which was more than just embarrassing. My mother sat motionless, taking in every word as if it were painful. She complained, "I had no idea. I think she's real. In a way. She probably didn't want to know. There is a distinction. I was invited to return. To assist. To restart everything. Claimed to compensate me for my time. Claimed that things would change." I shook my head though. "I'll show you how to fix everything. I'll compose the guidelines. However, I will not be returning. I work. I'm under a lease. I am at peace." They appeared taken aback. As though this little studio apartment was a kind of defiance. But it was a haven for me. I sat them down after grabbing my laptop. Fixing everything, including resetting access, confirming identification, and contacting tech support, took 2 hours. Most of the time, my mother was quiet. Every time he had to respond to a new security question, my dad would mumble to himself, "This is ridiculous." After we were finished, I shut down the laptop and got up. I said, "I'll forward that instruction document. But I'm done after that. Administrator access is no longer available. Being the silent tech support is over. You are grown-ups. You will discover the solution." They also stood. My father gave a nod that was nearly courteous. My mother didn't say anything more, but it seemed like she wanted to. And I experienced freedom, something I hadn't felt in a long time as they left. I would like to say that was the end of it. That they were mindful of my boundaries. That we all went on with renewed respect when they learned their lesson. But it takes time for families, like mine, to transform. They didn't suddenly become self-aware or humble by flipping a switch. The full story starts with what actually transpired next. I began receiving strange messages 2 weeks after they moved out of my place. No, not from my folks. To my amazement, they actually left me alone for a bit. It came from others in their vicinity. On Facebook, my Aunt Cheryl sent me a message. "Hey sweetie, heard you moved out on your own, that's so great. Diane said you've been distant lately. Just wanted to check in. Everything okay?" Then I received a screenshot from my cousin Trevor, showing my mom going off in a group chat. "I think Logan's being manipulated by his new job. He's different, cold, distant. I don't even recognize him anymore. All I did was ask for help and he acted like I'd kidnapped him." Jordan came next. He wrote me a lengthy, conceited email. "Hey man, I understand that there has been conflict, but I believe you too need to accept some responsibility. Even though mom and dad aren't flawless, they are still our parents, so perhaps you should be more understanding rather than placing the blame on them. We all go through difficult times. It doesn't mean that everything is against you. Let's talk soon, perhaps over coffee." I didn't respond and erased it. You see, this wasn't about one argument, one insult, or one terrible day. And that's what none of them understood. What still didn't click. Years passed. Been the default assistant for years. Despite being extremely tech-savvy, the person was never welcome to the adult table. While Jordan's every modest victory was lauded as though he had cured cancer, I spent years watching my triumphs be dismissed. Jordan received pricey watches and family dinners, but the birthday card said, Perhaps next year will be better. Death by 1,000 small wounds. I didn't seek retribution though. Not the dramatic, trivial sort where you hack into someone's social media accounts or damage their credit. I desired something far more permanent. Separation, self-respect, and the fulfillment that comes from creating a life without them at its core. That chance arrived sooner than anticipated. My company revealed that they were creating a satellite office in Toronto and growing its remote division approximately a month after our previous conversation. A few of us were given relocation bonuses, and I took advantage of it. A new beginning. A brand new city. No family visitors. I leased a modest one-bedroom apartment in the heart of the city, with a view of the skyline and a desk in the corner. It was mine, although it wasn't particularly showy. Not a dime of assistance from those who referred to me as a leech, paid for by a job I earned. Before I went, I sent my folks one last email. I wanted to be transparent, not because I owed them anything. Subject: revised hello. Parents, I wanted to inform you of my impending relocation to Toronto for work. Going forward, I won't be available to assist with any problems, technical matters, account access, or anything else. I promise you have complete control because I have disassociated myself from everything. I hope we may all find some serenity in this new chapter. Be careful, Logan. No answer, no thumbs up at all. And it may have hurt in the past, but not now. Toronto fulfilled all of my expectations. I rapidly made friends, joined a local coding group, and began volunteering at a nonprofit that promotes computer literacy among senior citizens. Whenever I sat down to instruct a grandmother on how to configure two-factor authentication, I thought, this is what patience looks like. This is what respect feels like. At home, the fissures continued to widen. My unofficial family reporter, Lily, informed me that my mom had begun attempting to persuade Jordan to perform some of the duties I had previously performed. He claimed to be overly occupied. She continued to try to guilt him in spite of it. She once remarked to Logan, "Logan used to handle all this without complaining." "Then maybe you shouldn't have treated him like garbage," he retorted. It seems that their golden boy had his limitations as well. Then the worst part arrived. On their taxes, my dad made a mistake. A large one. An audit was initiated when he inadvertently entered their mortgage interest in the incorrect part of the form. Just enough of a red flag to need them to go back and refile and speak with the IRS regarding years' worth of inconsistencies, but not enough to warrant a frightening federal probe. They attempted to contact the tax software provider, but to their astonishment, they were unable to access the recovery email. Since I had shuttered it after severing links, it was now permanently disabled. They needed an accountant. An actual one. Who didn't answer texts at midnight and charged $150 per hour. However, the money wasn't the true source of the anguish. The control was the issue. They were accustomed to always having someone nearby. Someone who, out of fear, shame, or a great need for acceptance, would make things right instantly. That individual is no longer with us. They didn't even inform me about the audit. It was Lily, of course, who told me. "Your mom's been in a bad mood for days. Dad messed up the taxes." She argued something like, "If the leech was still around, this wouldn't have happened. LOL. It dawned on me then. She continued to refer to me as the leech despite everything. Of course, not in front of me, but behind closed doors, in the security of those she believed would support her. And that ought to have been painful. It ought to have caused the wound to reopen. However, it didn't. Because I had evidence by then. Evidence that her perception of me was false. I had a fulfilling job. Friends who held me in high regard. A landlord who had faith in me. A group that depended on me. A name on a lease. A bank account. A life in digital form that was entirely independent. And on a cold Toronto evening, in the solitude of my apartment, I went down at my desk, accessed my old Google Drive, and erased the final shared folder I had ever made for my parents. The title of it was, "Do Not Delete, Banking for Parents." With a single click, I removed it. Then I grinned. Since leeches don't create life. Individuals do. And I at last recognized myself. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story. I gave my sister $45,000 in free housing. But when I refused to gift her my apartment, my family turned against me. I, a 28 female, am still in disbelief at their actions, so I need to let my family know what's going on. I've put a lot of effort into building my life, and I currently serve as the financial director at a large software business in Seattle. My younger sister Emily, 25 female, has been renting my Bellevue apartment for the past 2.5 years, and I also own my current home downtown. Let me tell you a little about our family's history. Emily was always the favorite child growing up. She was discovered sneaking out to parties when I was studying finance and doing unpaid internships. She was receiving police citations for disturbing the peace at Ali Beach when I received my first promotion. She chose to become an influencer after I completed a big deal at work last year, maxing out our parents' credit cards to purchase $5,000 worth of camera gear that is now sitting in their garage gathering dust. In spite of all, I've always made an effort to help her. When she and her 25-year-old fiancé Ethan needed a place to live, I gave them my Bellevue condo for free. I've also paid for her car repairs and twice wiped off her credit card debt. No utilities, no rent, nothing. For their wedding, which is in 3 weeks, I even gave them $45,000. I got a text from Emily last week. Tonight the family is having supper at Mom and Dad's. Important topics to talk about at the wedding. I thought they were in need of additional funds for some absurd wedding extra, such as the ice sculpture they had been discussing. I didn't know what was really going to happen. Something didn't feel right as I got to my parents' place. In the living room, Emily, Ethan, Mom and Dad all snuggled together, whispering to one another. As soon as I entered, they fell silent. The tension was evident at supper. While Dad engaged in awkward small chat about his golf game, Mom continued to refill wine glasses. At last, Emily cleared her throat as her mother brought out dessert. She said, "We need to discuss your wedding gift," with an unusually serious expression. "Well," Emily continued, looking at Ethan and then our parents before going back to me. "We've all been talking. And we think there's something specific you should give us instead." I raised an eyebrow. "I thought the $45,000 I already gave you was my gift." "Your apartment," she continued. I waited, fork suspended mid-air. I almost believed they were kidding when they said, "The one in Bellevue where Ethan and I have been living." However, their solemn facial expressions conveyed a different message. "You can't be serious," I remarked, setting down my glass. They actually expected me to give them my $450,000 property as a wedding present. "You think you're so perfect with your fancy job and your 2 apartments. You're selfish, Catherine. I already gave you $45,000 for this wedding. Not to mention you've been living in my apartment rentrée for 2.5 years. I don't even make you pay utilities." That's when things got ugly. Emily's face flushed with anger and she exploded. "Your sister has a point," Mom said quietly. "You're successful. You have another apartment. Emily is getting married and starting a family. This would be such a wonderful gesture." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I stared at her, stunned by the sudden outburst, but what followed was even worse. Emily yelled, "Look at you, 28 years old, married to your job. In a few years, no one will even want you anymore. At least I've found love. How am I the selfish one here? Because you're hoarding all this property when you don't even need it. I've been supporting Emily for years." "Don't be greedy, Catherine," Dad said sternly. "Family should come first." I felt as though I was in some kind of twisted alternate reality. "I can't believe this," I said, my voice shaking. I looked at my parents, expecting them to step in and tell Emily she had gone too far, but instead they nodded in agreement with her statements. "You just got lucky with your job. Some of us have to work in the real world." That was rich coming from someone who had never held a job for more than 6 months. Lucky? I worked my ass off through college, did unpaid internships, and put in 80-hour weeks to get to where I am. Do you have any idea how many hours I put in to afford those apartments? How many years did I spend paying off those mortgages? Oh, please. Emily rolled her eyes. I shot back. You want me to just give away my property? Property that I worked incredibly hard for, and that I'm still paying the mortgage on. How dare you, Mom snapped. Your sister is trying to build a life with Ethan. They want to start a family. And what about my stability? She asked. The room erupted in chaos as Ethan, speaking for the first time, said, "Once we get settled, start our family." Absolutely not. I interrupted. The apartment isn't for sale, and it's certainly not a gift. In fact, given how you're all acting, maybe it's time you found somewhere else to live. I'm leaving. This conversation is over. You're going to end up alone with nothing but your precious apartments, Emily screamed after me as I headed for the door. Mom began screaming that I was destroying the family, and Dad slammed his hand on the table and demanded that I stop being such a pain in the ass. How could they do this to me? How could they treat me like an ATM with an apartment to hand over? I sobbed as I slammed the door behind me and practically ran to my car, my hands shaking so much that I could hardly get the key in the ignition. The following day, I was barely able to concentrate at work. I turned off my phone and tried to concentrate on my work, but by the end of the day, I knew I had to check my sister's social media. Mom, Catherine, please be reasonable. Your sister needs this. Dad, call us immediately. Your behavior was unacceptable. Emily, you've always been jealous of me. You're just bitter because no one loves you. My own sister's decision to choose financial belongings over family is heartbreaking. It seems that some people will never comprehend the actual meaning of life. She regularly vents our family issues there, and sure enough, there was a post. The comments were pouring in. Oh my God, what happened? Family should always come first. I'm so sorry you're going through this. Emily was controlling the conversation and portraying me as the bad guy by making ambiguous, dramatic claims about having toxic siblings and prioritizing money over family. Then I received a text from my aunt. What's going on, Catherine? Your mother called me and bemoaned the fact that you're not helping your sister. I didn't answer, so what could I say? That my whole family is expecting me to give away hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of property? That they're emotionally blackmailing me because I refused? But things were going to get much worse. I went to check on my Bellevue apartment the following day, but when I got there and tried to use my key, it didn't work. My property's locks had been changed, so I took out my phone and contacted Emily, who after a few rings gave me a chilly, "What do you want? Why have my apartment's locks been changed?" I made a demand. After a pause, Emily actually chuckled and said, "Catherine, it's not your apartment anymore. We now own it." Are you insane? I am the owner of that unit. I covered the cost. It's mine. Not for long, she muttered. Additionally, don't waste your time threatening to sue me or contact the police. You would never sue your own sister, as we both know. Catherine. The line died. I was stunned as I stood there looking at my phone. Calling our parents was my first thought, but I knew they would never support me. They didn't. I poured a big glass of wine for myself when I got back to my flat and settled down on my couch. My thoughts were racing with potential fixes. I could make a police call. I might file a lawsuit against them. However, would I truly want to witness my sister's arrest? My phone beeped with a notice as I considered my alternatives. Emily had made a new social media post. I opened it against my better judgment. As I read her post, I felt sick to my stomach. My sister Catherine will be attending our wedding in 3 weeks, but Ethan and I, along with my parents, have chosen not to invite her. Nobody deserves to be here on our big day if they don't act like family. We are excited to celebrate with our really loved ones who know what family is all about. Numerous family friends and relatives have already left dozens of comments on the page, the most of which were confused or inquired as to what had transpired. Everyone was left to conjecture, because Emily was not answering any of them. My phone began ringing almost instantly with calls from aunts, uncles and cousins who wanted to know what was happening. I paid them all no attention. What could I say? That my entire family turned against me when I refused to give my sister my flat as a wedding present. I poured another glass of wine after finishing mine and shutting off my phone. It felt like a dream. I was merely a woman attending a family dinner 24 hours ago. Now, 2 weeks prior to her wedding, my sister was publicly humiliating me. Something stiffened inside me as the immediate shock subsided. They believed they were in control and could intimidate and coerce me into ceding my property. They were mistaken. I could play hardball with them if they wanted to. I had to wait for the appropriate time, though. I needed to conduct some planning. One update. Because I needed to make sure everything was in order, I haven't spoken up yet. It is necessary to share what transpired at my sister's wedding yesterday. I carefully planned for 2 weeks following the lock change event and my family's attempted property grab. I first discussed my rights as a property owner with the legal team at my company. What I already knew was validated by them. Regardless of family relationships, it is illegal to change locks without the owner's consent. I got in touch with John, a locksmith I knew from last year when I had locked myself out of my apartment in the heart of the city. I told him I needed a special favor. You can meet me on Saturday at 8 a.m. at my Bellevue property. Without my consent, the current residents changed the locks. Without hesitation, he agreed. I then hired professional movers and made a reservation for a storage unit close to the apartment, providing them with very detailed instructions for the wedding day. I also kept a record of everything: screenshots of their text messages, recordings of their menacing voicemails, and images of their social media posts. The wedding day was yesterday. I was aware that the event will take place at 2 p.m. at the Salish Lodge, so the morning would be spent making preparations. With my heart racing, I parked my Bellevue apartment around the corner at 7:45 a.m. John showed up at exactly 8 a.m. As he got closer to the door, he said, "You sure about this?" Showing him my ID and property deed, I said, "Absolutely. I need to reclaim my property." A few minutes later, he had the door open and was putting in new locks. When I entered, I was horrified by what I saw. Without my consent, they had entirely redecorated. Bold wallpaper now covered the walls that I had painted a grayish neutral color. Gaudy curtains had taken the place of my bespoke blinds. They had even taken out some of my furniture and put their own in its place. At 8:30 a.m., the movers arrived. Sharp. I had them pack everything that pertained to Emily and Ethan as I walked them through each room systematically. Everything was packed into boxes, including their furniture, electronics, clothing, and hygiene. Even though my hands were shaking, I was determined. My phone was inundated with notifications around 9:45 a.m. It seems that one of Emily's bridesmaids had noticed the moving truck while driving past the property. I was inundated with calls and texts in a matter of minutes. "What on earth are you doing, Emily? Stop this right now, Mom, Catherine. Your sister's wedding day is being ruined by you, Dad. I'm going to call the cops, Ethan." None of them got a response from me. Rather, I sent them all to my lawyer, who was waiting. He promptly wrote a formal notification to each of them regarding improper property modifications and unlawful lock changes. Defecations. Everything was loaded and packaged by 11 a.m. While I oversaw a skilled cleaning staff, the movers made their way to the storage container. My phone was constantly buzzing. "You wicked witch, Emily. You're ruining my house when I'm getting ready for my wedding. How could you have treated your sister like this on her wedding day, Mom? This cannot be forgiven, Dad. You're not our daughter anymore." I set up the security cameras and took some last pictures of the spotless apartment around midday. I then wrote Emily a message. "Best wishes on your wedding day. Unit 456 at Eastside Storage is a secure place to keep your possessions. 7753 is the access code. You've got 20 days to gather everything. You must realize that it's time to find a place of your own now that you're married. The only wedding present you deserve is this." At 6 p.m., I set the message to go out, just as I knew their reception would begin. After that, I returned home, poured a glass of champagne, and bided my time. I had another phone explosion at 6:01 p.m. I just shut it off and had a bubble bath this time. I felt totally satisfied with my choices for the first time in weeks. Curiosity overcame me at midnight, and I checked social media. A tearful tirade about her insane sister ruining her ideal day was tweeted by Emily. However, there was an intriguing development in the comments. Questions were being asked. "Hold on, did you attempt to move into her apartment? So you changed the locks when you were renting there? You thought she would offer you a property worth $450,000? The public's perception was shifting. My cousin Rachel, who had always been close to Emily, just sent me a private message after learning the truth. "I'm shocked that they thought you would give them your property. You did the right thing, for what it's worth." I found more than 200 text messages and 47 missed calls when I got up this morning. I've never read them. In order to begin getting the flat ready for legitimate tenants, those who will actually pay rent, I instead got in touch with a property management business. I did answer the phone when my aunt called. She said, "Your mother is hysterical. Claims that everything has been damaged by you. Did she mention that they attempted to take my belongings and changed my locks?" Calmly, I asked. A pause. "No, she didn't mention that." I believed so. Ethan's father just sent me an email requesting that I take urgent action to resolve this matter. They now need money for a rental deposit, so apparently they had to postpone their honeymoon in the Maldives. If it weren't so depressing, the irony would be amusing. I disagree with some who might consider my actions on their wedding day to be harsh. They decided not to invite me to the wedding. They decided to modify my hair. They decided to attempt stealing my belongings. There are repercussions for actions. Tomorrow, I'm meeting with my attorney to talk about restraining orders. My family is sending me more and more frightening messages. Therefore, I believe I will need them. But for now, I'm content to sit in my apartment in the heart of the city and enjoy the tranquility, knowing that my property is safe and that my limits are finally set. Losing a family member is sometimes necessary to regain your dignity. The second update. 2 weeks have passed since the incident on the wedding day, and everything has changed. I'm here to tell you how justice was done at last. Let me start by expressing my gratitude to everyone who liked my previous post. I learned from your remarks that I wasn't incorrect to defend what was rightfully mine. Let me now explain how I completely reversed my family's fortunes. Regarding Emily, Ethan, and my parents' defamatory social media statements, my lawyers submitted formal cease and desist letters to them the day following the wedding. However, that was only the start. We made an intriguing discovery while collecting evidence. Emily used more than just my parents' credit card to purchase the $5,000 worth of photography gear. On several credit applications, she had falsified their signatures. My attorney attested to the fact that this was credit card theft. I informed the fraud departments of the credit card companies about this in an anonymous manner. Notifications of unauthorized accounts and ongoing investigations reached my parents in a matter of days. All of a sudden, their issues were more serious than my nasty behavior on the wedding day. I wasn't finished, though. Do you recall Ethan's claim that they could assist with the mortgage? It turns out that he had been boasting about their plot to buy my property at work. I emailed his HR department a thorough email outlining their attempted property theft and unlawful lock change. His employer, a real estate corporation, did not approve of an employee's attempt to unlawfully take property. He was put on administrative leave while the investigation was conducted. And then I found something better. Not all of Emily's spending had been approved by my parents. They had been claiming her unsuccessful social media endeavor as a home company and deducting her influencer costs from their taxes. I sent all of the paperwork, including evidence that there was no real business, to the IRS. The phone call from my aunt's dad's sister was the actual surprise. "I have something to tell you," she said. "To pay for Emily's wedding, your parents took out a second mortgage on their home. I discovered that you handed them $45,000, despite their claims to the contrary. A forensic accountant was employed by me. The outcomes were startling. In order to fund Emily's lifestyle and guilt-trip me for money, my parents had been lying about their financial situation for years. Some of the disparities in my credit history could be explained by the fact that they had even taken out loans in my name when I was a college student. In addition to demanding the full payback of any improper loans, I had my lawyer write them a letter outlining all we had discovered." Mom's reaction. She complained on Facebook about her ungrateful daughter ruining the family after having a nervous breakdown. The post had a stunning backlash. Before Mom could remove the post, screenshots were making the rounds in our extended family group chats, when a family friend who works at their bank responded, "Is this about the fraudulent loan applications?" Emily attempted to repair the damage by acting like the victim once more, but I was prepared. I uploaded all the proof. The unlawful lock change, the tax fraud paperwork, the falsified credit applications, everything. As her fans watched her meticulously constructed image fall apart, her influencer ambitions came crashing down. Emily and my parents are no longer in contact with Ethan's family. They don't want to be linked to known credit scammers apparently. Their idyllic nuptials have come to represent their demise. My parents are currently being investigated for loan and tax fraud. They were forced to employ their own attorney, who suggested that they cut off all communication with me. Dad's membership in the golf club was suspended while the investigation was underway. It seems that their policies regarding financial impropriety are quite stringent. It feels amazing to experience karmic justice. After witnessing the proof, every flying monkey they threw my way has retreated. Last weekend, my cousin Rachel had a family supper. Emily and my parents weren't invited. After the 20-day notice period ended, I gave all of their possessions from the storage unit to a charitable organization, and I'm having my Bellevue condo professionally refurbished. In contrast to my sister, the property management business has already identified possible renters who comprehend the idea of making rent payments. I feel better than I have ever felt. Sometimes the nicest thing that may happen to you is to get rid of poisonous family members. They lost everything because they believed they could intimidate me into submitting. Their financial security, social stature, and reputation. The nicest part is that all I had to do was reveal the truth. By their own deeds, they ruined themselves. I'll reveal some good developments in my life in the upcoming update. I'm enjoying seeing karma work for the time being. Keep in mind that being family does not need you to burn yourself alive in order to keep others warm. The third update. My last update was 6 months ago. I wanted to see how everything worked out, so I've been holding off on sharing this. The outcomes surpassed my expectations in terms of satisfaction. Let's begin with my folks. They were saddened by the IRS inquiry. Convicted of numerous counts of loan and tax fraud. They were punished severely. Dad was fired as CFO. An executive's record does not reflect well on financial crimes. They had to move into a tiny apartment in a less desirable neighborhood after having to sell their home to pay back taxes and fines. Their social status is utterly ruined. Dad's membership in the golf club was canceled, and Mom was kicked off all of her charity boards. Dad is only able to get a part-time consulting job at the age of 58 because of a fraud probe on his record. Penalties and court fees drain their retirement funds. Mom stays at home most of the time because she is too embarrassed to see her old pals. After only 4 months, Emily and Ethan's marriage fell apart. They began blaming one another after Ethan lost his real estate job since trying to steal property doesn't look well on a realtor's record. When he found out she had applied for credit cards in his name, it was the last straw. He returned to live with his parents after filing for divorce. In order to shield their son from my sister's financial wrongdoings, his family engaged a combative divorce lawyer. Emily currently lives with 2 roommates in a studio apartment and works as a barista, her first real job, after being unable to return to live with our parents. When her fans learned about her fake past, her influencer dreams came to an end. She lost her automobile to foreclosure, and now rides the bus to work. My parents made an effort to get back in touch last month by sending a heartfelt email about mending the family. Their true hope is that I will assist them in regaining their financial stability. In response, my attorney reminded me of the fraudulent loans they had made in my name, and threatened to take legal action if they kept in touch. I'll now give you an update on my life, which has been incredible. I mentioned that I was promoted to the position of youngest CFO in the history of my organization. My strong ethical convictions and unshakable integrity were particularly mentioned by the board in their conclusion. Irony that is delicious. A professional couple who respect limits and pay their rent the Bellevue flat, which has been refurbished. I immediately put the money into my investment portfolio. The finest part, though, comes after. I discovered true love. I took photography classes and joined hiking clubs to broaden my social network while concentrating on my career. I met James, 32 million, a software architect who shares my interests, in this way. He respects my success and freedom, unlike my family. We moved in together 6 months after we first met while taking pictures of eagles at Mount Rainier. My family wasn't anything compared to his. When we first met, his mother gave me a hug and expressed her pride in the way I managed my family's circumstances. She stated it takes guts to confront entitled people, especially if they are relatives. Thanks to my savings and investments, James and I made a cash bid on a stunning modern property with views of the mountains last week. In the meantime, my sister needs a co-signer in order to be eligible for a studio apartment lease. The entire extended family has changed sides. They now turn to me for career and financial assistance. The daughter of my cousin Rachel is working as an intern at my business. I'm helping her develop a morally upright career. I drove by Emily's coffee shop yesterday. She appeared worn out and irate as she stood behind the counter in her U.S. standard issue apron. I didn't enter. Instead, I prepared for another day of managing a profitable division at a Fortune 500 firm by driving my brand new Tesla to my office. I sometimes wonder if they consider how their greed brought them to ruin. Their reputation ruined, Mom and Dad in their small flat. Emily and her housemates are earning minimum pay. Ethan's career was ruined, and he now lives with his parents. I'm doing well in the interim. My investments are increasing, my business is booming, and I'm creating a lovely life with a wonderful man and his devoted family. My true friends appreciate me for who I am, not for what I can provide. Living spectacularly as your enemies watch their life fall apart, knowing they did it to themselves, is the best kind of retaliation. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who helped me. Stand your ground if you are up against entitled family members. You will obtain something more important, even if you lose your toxic family. Genuine happiness and self-respect. Life is going well and will only get better. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. My infertile sister raged when I got pregnant, claiming I stole a chance from others. My mother took her side and kicked me out. I, a 30 female, Never thought my family would fight over assisting underprivileged youngsters. Everything started 7 years ago, however I must share last week's events. Following college, I became an at-risk youth mentor at a local community center at 22. I teamed with Mary, a 10-year-old kid whose mother, Amanda, 35 female, was working and dealing with personal issues. Mary was smart but behind in school due to family instability. We had tutoring and activities twice weekly. Amanda called me late one night after 6 months of coaching. She sounded exhausted and desperate. After her landlord evicted them, she couldn't find cheap housing. Amanda asked me to keep Mary for a few weeks while she recovered. Due to space in my 2-bedroom apartment, I accepted. 2 weeks became 2 months, then 3. Amanda visited occasionally but struggled to find work and housing. To authorize and help Mary, the mentoring program coordinator encouraged me to become a foster parent. Mary moved in 6 months after I finished home studies and fostered her. Amanda seeks stability. Right now, we get along. Almost daily, Mary was visited and called. Never tried to replace Amanda. I told Mary her mother wanted her home. Amanda and I had a long conversation 5 years ago when Mary was 12 and I was 24. She had a steady income but her home was unstable, and she worried about removing Mary from the school where she had finally found success. We decided I should defend Mary's legal rights. Amanda battled this decision. Through tears I watched her sign the paperwork. Because she thought her daughter would benefit. A new normal emerged. Mary debated, gained friends, and did well in school. Amanda visits her weekends and calls often. I safeguarded their relationship. Amanda contacted me 2 years later. She struggled to care for her kid Ethan while working full-time. She wanted me to foster him so the siblings could be together. After considering it, I took 2-year-old Ethan home. Using accountant savings, I moved us to a 3-bedroom property with a yard. Work introduced me to 31 male Kevin last year. After months he got a job in another state, and we split up. We broke up without my knowing I was pregnant. I'm 25 weeks pregnant with my first. My older sister Emily, 35 female, has been trying to conceive with her husband for 9 years without success. After several fertility treatments, each failure is awful. Emily always envisioned parenthood. She dreamed of it since infancy. She helped Mary move in with me by bringing clothes and toys and taking her on weekend outings. She welcomed Ethan into our family, but her visits decreased. She cited her job schedule. But I think the kids showed her what she needed. I told my family 3 weeks ago I was pregnant. My parents loved their new grandson. Emily offered a generic congratulations before switching topics. Emily stopped returning my calls and texts after that call. Last week my mother hosted Sunday supper for us. I went alone because a friend watched Mary and Ethan. The meal was filled with pregnancy queries from my folks. Did I feel good? Did I consider names? Was the nursery ready? Emily stared at me coldly when the baby was mentioned before leaving. After supper, Emily questioned me why I took 2 foster kids when I could have real kids. Table silence. Amanda got therapy. I became a foster parent to stabilize Mary. We decided permanent guardianship was best, and Ethan moved in with me to keep the siblings together. I hardened Emily's face with every word. She said I forced my instant family on her after years of trying. She argued that I had 2 children without trying to be a mother, and now I was carelessly having a biological child. The worst part was when she said it was cruel, that I took 2 foster children who could have gone to parents who deserved them more since they couldn't have children. Her comments physically shook me. My foster kids weren't astonished to be sent to the best couple, but I felt her pain. Their mother asked me to help her house the kids safely. I apologize for her issues, but I wouldn't apologize for taking in poor children. Mom asked me to go after quietly watching this encounter. I took my stuff without saying anything. Mom called the next day. She said my hostility to Emily was unnecessary given her situation. My sister was wounded and suggested I apologize. Emily received a text apologizing for my harsh comments but not the content. I respected her journey and suffering, but I wouldn't take responsibility or let her imply my relationship with Mary and Ethan snatched children from better parents. Emily ignored my text. My mother called again to say I was exacerbating things by doubling down instead of apologizing. I'm in my kitchen watching Mary and Ethan build a block tower, wondering if I did something wrong. Mary is constantly asking when we'll visit Grandma and Grandpa again, and I'm stumped. I've always tried to do what's best for these kids, but I worry if my family would accept our unique parenting style. Was my effort excessive? Should I have cared for Emily more? Is my opinion correct? Update 1. My family's issues have grown 2 weeks after the dinner catastrophe. First, thanks to everyone who replied to my initial post. Your support confirmed my right to defend my children and family. Many of you had relatives who viewed foster care selfishly, which helped me feel less alone. After that text, Emily blocked my number and erased me from all her social media accounts without responding. Though expected, it's startling. My mother was supposed to visit 2 days before my 28th week anatomy scan last week. She canceled via phone. She stated Emily was too upset to hear my name and my mother didn't want to help me at the scan. She recommended that I reschedule after things calmed down. No rescheduling. Instead, I took Ethan to the appointment. The clinic nurses loved him, and he read picture books while the ultrasound technician conducted it. Watching him joyfully point at the TV when the baby moved made my mother and sister's absence less noticeable. After the visit, Mom texted to ask how it went and if I learned the baby's sex. Got the message but didn't respond. Say what? That a child may replace her at the clinic? That a stranger cared more about my pregnancy than my family? Dad called 4 days ago. His call surprised me because he's impartial on family issues. After my mother told him about skipping the anatomy scan, he checked on me. He occasionally asked questions but mostly let me tell about what happened since supper. After I finished, he said something shocking. Emily and my mother were wrong, he thought. He added, providing a home for children who needed one was never something to apologize for. And while he understood Emily's pain, she had no right to make me feel guilty for my choices or my pregnancy. He volunteered to stay with me after the baby was delivered with his new wife, Susan. He proposed they help with Mary and Ethan for 2 weeks while I healed, even though they lived 3 hours away. I needed postpartum assistance after my mother volunteered for this position. I heard from Emily's husband Tom yesterday. After our fight and therapy, he reported Emily was inconsolable. No apology was requested. He admitted Emily's dinner remarks were unacceptable. He wanted me to know she was getting help and hoped we could reconcile. He was appreciated and I was delighted Emily was getting therapy. Reconciliation must value my 3 children and acknowledge that Mary and Ethan are youngsters who require safety and stability, not consolation trinkets for infertile parents. After sending that communication, I sat down with Mary to explain her aunt and grandmother's predicament in age-appropriate terms. To digest disagreements, grown-ups need time apart, I told her. I assure her it had nothing to do with her or Ethan, and that I prioritized our family, including the new baby. Mary thoughtfully asked her aunt why the baby bothered her. I stressed that seeing others get what they want can make individuals angry. She agreed, adding she felt the same when her friend brought her the sneakers she wanted for her birthday, but her mom, Amanda, couldn't afford them. I occasionally admire 14-year-old wisdom. I accepted my father's postpartum aid via SMS this morning. Next, I updated Amanda by phone. She calls Mary twice a week and visits monthly. Her health is good. She was promoted at work and moved into her apartment over a year ago. She worried about the family tension and volunteered to keep both kids for a weekend before the baby arrived so I could prepare. My mother's loyalty to Emily over a milestone and my pregnancy still affects me. I focus on people who've supported me and my kids instead of her. The child is male. All scan tests were normal. Mary is pleased to have another brother. First gift I gave her when she moved in, she gave him a plush elephant. Ethan doesn't comprehend, but he pats my belly and says, "Baby," smiling. I haven't named the baby. Due to my busy schedule, it keeps sliding off. I have 12 weeks to decide, so suggestions are welcome. Thank you again for helping. It means more than you realize. Update 2. 3 months have gone since my last update, and the baby is 3 weeks old. Baby life comes first, but much has happened and I want to update. Birth first. Alex, 7 pounds 2 ounces, was born 2 weeks early. Work was easy, but tiresome. 14-hour runtime. My father and Susan arrived almost presciently the day before I gave birth. While I was in the hospital, they brought Mary and Ethan to visit Alex and me. Mary's reaction to her new sibling was beautiful. Her thorough treatment of him showed her wonder and pride. Ethan liked the hospital bed controls better than the baby, but he named Alex Tiny and caressed his head. Amanda took handmade baby blankets to the hospital. She sat with me when Mary showed her the baby and later said she was proud of Mary's youth. This time together via our unique family bonds is precious. My sister and mother's health. My mother asked which hospital after hearing I was in labor. After Alex was born, I replied with his birth stats and a photo. When could she visit? I told her I wasn't ready for guests beyond immediate support after talking to my father. I received many texts about my harshness and separating her from her grandson. She stated I was punishing her for supporting Emily, and that a baby should unite the family. I needed time to recover without stress, so my father told her to depart. Alex received a large present a week after hospitalization. A costly bassinet and baby clothing were inside. Tom and Emily signed the card. Only names, no messages. So I called Tom to thank them for the gifts. He was astonished by my message and said Emily suggested the bassinet. He hesitated before saying she wasn't ready to talk. I said I appreciated the offer and the door was open for her to discuss. Mom unexpectedly visited my house 2 days later. Ethan was at playgroup, Mary was at school, and my father and Susan went grocery shopping while I was alone with a newborn. She kept ringing the doorbell, waking Alex, who had fallen asleep after eating. She pushed by me into the house and went to the living room bassinet when I opened the door. She grabbed Alex before I could stop her, raving about meeting her grandson. I felt violated by her intervention and didn't want to upset the baby. I told her to sit down and that while I was glad she wanted to meet Alex, entering unannounced was wrong. I asked her to follow my boundaries if she wanted to join us. Should I not have hidden the infant from the family, she wouldn't need such measures. Mother's mood changed once father and Susan returned. Her planned visit included giving me the baby. After witnessing my face, my father advised my mother to leave. After crying, she called to say I was turning everyone against her. Emily sent me a long email the next day. Her therapist advised her to write, but not communicate her feelings. She sent it anyway. She apologized and accused me, saying her dinner words were hurtful and that my ease at having children was a personal attack on her suffering. The final paragraph stated that she and Tom were authorized as foster parents and anticipated their first placement next month. She claimed that her therapist helped her realize her resentment at me was unwarranted and that foster care will heal her. She said she wasn't ready to see me or the baby, but wished to reconcile. Good luck with her first placement and congrats on foster parent permission. I gave her some guidance from my early fostering days and offered to talk when she was ready. No reply. My dad and Susan stayed 3 weeks longer than intended. Their help was crucial. They maintained Mary and Ethan's schedules, kept the house running well, and gave me quiet time between feedings. I was prepared for their departure. Amanda comes twice a month. She offered to care for Mary and Ethan for a week in the summer so I could focus on the baby. Mary is excited about this plan since Amanda moved to a poolside apartment complex. Getting used to 3 kids. Watching Mary read to her boys while they listen intently makes night feedings worthwhile. Ethan calls himself mommy's helper and brings me diapers. While my mother and sister's issue remains unresolved, I found peace in focusing on our family in this house. My motherhood journey wasn't what I expected, but I wouldn't alter it for my 3 kids. Update 3. Alex, now a healthy, smart 9-month-old, has started crawling and getting into everything since my previous report 6 months ago. Though busy, my 3 kids and I have family routines. Emily and I are carefully repairing our relationship, which is the biggest news. I was texted 3 months ago to meet for coffee alone. I had Amanda watch the kids. She's my rock and met Emily at a cafe between our homes. Weather and haircut conversation dominated the first 10 minutes, making them awkward. She then showed me her phone photo of Marcus, her first foster child. Discussing Marcus affected Emily's face. She described his dinosaur fascination, reading difficulties and nightly monster check under the bed. She detailed his nightmares, initial mistrust, social worker and biological family meetings, and other issues. Something she said showed her progress. Missed it. Fostering was supposed to fill my void. It's not about me. Marcus assists his mother till she can. I nodded, grateful for her way of understanding. She said Marcus's mother was sober and working to reconcile in a year. Emily shakily replied she would miss Marcus when he went home but supported reunion. She apologized. She denied that I stole children from deserving parents, or that fostering gave her comfort. She said her immune system had consumed her, preventing her from looking beyond her loss. Fostering Marcus showed her that systemic children don't solve adult issues. While their families heal, they need safe temporary lodging. I accepted her apology and apologized for my harsh statements during our fight. We spent the next hour talking about nighttime anxieties, reaching a child with walls, and building biological family relationships. We became sisters after years of hatred. Emily wanted to see Alex, Mary, and Ethan before leaving. Marcus played in the park with us the following weekend. The kids clicked instantly. Mary directed the smaller boys, and Ethan appreciated Marcus's dinosaur knowledge. After seeing only one baby photo, Emily hugged Alex, amazed with his progress. Our family meets monthly. Relationship repair continues. When old hurts return, tension rises, but we continue. My mother-daughter bond is tougher to repair. After her unexpected visit, I wrote her a letter setting clear boundaries. No surprise visits, no criticizing my parenting or family structure. I made it clear she had to respect these boundaries to be with us. No response after 2 months. Card with a little letter arrived in the mail. I miss my grandchild. Willing to listen. Try brief supervised visits. She hesitated, but she relaxed when she saw I wasn't punishing her, just setting boundaries. Mary's school play last month featured my mother. She hugged and told Mary she was proud later. Later that night she pulled me aside and apologized for favoring her daughters. Her revelation of what mattered came from seeing all 3 children prosper under my care. Our relationship isn't ideal but improving. Amanda stays with us. She brought her new beau to dinner at our house last month. Seeing her introduce him to Mary and Ethan was powerful. She encouraged my involvement in their lives and was confident in motherhood. This adventure showed me that family is about cooperation, not competition. Mary turned 16 last week. She requested calm conversation while we prepared her birthday supper. After thinking, she wanted to adopt us. We considered this over the years, knowing she could decide when she was ready. To hear her say she was ready made me cry. The legal process starts next month. Ethan, 4, loves his big sister and entertains Alex. Alex makes Ethan laugh most. Emily and Tom are willing to foster their second child, whose mother needs time to recover. Emily called me for nursery advice and we spent hours discussing the emotional and practical aspects of fostering a newborn. Marcus thrives under their care and will return next spring. Our journey has been surprising. When I started mentoring 7 years ago, I never imagined 3 motherhoods, an irreversible family breakup, and a deeper knowledge of family. Though hard, watching my children grow up with a biological and chosen family is worth it. Go to the next story. Story 2. My parents claim my sister's marriage was damaged by my advice. Months later, a horrible secret affects everything. I'm 34F and have endured months of family issues causing insomnia. Focusing on my younger sister Ella, 29F, her arranged husband Richard, 31M, and their 2 children, Jill, 7F, and Jack, 4MM. Ella met Richard in college. Opposites attract. Although Ella was organized, Richard was more casual. Their balance made things seem fine for a time. They married after college and had Jill a year later. Richard was overjoyed with Jill's birth. He talked of teaching her while watching her sleep for hours. Richard was overjoyed when Jack was born 3 years later. He'd always wanted a son and was delighted to take Jack fishing and camping. However, changes occurred. Richard was often absent, because his new job required more travel. Ella left with 2 young children and a full-time job. This stresses their connection. Ella lloró llamándome el año pasado. She found affair hints on Richard's phone. He denied it, but admitted to feeling a connection with a co-worker when challenged. He maintained nothing happened but trust suffered. After months of counseling, nothing worked. Richard was defensive and tough, Ella said. 8 months ago, they parted. They let Richard watch the kids every other weekend and review after 6 months. Early on, things went well. Richard will pick up and drop off the kids Friday and Sunday nights. Finally, he apologized. He worked late on a weekend. Next, he was unwell. He took the kids once a month max. I have 8-year-old twins Emma and Olivia, and 9-year-old Noah. Jill and Jack got along with their relatives, so I took them when Richard canceled. I chose relatives above father disappointment for kids. Richard took advantage. He called me immediately to ask if I could take the kids on his weekend, saying, "Your place is usually better." Furious, but I didn't want to disappoint the kids. I told Richard repeatedly. I suggested he help his kids. His excuses were common. Work, illness, or unavoidable plans stopped him from canceling. Spending time with his kids seemed optional. I have many terrible memories of this. My ex-husband Brian got worse after our divorce. He'd cancel at the last minute, leaving me scrambling for childcare. It took me a while to realize his actions hurt our kids and me. It finished last month. Even on his weekend, Richard asked me to take the kids on Friday afternoon. His explanation now: forgot his concert tickets. I took the kids despite my fury. Ella looked exhausted when she picked them up Sunday. She complained about Richard's dependability. She couldn't plan weekends since she didn't know if he'd take the kids. My Brian experience made me sympathize with her. I changed our custody arrangement so Brian could only get the kids when he asked. I mentioned how easier it was not to rely on him following a schedule and how my kids were happier not being disappointed. Ella took it seriously. She thanked me for listening and left with the kids. I thought that was it, but she notified Richard about changing their agreement. Richard raged at me the next day. He said I was trying to turn Ella against him and kidnap his kids. Shocked. None told Ella what to do. Shared experience. Richard didn't listen when I explained. Yelled at me for being a rotten sister and to mind my own business. I was fed up and snapped at him. If he wasn't inconsistent, Ella wouldn't change. My family's divided. My family agrees with Richard that I shouldn't have interfered. Richard has always been special because he helped Dad renovate their kitchen a few years ago. My brother likes my performance. He never liked Richard after he missed his birthday 2 years in a row. Our parents are urging Ella to stay still after I opened her eyes. They say Richard is struggling and needs help, not criticism. I worry about overstepping. Should I have kept silent about my experience? Am I responsible for accidentally provoking family strife? All this reminds me of Jill and Jack. Jill is old enough to know her dad cancels, and I've seen her disappointment. Jack is too little to comprehend. He inquired why they saw their dad less. Part of me wants Ella and Richard to resolve it. But I also want to fight for those kids so they don't think their dad doesn't want to spend time with them. I keep thinking about how much happier my kids are after I change Brian. His commitment to the time makes him rarely cancel when they meet. It altered their life. Maybe every situation is different. Maybe Richard is just having a tough moment and will recover. I may project my issues upon Ella. No idea what to do. Should I apologize to Richard and my parents? Should I continue? Should I totally avoid it? I always worry that someone may dislike me. A month has gone since my last post, and much has happened. I appreciate everyone's advice and assistance. So I was right to inform Ella about my experience. Post-fight tensions were high in our family. Ella was pressured by our parents to go since Richard needed time to adjust to single dadhood. Ella separated. She didn't want to offend Richard, but she was fed up with his inconsistency. I avoided it whenever possible. I invited Jill and Jack to play with my kids, but Ella, not Richard. He wouldn't get more ammunition against me. One weekend while the kids were there, Jill asked me why her dad didn't want to see them. The heart broke. I tried to imply she loved her dad, but adults have trouble. She seemed happier after our chat, but I'm not sure she understood. The culmination was 2 weeks ago. Weekend with the kids was Richard's plan. Ella dropped them off Friday night, but Richard called at 9 p.m. to say he had to work out of town and suggested she bring them up. Ella raged. She planned her childless weekend. Ella phoned me. She sobbed and requested me to watch the kids overnight. Sure, I agreed. Jill cried when she dropped them off, asking why her dad didn't want to see them. Why they moved late at night puzzled and annoyed Jack. Ella came early the next day. She was ready to confront Richard and modify their deal. As requested, I watched the kids while she talked to him. Ella was out, so I distracted the kids. They were afraid while we baked cookies, played board games, and built a pillow fort in the living room. Jill kept asking when her mother would arrive and Jack clung. Miss Ella vanished for hours. She looked fatigued, but relieved when she returned. She said she and Richard had a long, difficult conversation. To defend himself, Richard said work was crazy. But Ella persevered. Richard was advised he would no longer have set weekends with the kids. He had to ask her a week ahead to take them for a weekend. Last-minute cancellations cost him his next shot. Ella continued despite Richard's disapproval. She told him his behaviors affected the kids, and this was his last chance to prove himself trustworthy. Parents were upset when they learned. I was accused of poisoning Ella against Richard at my house that night. It was Richard's behavior, not my advice to Ella, I said. A fierce argument ensued. Our dad kept saying Richard was trying, and our mom accused me of jealousy since Richard was a better father than my ex. That hurts. Despite his flaws, my ex was punctual. Every time Richard canceled on the kids, I reminded them how upset Jill and Jack were. I asked if Richard could treat his kids like options. That made them pause, but they granted Richard more time. After the argument, parents left to think. Not talking to them is hard. Our family has always been close, so this rift hurts. Ella was helpful. Our conversation inspired her to protect herself and her children. She claims she neglected Jill and Jack to maintain peace. Peace is uneasy for now. Richard's accepted the change but is upset. Ella seems more in charge. The change is confusing, but kids are adapting. Recently, Jill wondered why things changed. I said her parents were trying to find ways to spend time with her and Jack. She agreed, but she seemed nervous. It may not solve everything, but it's a start. Without last-minute cancellations, Ella relaxes. This should inspire Richard to spend more time with the kids. I'm supporting Ella and the kids. Ella knows I'm always willing to help Jill and Jack. I'm also giving our parents space to help them change. While it's difficult and will take time for everyone to adjust, I think Jill and Jack will benefit. This new setup should provide them with reliable parents. Update 2. Again, things changed abruptly this month. New agreement with Richard appeared fine at first. He scheduled a visit to the kids and arrived on time. Ella was cautiously optimistic. Ella cried on the phone 2 weeks ago. She learned Richard lost his job 3 months previously without notifying anyone. He was preoccupied with job interviews or trying to make ends meet when he said he was busy or had to go out of town for business. This news saddens Ella. She and Richard were always upfront about money. They made all major decisions collectively. Richard lost her trust after keeping this secret for so long. Ella was confused. She was outraged that Richard lied to her and the kids. She regretted being hard on him when he struggled. She asked my counsel. I advised her to quietly talk to Richard and get all the information before making a decision. Ella agreed and met Richard the next day. Their conversation revealed much. Richard said he was too embarrassed to tell anyone he lost his job. Getting a new one before anyone discovered it took longer than expected. He couldn't afford to eat or take the kids out, so he canceled. Much is made clear by this. Though not justified, Richard's actions make sense. It reminded me that pride and embarrassment can cause unwise decisions. Ella se arrepintió de la traición de Richard, pero entendió por qué. The solution was discussed for hours. Another deal was made. Ella is more flexible, but Richard must request the kids in advance. She offered to help with the kids financially while Richard looked for work. Ella told me this, and I was amazed but proud of her understanding. I told her to be cautious. She should check Richard's employment search to make sure he wasn't taking advantage of her kindness. Our parents altered their thoughts after learning. They criticized Ella for softening after scolding her for being tough on Richard. Ella shouldn't trust Richard's excuses, they warned. Another family conflict. Instead of making Ella stricter with Richard, our parents say I manipulated her again. Ella was an autonomous adult, I said. Parents indicated they were done after the fight. No further advice or help till we revealed our feelings. This entire episode has shown me how quickly we judge others without understanding the complete story. I think Richard should have been honest from the start, but I can appreciate how painful it was to lose his career. Ella and Richard are adjusting to their new agreement. More time with Dad makes the kids happier. Richard seems more interested with them, probably because he's less worried about them uncovering his secret. Supporting Ella as best I can. I've offered to help with the kids when needed, and am monitoring the situation to avoid Richard from taking advantage. My guess is that Ella and Richard's honesty and cooperation will help everyone, especially the youngsters. Update 3. Over 2 months since my last update, I'm still processing. The outcome was surprising. Richard worried and called Ella 3 weeks ago. He had a great job interview, but it was the weekend he was supposed to have the kids. He advised Ella to switch weekends. Ella offered to help Richard find work. I watched Jill and Jack so Ella could rest on interview day. Nothing was wrong until Ella called me furiously at 3 p.m. Police contacted her recently. His car wrecked on the interview route. Without knowing what to expect, we went to the hospital. Despite Richard's broken leg and bruises, we were relieved to find him alive. Here, things get tough. The accident responding officer visited us while Richard was hospitalized. He said Richard's automobile had open alcohol containers and his blood alcohol level was high. Ella was devastated. That moment dashed her hopes for Richard's future. She cried in the hospital waiting. My anger prevented me from comforting her. Richard risked death. He missed a great job that may have supported his kids. A few days after Richard left the hospital, Ella approached him. He cried and admitted to drinking for years before splitting. He said it helped him cope with unemployment and shame over not supporting his family. Our uncle's lengthy alcoholism sprang to mind with this news. It broke up our extended family, and took a long time to heal. We might do the same with Richard, I thought. Ella separated. Her rage at Richard for jeopardizing everyone. She knew he needed help. After heated debate, the conclusion was reached. Richard accepted rehab. He can't visit the kids alone throughout treatment. Ella will update him twice a week via video chat on Jill and Jack. Explaining this to kids was hard. Due to her age, Jill had many difficult questions. Thank goodness Jack was too young to understand. Ella explicó a ellos que su padre necesitaba hospitalización especial. The news shocked our parents. They apologized to Ella and me for missing signs. They've helped with kids and Richard's treatment. Even though it took a major event to unify us, having them back has been comforting. My mind is still processing. I'm furious with Richard for jeopardizing so many, but I hope he gets help. Helping Ella and the kids through this difficult time is my top priority. Ella is strong. She informed the kids in an age-appropriate manner that their dad is ill and seeking therapy. She attends Ellen and meetings for self-help. I've been trying to normalize Jill and Jack's time with me, including baking and watching movies, despite their confusion and sadness. Jack is clingy, and Jill suffers nightmares. Despite the emotional roller coaster and lengthy road ahead, I'm cautiously hopeful that this could be a turning point for Richard and his relationship with his kids. Time will tell. Today, we're taking it day by day. Ella puts her kids and rehabilitation first. As Richard recovers, I'm attempting to be my family's supportive sister and aunt. I learned about communication, not jumping to conclusions, and family dynamics intricacy from this occurrence. Though difficult, I think we'll all be stronger. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode.